Red likes to play. This is the sort of the talkers' way of doing things. You know, we give over a lot of these OP picks, and then we kind of come back later in the series. Well, you don't have any more space. You're down 1-2 right now. There's no more games you can afford to lose. One more win is all it takes for Loud to punch their ticket, move to LA, move on to sort of the semifinals here, the lower finals of the elimination phase. So Red has to show up, and I think they look best when you give Kaze carries. Go back to game 2. Give him the Aurora, give him the Akali, give him the Silas. If you want him something tankier that can still have agency and kill things, that's Silas in a nutshell.
Well, tell that to Loud, who banned out Akali last time. Poor Kaze wants to play it, not allowed to this time around. We will see if Kaze does get it, though, in game number 4, and if Rebello is able to have such an impactful game like they had in game 2 once again. Either way, though, we are going to go to a short break, and when we come back, LTA South will continue with the opening series of the weekend. Before we head to the rest of the rounds, please don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy.
are back yet again for game number 4. And, you know, the streak might be broken, but Loud are still applying their game sense and game knowledge and game experience here in this series. So far, following their game plans yet again, and one step away from victory.
And we knew it was going to be a close series coming into this one. I mean, the way the teams play. In fact, we mentioned last game, during the game, about sort of the objective control that both of these teams have, and we actually have their stats from this season in terms of how good they are at objective control. They're both objectively good, I suppose. Okay. Anyways, they're point guards. They're kind of tied for that. But the Dragon percentage, these are actually the top 2 Dragon teams in the game right now, with Loud currently edging out Red ever so slightly. At Atakan, ironically, it's kind of flipped, where Red seems to prefer Atakan a little bit more. But that's not been the case this series. In fact, Red have been flubbing their Atakans. They're going for it at awkward timings, and then Loud's just coming in, sweeping it up at the end. Sure, Loud sometimes loses the fight resulting from that, but the Atakan is worth a death or two. And then at the Baron, I think this stat, if anything, tells us the best story about it. Despite the fact that Red came in as first seed into Elimination Phase, Loud has a much better Baron control rate, actually. Second in the league throughout this entire split, both pick and play as well as Elimination Phase. And Loud's ever so slight advantages feel like they're very magnified right now. We've seen Loud have a much better control over the mid to late game objectives. And normally against any other team, it's like, okay, that's a side lead. But when Red is playing for objectives as well, these objectives fights seem to be where Loud is turning all the games, and Red keeps playing into it.
It's a rough station to be in, I think. And for Red, I mean, even that last game you were mentioning before as well, it felt a little bit outside the wheelhouse. And so the fact that we were watching a lot of these global objectives go down, it did feel a little bit as an outlier. I don't want to say completely, though, because the gameplay was still there, but it did feel a little bit like an outlier. Looking at this game number 4, though, the question is still posed, do these stats hold up? We have seen teams actually fight for it. We've seen one Otacon, at least on screen, go down over a little bit of a jumble, which was a weird toss. Do we see this happen yet again? Do we see the game plan followed, or do we get yet another game number 3 where kind of all that is thrown out the window and teams have to kind of play by the seat of their pants?
Yeah, and with this game 4 as well, suddenly I think side selection becomes much more important for these teams. Up to this point, Blue's been so powerful because you're getting all the first picks and you're getting power picks to come through. But going into this game 4 now, I feel like most of the meta champions have kind of been played out. Pantheon's been permabanned this series, and so is Nico, so I don't think those are coming through anytime soon. And that means Red side might actually start getting advantages in counterpick, something that we've not really seen utilized in a lot of these matchups. It's been, okay, my comp wants to do this, your comp wants to do this, we're just picking for our comps. But going to game 4, counter picks might matter, especially Kaze. We keep coming back to him because we've only gotten to see him play the Aurora once this series. He played the Azir, he played Talia in games 1 and 2 respectively. On control mages, it's not the same. I want to see his Akali, and if you're scared to be blinding it, pick it R3. Right? Pick it when you can pick it and then remove the counters on the other side. I do think this is when Kaze kind of needs to clutch up for his team. Robo's already done the same for Loud multiple times this series.
Yeah, I mean, more ways than one. Not only that, I will give credit to Jewel. You know, game number 2 and 3 has looked, you know, in and out there. I mean, the Annie didn't exactly have great prowess, but remember, we talked about this. Kaze, as you just mentioned, maybe not as hot, and Jewel has taken advantage of that. Game number 1 on the Rise looked amazing and is starting to just kind of fill that role. I give a lot of credit to Jewel. You knew you were going into this against a fairly tough matchup. You are doing your best, even if your best is maintaining a steady, even baseline. I think that's something that that Jewel has done very well this time, and I hope to see them be able to pull something else out as well that's outside of the wheelhouse, because everyone on that side of the field, and I have to add this as a caveat, has started to chew through their champion pools.
Sure, and with Jewel, that's sometimes all you needed to do. When Jewel came in, he wasn't hyped up as, you know, quite as much as, say, the likes of Romer was, the likes of Miru. You know, he's not supposed to come in and just smash everybody as a Korean import. He was coming in from the TCL. And he was specifically picked as well, partially to match Tinone's style of play, where it's not necessarily about lane dominance. Tinone's was good in lane, make no mistake about that. But he really shone in the mid to late game in team fights. And Jewel was that style of player as well. So I think now that Jewel's not losing lane, he's doing the job Loud brought him in to do. Now, that said, he does have a couple of champions that can still do well in lane. And specifically, I'm looking at his Yone now. He was known for his Yone play back in Turkey when he was playing in the TCL, and that's a champion that, sure, you lose early on, but you come online a lot faster. Blade of the Ruined King, and you're pretty much good to go. It's also a good pick into a lot of the assassins that Kaze likes to pick. So, if anything, Kaze hasn't played the Yone, but I know he can. He's also played Yasuo in the past, and so I feel like the Yone might become a bit more of a contested pick, or at least so I hope, between Kaze and Jewel this series.
And it would draw a lot of eyes there as well. I think the eyes have so far been on Rebello, who has shown up a little bit, at least in this series and in the last few games, has really put a higher spotlight almost every single time. That Kaisa game just made him stand out like crazy.
True, yeah.
And then this time around was a little bit more hammered in a lot of those scenarios. So I am curious if those eyes are going to be drawn to that mid lane, just overall the Kaze and Jewel show. And then, if Robo and FMB decide, hey, we're going to play tanks to the top side again, and we're going to go stack for stack, band for band, and figure out who has more, that'll be a whole story of its own. Last position to talk about, though, Griffin and Doom. These two have had such amazing highlights and sometimes awkward moments, specifically because of that beefcake in the last game. Griffin just tried to engage in all that. Either way, though, I'm done talking. I'm done trying to figure out what's going to happen in this draft, because I have been wondering what happens here. Loud is back on that blue side, and Red Cannons have opted to stay on red.
Okay, so I like this from Red in that they did go for the red side. That's something we discussed. But Loud obviously has a plan. Looked at what they dropped. Pantheon is open. Loud's been banning it every single game prior to this, but now they're on blue side. They say, okay, we don't want the Silas, which we should have talked about, being one of the Kaze specials. We don't want Callista, something that Rebello can definitely carry on, and is the only AD carry to have won with a Callista game in the South so far. And now they're saying, Red, ban Pantheon, or we'll pick it. And it is a very Griffin-style champion who has a lot of impact early. And I love the fact that Griffin now has a pseudo-global to get all around the map and make even more action happen.
Not just that, maybe save the day in more ways than one. Superman into that scenario. And Red Cannons recognize that, well, I hope they do, that, hey, we knew the Pantheon was coming out. We decided to opt into a topside focus, considering that's an Mbessa plus the Gwen. And they go for a little bit of a denial. So maybe not the pseudo-global as well, but that overgrowth, that ultimate coming out from a Maokai can be devastating to slow down a battle, to kick off a fight, either way.
It feels like a bit of an answer into the style of Pantheon a little bit. Pantheon wants to go in, Maokai wants to just disrupt the fight and slow things down. We do see Rebello with the Lucian pick as well, something that they were denying away from Root prior. And now Rebello is picking it up, a very strong early game champion, so Red kind of indexing that way. I'm a little bit concerned though, because I think like Pantheon is a very good matchup into the Lucian and can definitely mess up that lane. I'd love to see Griffin spend some attention down there if they can get Root and Redbird. Some sort of lane that can actually match threat with that, maybe something like a Jhin to come through, or I should think like maybe a Misfortune or a Caitlyn as well.
Yeah, there's some fun in here now being drafted. So I was almost expecting this a little bit later. Robo coming out with one that many understand, and this is also going to lead into Jewel maybe having a little bit of fluctuation in here. Now going, which is another mix, because we've seen Galio in the top side before get a little bit silly in there, but this is now leading all of a sudden to a focus into that top side of the map if the Galio is locked in as well.
And as a Pain fan, I still have PTSD or PTSD from watching Robo pull off the Jax. He has literally 1v5 teams with that champion before. So
auto lock in a Cassante. Were they baiting the Jax play? They baiting the Jax play?
I don't really think of Cassante as like a Jax counter. In fact, for a while there, we were actually seeing Jax and Gwen being picked into Cassante because it's a free scaling lane. Now, Cassante isn't that bad. Like, he does have threats, and FNB was one of the best Cassantes in the region. But yeah, I'm not worried about that. I don't think Robo is worried about that. He's done this matchup many times before, and he's probably comfortable with it. It does put an emphasis on the top lane, though, for both junglers, and that might mean that Griffin has to split time. If anything, I expect Loud to actually kind of change the draft strategy a little bit. Maybe we don't try and match hands with the Lucian early in the bot lane. Take something that can kind of be left on its own. For a little bit. I think Ezreal is still open for, as an example of something that you can just leave in the bot lane, or heck, maybe even a Ziggs, and then play for the top side instead. Get Robo snowballing into FNB, and if you can shut down that Cassante, if the Jax outscales, it'll become a massive issue for Red.
Yeah, it was just I think the fastest pick that I've seen so far was that Cassante. It was almost immediately locked in once you saw Galio. So even if it's not a great matchup, it's just very surprising to see. But as you called out rightfully, and even Red saw it. Hey, we can't let those scalers sit in that bottom lane. We know they're going to try and stall it out. RMC, the Prophet, once again, seeing the Aphelios and the Ziggs band away here, I think is the appropriate call. Now, what's the last band, though? on the other side. We saw the Nami band away. We see where Loud is also focused into that bot side. Do we see another utility band away? The Lulu is still active here. You can ban that one away if you wish, if you want to hard focus that bottom side. But it's going to be the Milio. Okay, so they leave the Lulu open. So the Milio, that CC negation, is much more destructive.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I think the Milio is more worrying than the Lulu, and the range extension is actually massive as well. I was thinking Braum potentially to be removed, because Braum can mess up the dive threat that Loud has right now. All three champions from Loud want to go in, and Braum can absolutely cause chaos with that. The Zoe, he played that back in CD, and his Zoe was an actual nightmare. Into a Galio would be interesting.
Oh.
No, Kasi, don't do Victor. No!
No.
It's a control mage for Kaze in a critical game 4. I see our chat, like, Lizard dying as well. She knows, like, it's just, this was
that
not
was
it.
a bait and a half. That was a bait and a half. Like, I feel even Red knew that. I feel Red even knew that was a bait for all
And
the
why
fans
do
out there.
it?
That hurts.
Why do it? Okay, the Victor is good as an idea into the dive threat that Loud has, but I just don't think that it's like Kaze's bread and butter style champion. Like, it's great to deal with dive, but here, Loud just go, okay, bet. Well, you've picked a Victor. We know your top lane. Where's your dive threat? You don't have a dive threat. What are you going to do? Vi support to go after Jinx? Like, it's a thing, but it's not a good thing, and especially in the current meta. And then they go with the Braum that was left open, which would have been a great pairing with the Lucian. And now suddenly, Jinx has a massive meat shield in front of them. Loud, once again, with the composition that feels like it outskills, puts a timer onto Red to make early action. And in this series, we've seen, sure, Red can get leads, but can Red close out fast enough before the insurance policy of Loud pays out?
And not only that, there was a little bit of a cover there. The Renata Glass is picked up at the very end, and a lot of people that play and understand the bot lane, Braum versus Renata Glass, Braum is one of the best at dealing with the Renata Glass at a lot of points. And so the fact that Red have opted for this does show, I think, hopefully at least,
It has their strengths as well, and it's a very interesting one because we harped so much on Kaze being the bait carrier for the team, but in this critical draft, it feels like Red has said, okay, you know what? Instead of giving Kaze the ball, we're gonna give the ball to Rebello and FNB, players who have stepped up in this series at time. I think back to how FNB has been laning against Robo and actually winning most of his lanes. Well, Cassante should win out early against the Jax as well. Maybe not level 1, but level 2, level 3, up to those level 6 regions before Jax starts to get his first item. FNB can win that out. And in the bot lane, Rebello. Rebello has been doing arguably the lion's share of the damage for this team in this series. And you give him a pick like Lucian, you're saying take it and run with it. Sure, Renata into Braum is iffy. It's not the best lane to try and pair with, but Lucian into Jinx, that is a lane where Lucian can truly abuse and just run away with the game. If you can shut that Jinx down, if you can get fed enough, we've seen Lucians take over mid games. We've seen Lucians scale into late games even with a big enough lead.
Well, that lead should come very fast and hard as much as they hope, because they got to be stronger if Red Cannons want to take victory and move to a game number 5. For Loud, though, they can hold on. If they can deny a lot of that scaling, all of a sudden, they got that mid to late. They got the comp, they got the players, they hope to have the game. So let's dive on into game number 4, as teams are already getting cheeky with it. A lot more aggression, a lot more extra fighting in these lane startups.
Yeah, and exactly expected. It would be Red to be aggressive in this critical game, and I love that Rebello and Frosty are just stepping up. They do have to be careful, though. I think Braum is actually really strong level 1. If he tags you at all, the slow alone allows his team to dogpile in. And while Griffin probably doesn't want to start with stun, I have no doubt Griffin would start with stun if it results in an early kill.
Griffin would absolutely flash stun to possible death if it meant getting a kill back, I feel like. Like, that is... Maybe not die, but if, like, hey, I die for 2... they'll take it all day long. I appreciate that all day long. Salute to Griffin on being willing to throw down their life for the team.
Well, he hasn't done it just yet. I'll salute him when he actually does.
He's done it in the previous games, though. Let's be honest. Griffin and Doom have done so, but Griffin just stands out as the I'm going to send my life if it means the team wins.
I would rather he just send death. That's more fun to watch when we have more kills
Okay,
in general.
true.
For now, though, both junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. I hope to see ganks. Both Maokai and Pantheon have point-and-click CC. And with how volatile these lanes can go, it actually interests me a lot to see where we see these early games spent. Doom starting on the top side suggests we might see Red focus on that bot lane, which we expect with the Lucian. Whereas Griffin starting on the bot side gives me hope that maybe he goes for that Robo early gank, get that Jax skilling. I don't expect to see either of them gank mid lane, especially when Jule's taking this much damage. Jule is barely able to step up in CS right now.
Might be a time for them to kind of take advantage, and maybe that's the thought process, right? Hey, Kaze, this is probably the best time that you're going to be able to play a mage right now without having to full out aggress. It's the Galio, you know you're going to get a good lane matchup, maybe that's what you play for. But it's going to be slower. It's going to be much, much slower. On the bot side, though, it might not be as slow. Rebello and Frosty, of course, playing with the powerhouse of the Lucian, run on a glass, get the damage down, wait for a time before we get to see the junglers, which both Doom and Griffin starting on their red buffs, moving in opposite directions for, if I'm not mistaken, one of the first times here in a quiet early game, I should say.
Well, we've had some decent jungles as well, right? Like last game where was it Doom invading onto Griffin?
Invade and all that.
Yeah, like that kind of messed things up. So kind of watching them go opposite, unfortunately, just means less chance of jungle interaction. FNB with a perfect freeze just outside his turret range right now. Robo took great advantage of the level 1 advantage with Counter-Strike to take control of the lane from the get-go and actually get that CS pushing in his favor. It does make a gank somewhat less likely unless they think they can get the dive off. Is it possible? FNB is taking a lot of damage, yes. Do I think it's safe? No. Does Griffin think it's safe? That's the big question.
I would say negatory on that one. Jewel, though, having recalled and teleported back, went back to pick up the Dark Seal, which we see a lot of mid laners do nowadays, just to get that extra oomph in case not only the extra kills come through, but getting the trades out. So we're just waiting for Kaze to get that first recall off for themselves as well, with some deep boards in either direction. Kaze dropping one over the Raptors, and of course Griffin laying one and wait to see the jungle pathing from Doom himself.
I actually don't know if the ward from Kaze spotted Griffin. I saw a lot of blue pings coming down, so Griffin obviously knows, but Griffin also did drop a ward of his own, so I don't know if it's the ward that caught it or whether it was Griffin that caught it. Either way, Griffin's just going to back off. He's not going to do anything too crazy for now. We're not going to see that top lane dive come through. Instead, we're just going to see the lanes continue. Top side again, pretty even. Jewel has equalized the mid lane. He's walking into turret range right now. Bro, the wave is cleared.
He's going to take damage. He's going to take damage, and he
It's
has
a
to
flash.
Okay, you remember how Frosty kind of inted on Kaze last? That was just Jewel kind of inting whatever position that was.
I feel like God Jules hit that. Hey guys, I'm winning lane for like the first time ever. It goes way too deep and ends up taking a turret shot. That actually hurts Jewel a lot though. The fact that he had to burn Flash there. He's already used his TP as well. So he doesn't even have, like, he can't just like come back to lane that easily. Like, he's just gonna lose a lot of pressure. Kaze can go back TP and come back with, you know, good items and full control over the lane as well. Mid lane just feels ripe for the ganking right now.
It hurts because like Jewel also knows that. He 100% knows all that factor as well, so that's why he's trying to push out, but meets Frosty right in the way and isn't able to push. So you can see Kaze willing to kind of freeze out here, say, I'm not worried. Of course, the other side of that is Rebello's about to get run off this wave. The wave is pressing in, so you're going to be okay, but no big deal. For Root and Redbird, though, starting with that Cole, picking it up very early on, or at least the best he can. 7 minions down, 93 to go.
Yeah, Rebello just sidestepping everything, playing this Lucian beautifully. Like, yes, on one hand, it is a 2v1, but it's a jinx. Root just doesn't have that kill threat whatsoever, and Rebello just able to sidestep everything, dodge it perfectly. If none of the skill shots land, there is no kill threat here. So Rebello more than happy to allow Frosty to kind of roam out and still maintain his CS advantage. He knows as soon as Frosty comes back or as soon as the wave hits his turret, it's going to bounce anyways. Root and Redbird can't actually lock him under his turret safely without losing or having a risk of getting ganked and losing a lot more on the other side.
We're seeing Doom still level 5, but more than willing to kind of dive on in for a battle. You saw tag number 1 come out with the taunt. Jewel looking for yet another, but Griffin walking over a ward saying, I see at least one. It's fairly fresh, so I have an understanding, but Jewel goes a little bit too far. No flash available. Now it's a duel of the junglers and the mid laners in respective positions, but Griffin's left far quicker, meaning they are going to have to leave with a massive chunk of their HP gone, alleviating opportunity for Red to take Dragon.
Yeah, just kind of getting zoned out. Doom not even really worried too much about chucking all his CS or his CC, pardon me, onto Griffin to lock him down. If that was level 6, I think that fight actually goes much more in Red's favor. And with the Scuttle being picked up, Doom is now 6. I think Red should take this advantage while they've got pressure bot side, while they've got a level lead to really go for this Dragon.
I actually got scared there for a sec when Jewel started rotating down, and I was like, wait, it's Jewel. He's on a Galio. No one's in position. Who's actually going to contest this Dragon? Doom said the exact same thing, but like, I know I'm slow, but I'm not that slow. Back off, let me take my Dragon. There it goes. Took about a minute. You're good to go. You're happy. Griffin has to back away and say, I'll wait till level 6 before I get a little bit cheeky.
Okay, so it feels like we've been talking a lot for 0 kills, Orbital, but we should highlight as well, it's because Red is trying to make some action happen right now, and Jewel's been pressuring up a lot. Loud is actually not under any pressure to make moves. While we love to see Griffin get active on the map and get some kills going, they're fine to sit back there. They massively outskill Red, so they can kind of take their own time. And if anything, Jewel being this hyphy is actually putting things potentially in jeopardy. The fact that he hasn't died, though, is huge, and his flash is going to be coming off cooldown shortly as well. So that early aggression that caused the flash to have been wasted, it's fine. The mistakes didn't cost them anything. They're good to go.
Now we get something that is very signature that we actually have seen a fair bit, but this is the most obvious one, is the lane swap position. We get to see Root and Redbird head to the top side, look for a grub battle, which we haven't truly had. We had a semi-grub fight previously in game number 3. This time in game number 4, it does feel like we are getting an excess of aggression. Level 6, level 7 for just about everyone. Griffin ready to go with the jump in, smite away on 1. Good grub take. But Red want nothing of it. As you mentioned, RMC, Red making the moves, but don't want to fully challenge Loud. At the end, it will be 2. For Loud's favor, they will have the extra tower pressure for themselves.
And it's really interesting lane assignments actually that came through from Red, because I actually do, like, I was calling for Red to go for these early fights while they're strong, while Rebello has a massive lead, pickaxe, double longsword, ready to go. But at the same time, it was Red who opted for the lane swaps, which sent Kaze into the top lane and Rebello Frosty into the mid lane. And while that's good for Rebello Frosty in that they have higher kill threat onto Jewel, it also meant that Kaze couldn't join the fight because Root and Redbird would kill him in rotation. Whereas Jewel doesn't care about who he's laning against. He just presses R onto his team. And that's why we saw Red actually back off that fight, because while they technically had 4 bodies in the area, only 3 of them were going to reach the fight alive.
About to say that at the same time. Gotta agree with you. Take your positions, play it smart here, and we go right back to the very quiet farming aspect. Both teams still yet again taking their time, building their momentum. The chatter is good though. I like seeing the chatter on all the players. Everyone very communicative, and I will always say I hate whenever you see. It always feels bad whenever you see teams not talking, because then you know the mental might be shattered, and you're like, okay, this might be in a bad spot. Kaze, of course, meeting Witchuel once again. And being like, all right, that's normal.
I don't know about that one, Chief. The last time we heard Root talking a lot in English, he got shinny dropped. So just.
Oh no! Bad memories.
Hey, brought Griffin in, so I personally complain. I just feel bad for Shinny, man. But hey, Root really wanted to win. We got to remember too, this is Root's last split, right? And we think about how Croc played his last split last year. They bombed out. They did not feel good. And Root does not want to leave on a low note. This guy has won 3 back-to-back championships on Loud. He was part of the dynasty, which is something that had never been achieved in Brazil up to that point. Brazil was the last region to get a 3-peat for any champion of any region. And they literally got it like the year... Well, they technically got the 3-peat in 2023, but the 4-peat ran until 2024. It was literally the year before they got merged. So... props to Brazil for doing it. Props to Root for being part of it. For Robo for being a part of that as well. And heck, even Redbird was a part towards the end of that particular dynasty.
And he gets to be, not only that, to maybe leave a legacy for those up and coming. We've mentioned the fact before, and it is shining here, by the way. The fact that we got so many rookies or rookie-ish players joining on in and showing their skills, making sure to step up to the plate to take the positions of those that might be leaving, those that are gone currently. it's a big hole to fill, and I think they're doing it quite wonderfully.
Yeah, especially I feel like Doom has particularly big shoes to fill. We're talking about rookies, right? Like Griffin coming in for Shinny is like, okay, yeah, Shinny is a bit of a legend in Brazil, but at the same time, Shinny was having a really rough split. So that rookie is kind of whatever. For Rebello, filling the shoes of Brunsey, Mr. Botgap himself, I think he's done phenomenally well. He's stepped in and, done the magic. But Red specifically as an org always felt like they belonged to one player. Like there was Titan's Red for the longest time before Titan went over to Pain Gaming. And then after that, it turns out it was Aegis's Red because Aegis and Titan went, well, it's him or me. And Red went, okay, well, we're going with Aegis then. So it was Aegis's Red for the longest time. And now Doom has to fill in on Aegis's role. And Aegis was such a big voice in the team. I think Doom has done well to be able to do that. But is it enough as Frosty gets melted and caught, turned around?
Well, yeah, that's going to be a great turnaround as well. In goes the hostile takeover, and it's enough to get everyone on top of the stasis. Burn, baby, burn. Kaze said, yo, control mage, I control it all. Even tried to chase for an extra underneath the tower, but first blood comes explosively in the mid lane.
And Doom barely limps away. It could have been, should have been a 1-for-1, but that gravity field catching Jewel on the wind up for the Justice Punch to get out meant that everybody was just sitting in the Chaos Storm, burning away, and this is what Red needed. Even with that kill, they are dead even in gold. And for Red, being even in gold is being behind. That Jinx is taking away. Root is becoming a bigger and bigger threat. Robo is becoming a bigger and bigger threat. The fight starts out kind of funny too because they go for Frosty, and great pick from Redbird to make that happen. But that's why you pick the Maokai in the face of all this engage, because the moment that Nature's Grass comes across, the entire fight gets really wonky. And Jewel right here. Oh, it wasn't just a handshake from Frosty, who actually pulled him into the gravity. Oh, okay, that is even nuttier. Frosty, the mechanics to not only save himself, but to kind of turn what should have been him getting picked into Griffin getting killed.
Yeah, I also love the fact that for the gravity field and hostile takeover, you saw the windup from Redbird, like, I want to hit you, and then got stasis as well. So it was a layering of the CC where Red are just like, yeah, you're not moving. We are going to take control, and we are going to win this battle. With that amp up, Kaze has gone ahead and finished up the Rod of Ages. That'll be stacking very cleanly. I believe it was stacked already, but building much faster into that Leandries and going to get that burn down much faster means Kaze is going to be real happy about the current state of this mid-game. Jewel, of course, looking towards that possible mid-game a little bit later, getting a couple more plates into their own pocket, and FMB kind of pissed off about it, but not too worried. Gold still within like the 100 to 200 mark.
And it's really good for Kazi as well because he's going to be the late game carry for this team, right? We talked about why the Victor was being picked up. It was more for the team for the later game when Loud is diving in. You've got all that AoE damage, just melt them as you're diving in. But I don't think we're quite at the stage of the passing of the torch just yet. The Rod of Ages still has to stack. Like you said, Leandri's not built either. So I'm still looking at Rebello to make something happen. 0-0-1 right now with the Essence Reaver. Hasn't been able to really get that pressure onto Root whatsoever. This is still the time where Lucian is strong. Arguably, with the one-item power spike, this is one of his strongest moments. So I'd love to see Red able to leverage that a little bit more, get a bit more leads. They have been stacking Drakes, which is really big for them. It is unfortunately a Chemtech Soul, and I don't know how impactful that is.
Well, you know what also
Okay.
is a little bit toxic here is this engagement turnaround. As it's happening yet again, Red say you bring the fight, but we finish it all day long. Rebello giving the feat of warfare to Red here at 15 minutes.
Perfect. Exactly on time as we ordered. Rebello gets the pop-off in that small skirmish. You see the damage that Lucian pumps out. And most importantly, they get Root killed. They continue to slow down the Jinx. I think that's the most critical thing. And now with Herald, Red can really accelerate the game. It was pretty much dead even. They got about 500 gold lead from the previous fight, and now in this fight, they get a bit more gold. Rebello gets to just pump out the damage, completely uncontested. Frosty, unfortunately, was the sacrifice, but it's one they're willing to take. And even with getting excited, Root just can't get out. The all-out angle from FNB with the teleport was spot on. They're going to get the Herald, and that's going to lead into a turret of some sort. The big question is exactly how much can Red get from this Herald? Is it just a turret, or could it be turret plus drag, turret plus inner?
Right now, it's HP plus a lot of extra damage. Robo tried to jump on Kaze a little bit, but the answering redemption, which has been the bread and butter for one of these supports each time, Frosty as well as Redbird doing it, and just constantly laying it down. It's been so useful, and I love the fact that we've had multiple offensive ones as well. but held on well. So as you called out, where's that gold going to go? Who is going to use that, and how well is it going to, kind of steamroll into the rest of the game? Robo recognizing that, hey, probably don't want to be here. Frosty was in the vicinity. Nice back off. Loud have to go back, kind of lick their wounds and figure out what to do next.
I love how Frosty is an enchanter, and usually when you see an enchanter roam, it's just to cover a lane to make sure they don't get dove. But Frosty is so intimidating that it felt like he was there to gank the lane. Like he was just daring Robo to step up ever so slightly, and then I'm going to handshake you into turret. And Frosty as well, 0-1 and 4 right now, actually has 100% kill participation, has more kill participation than Doom. Frosty has been just omnipresent on the map. We attributed some of that to Rebello, the fact that he can hold 1v2 with the Lucian. But it also just speaks to Frosty's mindset, I think, that regardless of the style of champion he's on, he's going to make moves. He's going to try and impact the other lanes as well. And it's been working fantastically.
I think it's only going to continue. Whenever you looked at the Bard play in the previous as well, I think that was yielding a lot of results for, for Red Cannons. Very, very macro heavy in that one. Frosty, of course, this time joining in with the rest of the team here in the mid lane. Dragon is coming up in about 30 seconds, so you can see a lot of the action. Not only that, early TP, way faster than I was expecting from Kaze to reach the lane aspect right before Jewel, clear the wave, and prep with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, it just feels like they're making the safer play right now. Rather than have Kaze up there and trying to threaten that early turret, he just cleared the wave. They really want to sack these dragons. And I don't hate it, considering that their comp wants to accelerate as fast as they can. Getting those dragons cleared is kind of key, because you want Elder more than anything else. Like you said, the Soul is kind of not the greatest for their composition necessarily, but Elder will definitely help them to win fights. So that's another 15 minutes away if they clear this on spawn, which they are doing right away.
And it feels like Loud are more than comfortable about letting it go to the side. They're saying, okay, we know we can't really contest. We still have Jax pushing on the bot side, and we're just going to try and take this mid tower as much as possible. We got to feed gold into our carries as much as possible, but there goes Nature's Grass coming out, catching 2 more, and Griffin and Redbird do not have the HP for this. The shield might be able to hang on, but it only is able to save 1, so Griffin goes down yet again, and it's space for Red to push the mid tower in revenge.
I actually really appreciate the way they're trading off shields there. They almost got Griffin out. The wave is being cleared though, so Red won't find the turret. Are they looking for the turnaround as Robo hops in?
I don't know about this one. Robo saying, I got some HP. Nice rocket, though, to drop another 20% off. So with that combined power, it works. But again, there is another move being made, which this time is FNB on the bot side tower.
Okay. He is doing this very, very slowly. I actually don't know. I don't think he gets this. And that's fine. There's no plate. No. So it's turret or bust right now. Robo is able to get back down here and answer. The turret shot actually kind of equalizes the trade. Throughout all of this, I still want to highlight, Herald is still in the pockets of Loud, so I'm curious to see where they kind of go with that. This play happens because they're just focused on taking down the turret in the first place. So if you're only losing Griffin off the back of this, it's kind of a win, and you're seeing the defensive strength that can come out from the Loud team when they're engaged upon. The shield into Redbird hopping on into Unbreakable. Yeah, it almost got Griffin out. Redbird, I think, flashed a little bit too preemptively. I almost feel like it's better if Redbird just traded his life and kept Griffin alive. But it's kind of minor. Griffin can't find anything else on the back end of it. Red, as you mentioned, with Herald in pocket, where are they looking for with this Herald? Like, I would normally call for a mid, but they're not grouping up in the area for it. The sooner they can open up the map, I feel like the faster they can accelerate this game.
At this point, they are looking for maybe a Herald drop, but also just more kills. They've done very well in accelerating that. 5 total for themselves. And Dragons available. They have Otacon to look for as well. You take a look at the vision that they laid down, and originally we see Loud sometimes looking indifferent in their warding, just consistently on top of it. And this time it's Red to go ahead and pressure. Hey, RMC, I've seen this position before. I've seen this situation before on the top side of the map. I wonder what might happen. All right, it's not going to happen. However, there is an all-out on the bot side as FMB punches right through Robo, and top side tower will fall as well, as it's a 2-pronged attack from Red Cannons.
Yeah, Flash is being traded. I don't know about that one from Robo. Unfortunately, he won't have that available. He's dead. And FNB probably won't join the fight immediately. Just going to go back to base before he gets up there. Loud, they don't want to fight this, but they kind of have to, it feels like. This is a really rough position from them, FNB, in a very forward, aggressive TP over the ledge.
That's also just to deny, as Jewel recognizes that, hey, I can't really be here. But Otacon, that main call down that you mentioned before, Rocket, just to see if he can get something. We always appreciate a good attempt with the Rocket. Poor Root, though, is like, all right, I'm not getting that one.
I've been watching Payne Titan pull off his rockets. That one feels a bit more like a, I don't know, 4 out of 10.
Not enough water.
Yeah, you saw the notification go down too for Otacon take, so it's gonna, that feels more like a, you know what, I've got nothing better to use this rocket on. Which is really unfortunate, because Root's actually at the 2-item power spike for the Jinx. This is when Loud kind of needs to turn it on. But Robo getting caught out in the bot lane meant that they couldn't look for the 5v5, that they needed to look for. And now, Loud's backs are up against the wall. In a minute and a half, Dragon spawns. And like I said, it's not so much about the soul itself, as Loud kind of need to fight that to show that they're still in this game, that they're not just going to lie over and take it. If they just give this Dragon up for free, in 3 minutes when Baron spawns, it gets really dicey.
You know, it also spawns whenever someone decides to ult in. It's teammates, as I was talking about Loud, but the rest of Red came under the wall like the Avengers out of a movie. That was a wild save and a half. Now they got to go save Doom, though, who's in a little bit of a battle with Redbird. Not really that scared. Instead, is trying to turn it around. Redbird is hauling butt to try to get to safety, but will be sacrificed to the gods, possibly to Rebello's pockets.
Yeah, nobody's even trying to get in there to let Redbird kind of hop onto them, and this is just going from bad to worse for Loud. They, like we said, just are lying down and taking it right now. Yeah, as you said, Rebello's pocket's going to be padded with the corpse of Redbird, the mustache of Braum. It's a nice mustache, very luxurious.
Yeah. I don't know. That was... I'm watching... Man, I watched Griffin, who we haven't really seen that grand Starfall, right?
No.
It's been utilized, but never to that aggressive stance. And to have it countered almost immediately by Red Cannon, it just shows that their constant awareness of the map state. Yes, you get to see it again. Watch this. Like, Robo's like, yes, I'm calling it down. Look at the minimap, though.
Yeah, and the thing is, even without the minimap, just the Chaos Storm alone was already burning them really badly. Like, this play felt like a bit of a Hail Mary from Loud, but I don't know if you should be making the Hail Marys without Jinx. You've invested so much into trying to get Root fed. You kind of need to play around Root. So if anything, I'd have preferred to see the play trying to be forced into the mid lane instead. But instead they went, okay, Robo's the one lane who's kind of been doing well for himself. We'll try and do that. This is just unnecessary to watch Braum go down again. I swear if they play the death animation as well, okay. Oh, we're right back into the fight.
No. This is the only reason. They would have if they had the chance, as Doom is about to go down here. But you got the rest of the team here just in case. Rebello getting a little bit of healing back on the top side, while Robo is still doing Robo things. And this goes back almost all the way back to game number 1, where you were talking about Red Cannon's having a little bit of a side lane pushing action. Let's see if we can do that. Robo's doing the exact same and might be sacrificing his life for it. No vision on the map, but saw his board get taken out. Trying to recall. TP is available. You're going to go down here. You understand that fact. Counter-Strike, though, is going to slow things down a little bit. Trying to get to the wall. You're drawn right back into the battle. Over the wall, Rebello is waiting. Okay. No. It is going to be, though, a killing spree to FNB, who is also 3-0.
Yeah, the thing about FNB getting fed is it's Cassante, and unless you're a showmaker, it's fine. Like, you're not gonna die from PTSD just looking at that. Whereas giving it to Rebello at this point, I think is a lot scary, or giving it to Kaze as well. But again, this is fine. This is how Loud plays. Robo knew he was going to die on that push, made the play. It was up to the rest of the team to try and make something happen elsewhere. And that play actually starts with Root soaking the pressure in the mid lane. That was a 4v5 situation that gave Robo time to push up. And for Loud, that's okay. 2.7k gold lead at 25 minutes. Playable for Loud. Very, very, very tough. And so far, I've not seen too much signs of life from this Loud team in this particular game. But it's playable, Orbital. We saw this last week against Furia, where they were down further in their game 3, where they came back to win it anyway. So until Loud is dead, until their Nexus lies in rubble at the feet of the teams, I'm not counting them out just yet.
I might be putting a little bit further caveat in that, though, because Loud might not go down without a fight, but they might just be dead or be dealing with zombies, because Red, at some point, I didn't even recognize it, had gotten the soul so far. So they have the Chemtech soul, which makes battles even more drawn out here. It feels like Chemtech of old, where you actually stayed alive longer after you died. And Robo's like, dude, this sucks. This absolutely sucks. Guess who's coming around the side? It's the Coaling. It's a never-ending wave of damage and HP in your face, and Red are taking advantage. Tower goes down, you dropped Robo, and this is going to be the base looking to be broken.
Oh, Zap doesn't land, but Griffin does. Can he get the stun?
Nope, not just yet. Rocket from downtown, not really going to land, so it's a finish. Into Griffin's pocket,
sheesh.
the FMB is given time. Inhibitor tower goes down. Red have started to crack the base.
So Loud, you got your second kill. What did it cost you? Everything. Because here's the thing, it's not just the bot side turret going down, it's also
Oh my
that,
gosh.
Okay, I was gonna say it's also that you've lost pressure on Baron, but never mind, they're able to rotate fast. They melt this pretty quickly.
Well, but it's also spotted, and you remember how fast Red already got to the map, so Kaze is going to reach there first. Now, remember, this isn't an assassin or anything like that. HP bars are dropped a little bit low. Jewel is going to try and run interference. There's another TPN, and they got to focus. So Jewel will be the sacrificial lamb. Baron goes down. It is stolen away. Who is going to keep it? Looks like Redbird will go down too. That is a 2-for-0 so far, so it's a piece of the puzzle. Now, Griffin, if Griffin falls, I'll be very sad, but the slows are enough. Frosty around the corner, not going to get the tether thanks to the zap from Root, so it's 3 Baron buffs up. Loud get away with a very dicey heist.
It's a clean 2-for-0 for Red, but it's the gold gap dropping into the 700 gold. Loud. Yeah. Find that. And there is standing gold, bot side outer turret. There's an objective bounty on that. If Robo can walk up here, if FMB is not answering, I think Robo can still handle Kaze. He can still handle Robello. It's really only FMB he can't deal with.
There's a very big if at the end of that, but I'm not going to say it. Look, there's some other options behind. Main thing, though, in about 2 minutes, we're looking at the Elder. And that's something that you talked about all the way at the beginning of this. The Dragon stacking, right? For Red, we're looking at that Elder. And the Elder is going to come very, very quickly. In about a minute and a half, we're going to see those wards get dropped down. We're going to see Red. Oh, they're already doing it. Thank you. I was wondering about that. Already dropping a lot of the vision, saying, we don't want to wait for a minute and a half. We want to get it set now. Highly appreciate it.
Okay, can Root actually complete the Mortal Reminder in time? If that armor pen comes through, it's doable. Again, it's still very, very playable for the side of Loud. Rebello has a lot of gold in pocket, but trying to leverage it in these fights is tougher than it is for Root to leverage it. The other big gold differential is in F and B on that top side, that dive threat to come through from Red. I know when I saw the draft, I was like, I don't know if Red have dive threat. Well, I was wrong. F and B is enough of a threat on his own.
100%. Very, very dangerous. But I like the fact that you called it out. Loud have done this before, and they're looking to do it one more time. I love the zoom in on the top side. We were looking at Jewel, who just hit level 16. So that grand entrance that you're going to have, if given the opportunity, which we've seen it used as a very defensive warding tool, we haven't seen it be on top of an aggressing opponent. So maybe this is that big chance. Opportunities are abound, but they only come once in a while. If you get wiped here, Red cannons are going to force a game number 5. So even they know they want to do this by the book.
30 seconds till Dragon spawns. Loud can take their time, kind of farming up this way for now. Mortal Reminder was indeed completed for Root, so it might come down to one big fight if Robo doesn't go out of the whimper first.
Oh no, and Jewel has to be looking for that ult if you can. If you can save Robo, if you can buy some time, that might be huge. Robo gonna get a double counter strike here, be able to slow everyone up, but no, they leave him to the wolves. Poor Robo will be given a dishonorable discharge from this squad right there as they leave him to fall, because the rest of Loud are saying your death will not be in vain. Maybe it's an honorable one. At the end of the day, they're gonna give Elder, and I don't know about this one, but they just want the gold. Root says, I'm getting excited. I have 3 items. I can shoot through these towers very quickly.
You got Baron buff.
and it's a race. It's a race right now. No way they fully base race this though. Elder is down to about 2.4. It's gonna be spotted away. Rest of the team is here. Loud trying to get this in, but no, it's not gonna go down. They have to run away. In comes the redemption. Hostile takeover, not gonna hit anyone. Nice exclusive vision to slow them down. Rest of the team though from Red coming around the back side. Loud on the top side trying to cheat away. Recalls being called in, but Nature's Grasp will catch one. Roots is looking towards the top side. Hasn't been spotted yet and might get away. What a blast over, and ADC gets out. Root is alive, but there's the Elder burn. Griffin goes down yet again for the rest of the team.
Robo's about to respawn, and Redbird is running from bush to bush. FNB needs to stop to actually check everything. Dude, does Doom know? Doom could cut this off. Doom is farming!
What? So for all that went down, Red get Elder, but you know what? Loud get 2 towers, that gets a little bit extra gold in. Now, is that going to be enough? No, I don't think so. I don't know if the Elder is going to be that game breaking, which I assume it is. We talked about it.
Yeah.
But Loud opted for this.
It's a huge win con, and thankfully for Red, Loud did manage to get the inhibitor, so you're not dealing with super minions, which would slow down this push. For about a minute and a half, Red have the absolute advantage. Griffin respawning in 5 seconds, but he's not going to want a Grand Starfall into the midst of this team. He will instantly melt to the Elders. So Red, what can they maximize on this? A 5k gold lead already, and I don't think the push is finished. Topside inner still standing, even though FNB has kind of traipsed off towards the mid lane.
And another part about this, we have known every time Red in their victories or when they get a lead, they tend to be very cautious. They love to play safe, and this is well in line with that. They don't try and force anything further into the lane. They don't go for the inhibitor right away. They go where the massive wave is. They set up the nature scraps. They're going to allow FNB to try and get into the mix. Very nice hold out by Jewel. Jewel is going to try and run frontline, but there's a hostile takeover on 4 members of Loud. Loud are going to melt like hot butter here as Red cannons rush down and execute their opponents here. It is well thought out. It is an easy clap of 4, but they still need to get these inhibitors. They'll chew through the top side with minions above. And Red Cannons, they made their statement RMC, and in yet another controlling game, 18 kills, only dropping to Elder, Soul, and more. And would you know it, an ace on top, we get our game number 5.
Well, bro, it was hoped for. It was expected. It was foretold. These two teams are going the full distance. The happy look on Kaze's face. Frosty is rearing and ready to go for a game 5. And honestly, for Red, I think this is a big win, not just in terms of getting to a critical game 5, but the way they won as well. The fact that they finally won a game with Kaze on a control mage opens up a lot of options. The fact that they've stopped the root insurance policy from coming through again is huge. Sivir now off the board. Jinx now off the board. Root doesn't have that much more skill, and Xayah just isn't it right now. So I think we just see an Aphelios ban and call it a day as far as Root is concerned. So Red gonna be very, very happy coming to this one with momentum and Loud. That was a lackluster performance from Loud. I don't know what happened to the mental that game. Maybe they got too into their own heads about, okay, we're just gonna skill up, but you can't play like this in game 5. I don't care what Red dropped. They could drop the most solo queue champions, and if Loud play like this in a game 5, they are gonna get smashed.
This is the quietest I've seen either team be. That was Loud being the quietest. I mean, even Red in their loss in game number 3, we were mentioning they're still going down with the fight. They're still battling it out. They're still willing to throw down. There was no fight in there. I love the fact that you pointed it out because we really can't. Loud have one more chance. They know their back is against the wall. They drafted a little bit iffy. You know, Robo didn't get off the ground. Questions are abound, though. As you call it, solo queue or team play or whatever you call it, it's going to be a treat. I'm going to make sure that we have time to fully dissect what's about to come. So play the Silver Scrapes. Get excited because the LTA South gets our first game 5 of what I assume is multiple across this weekend. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the waiting room for Super Week. We here on Friday again. Raz, what has been sent? You were about to say something before we went live.
I'm going to check. What did he just say?
Yeah, what did you just sent something.
We're sending it to the show. That's what I was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
exactly.
But we're back here in the studio. We have so much space to run around.
I know. This
Super
is
Week.
great.
Look at this.
Finals weekend.
There's some extra toys lying around.
There are.
Screen,
Yes,
too.
spoiler. We'll see
Preview.
those later. We'll see those later on, of course. But it feels good to be back. This is, of course, the North Conference Finals weekend. He said it there, Raz. So we will be crowning a champion for the North Conference. And then also today, we'll get to decide who is going on forward in the bracket to actually go and challenge for the LTA Championships.
That's true. That's true. We have 4 games left. FlyQuest, Shopify Rebellion, 900 Thieves. After today, we got the final 3. And it's technically, it's actually the final day for the elimination phase, because at that point, everybody will be qualified for the LTA playoff.
Yes. And we're going to Game 5 live right now for LTA South. So here's for what LTA playoff overall will look like. Reminder that this weekend it's LTA North Conference Championships. This is the LTA playoffs with North and South teams against each other. Everyone's competing for the #1 seed, because if you get that #1 seed, you see you auto-qualify into at least making.
We got Payne already qualified, FlyQuest, Shopify Rebellion, and if I remember correctly, Cade would be there as well.
And Loud and Red are
I'm
duking
rooting
out
for Loud right now. Come on, Griffin, let's go.
You got this!
All right. Well, so we noticed there were a couple of teams that have already, dropped out of the playoffs for LTA North, just a few. And you might have noticed we had a couple of banners throughout the split. I think that was the coolest thing that we did.
They were pretty large.
The banners were large, but we have to admit something that has been kicked out already. We got to do something to those banners. Raz, what are we going to do to the banners?
Burn
We
them.
have to send. What?
Burn them.
The pyromaniac has spoken, but no, we're going to meet them halfway. We're going to destroy the banner.
We're going to destroy banners. Raz, I believe we have a banner destruction machine ready. Would you like the first? Who wants to do the banner?
Do it all.
You already
Yeah,
You
did
ruined
it.
the fit.
Get over there.
All right, I'll do it.
Get in there.
I'm going. All right, first banner. I'm going to go Dignitas. Here we go. Great
Final
season,
word for them.
Dignitas. I have to be the one to do this to you. A couple of roster swaps.
He's not sorry. He
couple
wanted
of
to.
banned social
He
posts.
volunteered.
Here we go. First banner destroyed. And there we have it. No. It's sad to see them go. It's sad to see them go. Oh, the Dignitas colors.
What is that?
What is it's in there?
I think
I
we
see a mouse
exploded
pad.
it.
I think
wait,
I
there's
see
a mouse
pad.
Yeah, a bunch of
We have a
pieces.
mouse pad.
It's
Like a
nice.
mouse pad. Well done.
Iconic.
All right, there we go. That's Dignitas. They were one of the first teams eliminated, actually. So that is the first one gone. Who wants to do the next banner
All
destruction?
right. Rock, paper, scissors for this one?
On shoot. On
Okay.
shoot. No.
You
Just
do.
one go. Ready?
Okay.
Wait. Are we doing 1, 2, 3?
On shoot.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh!
There we go.
Ah!
Damn. Damn.
Let's
Emily,
destroy
sorry, you weren't part of that
another
one.
banner.
Yeah.
What do we get out of this lion banner here?
That's a good question. We love that
Okay.
team.
Put it in there. Ah!
Okay.
Get in there.
Oh, it's Tiny Vet.
What the hell?
What we got?
You're way too happy about the destruction
Yeah.
of Lyon.
It's like Christmas.
Yeah, what
I
is
gotta
in
see
there?
what that's a literal lion. And I
There's
see
an actual
Yayo.
lion?
That's
Okay.
one lion. There's
Yeah, what comes
Yayo.
out when Lyon gets shredded?
Oh, I found 30. It's just top laners.
Oh,
It's just a
it's
bunch
all
of
my top
laners.
laners. No.
No. That's crazy.
That's sad.
All right, well, we will be destroying more later today as the loser of the series at the end of the day as well. So there's going to be 3 more destroyed in total because we're only going to have 3 teams remaining. So keep your eyes out for that. But let's bring the conversation to the series ahead of us today.
Okay.
C9 versus 100 Thieves. C9, surprise in the lower bracket. We definitely kind of thought that they'd be making a bigger run through the upper bracket, challenging FlyQuest at some point, but early drop down, and they looked shaky.
Yeah, this DSG series was such a shocker to me to see how strong DSG looked and also how comparatively a little bit lost at times looked, especially in some of these red side drafts that were coming out for DSG. I was really, really surprised. I predicted 3-0, and I think the entire desk did. Entire desk did.
Yeah,
That was very far.
It was.
3-1.
Because even
Oh wait, yeah, you did. You were the only
We
one.
all ate some toast, though.
It was probably the worst series I've seen from Thanatos, and then there's the Bard Corky lane that like they were losing out hard in. So like I don't think we'll see that version of them, but every single time I say that, there's another version of them that's weak. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, the last couple of weeks when they got upset by Shopify first, of course, last week was the most scary and worst looking one for them because even in that game number 5, I thought Disguise could actually win that game too. And we were so close on the lounge. We were talking about how if they had actually won that for Disguise, it would be the biggest upset of all time, in all of North American League of Legends history, and it was so close to happening. So Cloud9, they better have fixed a lot of stuff in practice leading up to this week.
Meanwhile, on the other side, 100 Thieves seem to have fixed a lot of stuff, all right? They put Dokla in there, and on top of that, like, their mid-jungle have been exceptional. Just seeing the turnaround from this team from 1-6 in the first 3 weeks to 6-1 has been ridiculous.
And they're doing it in like classic 100 Thieves fashion, right? Like, it's a lot through their team fighting. It's a lot through like just having the wherewithal to go in. In fact, I may have some team fights that we can take a look at.
All right.
If you guys want.
What's up, Xinjiao?
You can show us those. But while you're getting that set up, I just want to say in the last 2 series, C9 5-5, 100 Thieves 6-1, which is kind of crazy to think about, just the trajectory of the teams.
That is kind of crazy. This is one of the fights that kind of turned the trajectory for this game right now. TL have a 1K gold lead. They have actually just taken Drake. And what I want to get out of this, or I want people to watch, is River and later Ayla and their follow-up in how they get onto Yon. Because basically, Yon is going to end up about right here as we play through this clip. And the decisiveness with which River immediately realizes, okay, Yon is out of position, we're going on him immediately, immediate follow-up from Ayla, and he is absolutely deleted. He was one of the highest priority targets in this game. And then really quick, that immediately just swings the gold lead into 100 Thieves' favor. I think 100 Thieves' strong point as a team has always been their decisiveness. This is another team fight that I want to watch where the battle lines are kind of very clearly drawn across here. Drake is up, and the person I really want you to watch here is Ayla, because he was his recon in this was consistently stellar. They immediately get on to Yuji, so he not only can't end up getting this Drake, but also they're able to kill him off here as well. And this was kind of the death knell in this game for TL in terms of how, again, 100 Thieves just kept winning through team fights, even when TL looked like they might have a better map advantage. And I was really, really impressed with kind of the 1-2 follow-up, especially with a lot of Ayla's games in this series.
Yeah, I also think River and Quid, of course, had some really, really big plays. That game on the Trundle, it was really big as far as shredding the front line, a lot of really big pillars. And so we had multiple moments. 100 Thieves, you kind of said it, they look like Legacy 100 Thieves. They're completely back, and that's why there's so many people anticipating this matchup.
Yeah, and I love the focus that you had on Ayla. Ayla had a spectacular series, and I think when the team is very clear and focused on what fights they are taking, he looks incredible and very focused on what the actual job needs to be done on that one. And another thing, when he actually came onto the couch in the lounge and he spoke about what has changed about the team, he's like, we're fighting back on the aggression. So even though you're right, the team fights have been the main point, and like a lot of times River is really bloodthirsty on the calls that he wants to look for and taking every scrap. He's like, we're pushing back a little bit, so we're playing a little bit more the right way on the map.
Yeah, and I think it's, for them, it's always been about finding that balance, right? Between like, okay, when do we recognize when we can go in and make a team fight in our favor, or when are we overextending and trying to force a team fight? And I think that, in addition to some of their drafting, has just been a lot more, like you said, Kobe, like the vintage 100 Thieves that we know and love.
And I gotta say, I think a lot of that credit, you see the difference between when it was Sniper playing versus when they brought Dokla into playing the top lane. That more veteran voice from Dokla, it seems like that's when things started to get more on the same page. And I wouldn't be surprised how much of that comes from a player like Dokla just being confident to say, I want to do this, or like, I'm ready for this, let's go for it. I mean, his engages on Cyan have been great. He's been playing the Rumble too, which has really opened them up in drafts as well.
Yeah, and he's just been really outspoken, super high energy. Every day when he comes into the studio, he is completely, it feels like revitalized, to be back in professional play, and he's really like appreciating every moment of it. So we'll see. That top lane matchup coming into the, last weekend, I probably would have been like, oh, well, Thanatos for sure, right? Thanatos ranks every top laner.
Yeah.
But last week was very rough for Thanatos, so now it could be a little bit more under contention.
Who do you think? Thanatos, Dokla?
I mean, it's just Thanatos. But like, the problem is for me, anytime I make that decision, it's like, okay, yes, I'm favoring C9's players, but everybody has been talking about the choking side of it, and we'll get to it when we get to that conversation. But right now, I just can't believe it'll happen 3 times in a row. Shopify Rebellion incident, there's a disguised incident. Not 3 times in a row.
Jack is quaking in his boots watching at home right now because he knows that you curse him all the time.
Hey, what's going on here?
Cloud9 did arrive earlier today.
Security
Here we
footage?
have some security
this?
footage of their arrival. Emily, you're always complaining about how they never do anything crazy when they get out of the van. Let's see if anything crazy.
What are they up to today?
Like
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like normal
This is
footage.
ominous.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Wait, who
black
is
and
that
white
behind?
filters throwing
going on
I don't know what
here?
you're talking about. I don't see anybody. I just see
There's someone
C9
in
members.
the tree.
Loki's passing by.
There's something very strange
there's
behind that tree.
Wait a minute. What's happening?
going on here?
Is that a thief?
Blabber, let
Is
that
that
in.
one of the
Blabber,
100
no.
thieves?
Call LAPD!
That's crazy.
Why is he running like that?
That is crazy.
Can we give the thief some running lessons?
That is a villain right there.
That villain's phone was about to pop out of his pocket.
Yeah.
I'm calling LAPD
All right, if
now.
anybody has information about that thief on site here today, please let us know.
You got some info on it?
Crazy
man?
enough.
I'm just calling LAPD. That man was bald. Get him.
Crazy enough, I actually did run into that thief
Wait a
outside the
second.
studio, and he gave me the briefcase that C9 had. So we're gonna open this up
Vegas,
later today and see
I'd
what
like to,
C9 were
I'd
cooking.
like to challenge you to a running challenge.
Yeah, can we
right
see you
here.
run for a little bit real quick?
No,
Just to
I'm
make
not
sure.
cardio. Everyone knows that.
But what I noticed there was stealing information from C9 because 100 Thieves, they need to do that if they want to win this series. But I have the blueprint for success here for 100 Thieves, and I'm bringing it out. Here is the plan. If you want to get because we talked about that one last job from 100 Thieves. And 100 Thieves, when they were going up against the Team Liquid Bank, guess what? They came through the loading box, right? Through the loading box.
They had an approach.
They had to defuse the Ziggs bomb. They took that out. It was easy. Once they got through there, they entered in. There was a team bonding center that was happening here. They had to be able to like peruse it. Maybe a little bit of a distraction, right? Maybe one bomb goes off just to kind of fool the team.
Okay.
There's a patrolling Yanara, so they had to be able to go through that. Steve's vault, that's where you need to be.
That's where the money is.
There was a
Yeah,
quick
loaded.
job in there. They maybe got to look at Spawn's depressed face in Spawn's office before they went straight out, right through the front door.
Okay,
So
they
that
waved
happened.
at Spawn on the way out.
Yes. So that seemed to be the plan. It's
That's
going
a
to be
good
a little.
plan. I can buy that plan.
right.
It's going to be a little bit difficult.
Whoa!
C9's casino is a little bit well guarded because the problem is to get through Blabber's trophy case, you have to get through Vulcan's secure
Thieves being able to pull off this possible last job into last job into last job into last job. It would be a full lower bracket run. A gauntlet run, you could call it.
True.
And
You could.
actually, the most famous gauntlet run that we have ever had, as you saw on screen there, was from Cloud9. It is from the organization that 100 Thieves now have to actually take down, and they have to do it in a similar way. That Cloud9 gauntlet, they had to win 3 back-to-back-to-back best of 5s, 3 days.
Yep.
They did it. Can 100 Thieves actually defeat Cloud9 doing the same thing?
Stealing it from the original Thieves. Is it a mafia-run casino? It's a mafia-run casino.
It would be an epic lower bracket gauntlet run if 100
Yeah.
Thieves could do it. Made even more epic by the fact that they already pre-announced that the organization is going to be leaving the league.
Yeah.
That,
Steal a trophy on the way
That would
out.
just be mega aura. If 100 Thieves could do it all the way. I don't know, though.
Do what C9 and
Raz
done.
doesn't think they could do it.
We have Azale
Yeah.
standing by with FBI on stage. Let's hear from one of the players.
I'm here with FBI ahead of this series against Cloud9. So you guys had a bit of a rough start to the split. Started out 1-6, but in the best of 5 stage, you guys are 6-1. You guys have been absolutely on fire. What do you attribute that success to?
Yeah, I mean, I think we really struggled at the start just in terms of individual form and as well as team play. And I think having Dokla come in was pretty helpful for us in fixing a lot of those issues. So, yeah, I mean, I think we just kind of figured things out, you know, and now we're playing well as a team. And when you play well as a team, I think every individual just looks better.
So you've been on some teams that have made some pretty impressive runs, like playing with an energy roster and having some of those big runs. Does this start to feel like that? Does it start to feel like, hey, we could actually win it all? We can go really, really far here.
Yeah, for sure. I think internally, I feel like we feel like we're a good team, and when you feel like a good team, you always have a good chance of winning the split. You know, I'm not going to say that we're the favorites. I think every team has a pretty good chance, but beating C9 will go a long way to that. Yeah.
So what do you make of Cloud9? Because they've kind of been on the opposite trajectory of you guys. Everyone had been looking at them for most of the year as a lock for top 2 with FlyQuest, but they got knocked down to the lower bracket by Shopify. They narrowly got by Disguised. What's your kind of evaluation on how they are right now?
From my perspective, I think C9 is a team that plays most similarly to Stage in scrims. I think they're really disciplined and play pretty slow and controlled in scrims, but when it comes to Stage, I think that can be a bit of a problem. I think some of their players might have a tendency to play a bit too scared and a bit too safe, so I don't think we'll have any problem beating C9 today, yeah.
Cool. Well, best of luck. Thanks a lot, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, it has happened before.
It's true.
Like, even though they haven't played them in a best of this split or this year, the footage that you're seeing may be from last year when there was like C9 heavy favorites going, trying to basically get to Worlds, and guess who kicked them out of Worlds contention? It was 100 Thieves that got the job done, went to Worlds, and that was a shocker for everybody. So then there's a real question, because that's when the question started to get rolling, is are C9 chokers? But then this playoffs has been really tough for them because of the Shopify incident, the DSG incident, and then last split, of course, when they had the best of 5, could it feels like all rounded up in the finals versus FlyQuest. They lose those moments, so it feels like in clutch moments, and then you're even seeing, of course, the regular season performances that they regularly have versus the playoff performance. Are C9 chokers, is the question.
It is almost always ending lower in, first off, later in the year than earlier in the year, and also ending lower in playoffs than they did in regular season, which is interesting to think about, that they've had this trend for like a couple of years now. But you can just see in general, they've had a couple of first place finishes, but summer, they tend to slump a little bit. And unfortunately, Kobe, what season is it right now?
I mean, we are in summer.
We're in summer.
At the moment.
It's hot outside.
Yeah, there was one really first place summer up there.
That's true.
Yeah.
So,
That's true.
I mean, honestly, it's just that the last 2 weeks in a row have looked pretty bad for them. So they've really been on this steep decline. And that's why it has to be something that happened in practice this week leading up to right now to change people's minds. Otherwise, they're just going to think it's going to happen again.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. That's why right now, do I believe they're chokers? The answer is just, for me, yes. Like, you have so much evidence right out there. But I don't think it's going to happen 3 times in a row. Don't look at me like that. I don't think it's going to happen again.
Raz is going to resuscitate him. He's got the breathing apparatus.
So you think they're going to win now?
Look, Jack, don't watch this. I have a bit of a curse. But I'm getting word from my producers right now. The last time C9 lost Worlds and missed out on an opportunity 2 times in a row is?
Never.
Never has happened. Never happened.
Yeah.
Literally never happened. So maybe we're just pushing out bad vibes out there for C9 because they could make history happen today.
We.
I feel like this is exclusively you thing.
Yeah, this is you pushing out bad vibes.
I can't even tell which way he's going right now.
I can't.
Does he think that Cloud9 are going to win or not?
He's trying to do like the quadruple down, like reverse curse.
I think he's pre-flip-flop.
Yeah,
that's what's happening with
this is
the
biggest
He's trying to just confuse you.
So that way,
of all
later when whoever wins, he can pull a clip from earlier in the day and be like, "See, I said this." So,
yeah.
Hedging my bets.
Yeah, you can always be right.
My bets on the casino
That's a crazy
floor.
stat, though, just in general. Like, C9 have been so dominant for so long, and that's what that means, right?
Yeah.
Like, this would be historic if they missed out.
And I do think you can see some glimmers. Like, obviously, DSG were in a winning position in Game 5, right? But I did think their draft pivot was really interesting. If C9 are a team now that can kind of do that, which is something we know more from, I would say, FlyQuest or like coming out with these really creative like Game 4, Game 5 drafts. I also really liked Thanatos had a rough series. It was probably one of the worst series I've seen from him in a really long time. However, I did like his Rek'Sai setup in a lot of those team fights in Game 5. So if there's like a harbinger of good to counteract the bad vibes that Raz has brought upon C9. I do think there are some cool things that happened in that Game 5 against DSG that they could take going forward.
So what I'm hearing is games 1 and 2, an arrow, good drafts. Games 4 and 5, or games 3 and 4 are a little rough, but game 5 you liked.
Also the thing we learned is that if Jack in chat says it's a LeBron draft, he has cursed C9.
Oh!
Yeah, because we were tracking
it on him.
We were tracking Jack's like responses in chat when we would ask like how well an arrow did in draft.
Okay.
And yeah, that was their first loss. Was when he said it was a LeBron draft.
I'm interested. That being said, I'm also interested in Azael, who's standing next to Sven with the next interview.
I'm here with Sven ahead of the match against 100 Thieves. So 100 Thieves has been pretty hot in the best of 5 stage. You know, they're 6-1 over their last 2 best of 5s. And you guys haven't really been living up, I think, to the expectations that people had for you coming into playoffs. Are you guys still feeling confident, you know, given everything that's happened in the best of 5s?
Yeah, I mean, we're just stage maxing, you know, getting most best of 5s we can get. So it's all good.
Everything's going according to plan. 5 games against DSG, just extra practice.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, last week would have been 3-0 if Nick Smith was taking it serious in draft, but it's okay. I think we had good practice, and we'll get there.
So it's just coach gap, right? You know, he said he's the LeBron James of drafting 30% of the time. What is he the other 70% of the time?
I don't really know enough about basketball to give you a good analogy, but yeah.
Okay, so, but something not good, I'm taking. Okay. So coming into today, you know, what is it that you guys were focusing on, you know, this last week to kind of, you know, make sure that you're, you know, as prepared as you can possibly be after the DSG series and after the Shopify series?
I think in DSG series we were drafting a little, I wouldn't say cocky or something. We just had the wrong reads because we were winning too many scrims, and then we get like bad reads on like what matchups are actually okay to play on stage and which are not. And we were like losing matchups that we thought were winning because we were playing them in scrims and winning. So we had like a bad read, I guess. And we also gave them some champions that we wouldn't have given to any other team because we thought they wouldn't play them. So just some bad prep, I think. I think we had good prep in the first 2 games, and then we adapted poorly to how the series went on.
So are you feeling confident about your prep though this week?
Yeah, obviously we have to like prep for a lot of teams simultaneously because winning this one is the most important, but it's not as important as, you know, the next ones. So I mean, it's like everything, but yeah, we feel confident. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Best of luck.
Yeah.
All right.
They have a good idea of what they want to play.
Look,
These 2 mid laners
True.
know what they want to play. I think the main thing I wanted to point out, and something we've been talking about with 100 Thieves, specifically with Quid, is that Quid has been on a tear, not so coincidentally, at the same time 100 Thieves have been doing well. Meanwhile, we already talked about the Loki Zeri, right, and how that ended up popping off. The big thing for me for Quid is that he's playing more melee champions, which I think he's really, really good at. I don't know if you guys had anything you wanted me to point out.
The Galio as well. I mean, if we want to include the melee champions, I would include that too.
I feel like there's a misleading nature in this because even though this is shared, I'm putting straight this towards like the Loki side.
I also think it's interesting because the Aurora, obviously something that Quid has popped off on, but Loki's Aurora is insane. And one of the reasons he hasn't been able to play it is because they don't let him have it.
Yeah.
And this is one of the most hyped matchups because both of these 2 mid laners had mega big series and were really big factors in both their teams winning. So whichever one can get the actual mid lane advantage is going to have huge implications on this series.
Yeah, I mean, Loki put C9 on his back, basically, in that last series. We talked about the Zeri. I mean, he gets so fed so early in the game that he is just able to take over completely when the rest of C9 still looked a little shakier based on what would happen earlier in the series.
Yeah, and I know they talked afterwards about how he was the one calling for the Zeri, right? And I think that also speaks of his confidence in himself and the team's confidence in him to be able to pull this out in a really crucial game 5. And then, you know, it was one team fight, quadra kill, and the game was over.
Yeah. So they specifically, Vulcan was mentioning how, hey, we've been trying to poke and prod him to like say what he wants. And specifically, he did that, wanted Zeri, called out for it. And that is the greatest kind of reward you can get for a player calling out for a pick like Zeri.
And remember, rookie as well. I mean, this is the team enabling a rookie to come in here and have this type of performance. Rookie of the Year is a conversation that we're starting to have more of now, especially as we're at the end of the year. And I think that Loki is like, it has to be the front runner, right? Like, is it a conversation or is it just a name?
Race.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's a pretty one-sided conversation because, Loki is basically the main candidate. And pretty much everybody is on that hype train because of what we're seeing from him in these high-pressure games. And that's the main thing here, is that now we're in basically the most high pressure that you can possibly get.
Yes.
Historic, as Raz brought up, that Cloud9 have never missed Worlds twice in a row. But if they lose this series, they would miss Worlds twice in a row. And he was huge in their previous series, so he's going to have to be a huge factor here since Quid is such a big carry for their team.
So intense. I'm curious now, Raz.
Yeah?
Specifically.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
For predictions.
Oh.
Look,
Only because I still think.
I'm a truth speaker.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
I'm
only Kangas is going 100
alone.
Thieves. I actually was like, okay, if C9 of the split show up, it's like a 3-0, 3-1, right?
Yeah.
100 Thieves have looked better. I do think some of their teamfight setups can not necessarily confuse C9, but definitely surprise them, right? And that is 100 Thieves' like greatest strength. But I still think Santos is not going to have the series he did against DSG. I think he even looked like more coordinated with the team in that game 5, and it's C9.
I'm going 100 Thieves, baby. I'm all aboard the hype train. Choo choo.
You were
big
on
dog
the
food,
train.
man.
You were already
We got
on the
River
hype
and
train.
Quid. They found their mechanics again. Fibby's got his confidence back. Ayla just beat Core JJ, the support that he was playing under for like 2 years on Team Logout Academy. This 100 Thieves, baby.
Hold up.
We are disrespecting them with only one prediction in their favor.
Weren't you off the hype train at a certain point?
I had to get off and visit some family, and then I got
okay.
back on the hype train, and now we're going all
So
the
you
way.
you only support them when they're doing well.
That's
I
what I'm
support
hearing.
them when I actually believe in them. They did not give me a lot of reason to believe in them at the beginning of Split 3, but now they are picking it up, and I actually do think that they're favored in this match.
This man's a fraud.
Okay, so as
it.
Emily brought up, it really depends, because what we have most recently seen from these two teams, if we're just going by even like last weekend, then I would also say 100 Thieves actually were playing way better and they should be favored. But if you're thinking about the entire year and what you're thinking the team is going to look like with the extra week of practice, that's where you can have some other opinions. And
Okay.
we do.
What's your opinion, Raz?
My opinion is we start the show, we get rich with the series.
Let's
Start
go!
the games!
Hype train!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. This week, we crown the North Conference champions before our competition against the South teams starts next week. Today's competitors face a fierce challenge. Win today and keep fighting for a chance at Dallas and Worlds, or spend the rest of the year on the sidelines. First up, Cloud9 has been favored all year to make the run, but their recent performances haven't inspired faith in fans. Their opponents, 100 Thieves, have the opposite story. A shaky year overall, but a lot of hope after recent surging performances. Can Cloud9 rise to meet expectations, or will 100 Thieves keep the dream alive and pull off the upset? The LTA starts right now with this best of 5. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Jat and Azael for this one. It's a big deal for both these teams.
It's such a big deal, and I'm glad we're straight into draft already. The winner of today extends their season beyond just the next round. While they could still be in contention for the conference championship, the win here qualifies them for LTA playoffs. So important. Loser will go home here.
Exactly. You lose today, you are done for the year. You can't go to Worlds. And it would be the first time that Cloud9 had ever missed back-to-back Worlds. They did not go last year. So heavy stakes here today for these two teams, but it's been 100 Thieves that have been absolutely on fire lately. This team has been killing it in the best of 5s, and it's been Cloud9, with that role reversal that is the team that has been struggling.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see the Lounge predict 3 out of 4 for Cloud9, considering the performances we saw just last weekend. I think 100 Thieves is a real contender here, but getting into the draft, we have Yone, Trundle, and Wukong banned out by C9. Over on the other side, 100 Thieves playing the red side tax with Pantheon and Azir alongside that Poppy. First pick, very standard stuff. The Orianna locked in here for C9.
I think just giving Loki something that he can be okay in lane with and scale well in game 1 is smart. But then, like always, Doka's just going to lock in Rumble as soon as it is possible. Every single time he's been on the LTA stage, it's what he's done. First game Fearless Rumble for Doka again.
And we have an instant response here, so they're clearly expecting that. They have the Galio counter, to this Rumble or answer, whatever you want to call it, and then pairing that with the Nocturne. So Nocturne plus Orianna Shockwave combo, the Galio to come in over the top. They are going full dive here. And 100 Thieves are kind of already showcasing the same with that Vi being drafted. You can't just pivot when you have Vi and say, oh, we're just going to play a poke comp instead, or we're going to play peel back. Vi really only does one thing. So both teams are just going right at each other here. The Akali, I feel, could be quite difficult to navigate here against the Galio in the team fights because you can be taunted out of your smoke screen, which makes things really, really tough for that Akali.
It's also something that Quid loves to play. It was their game 1 pick in their Lyon best of 5 as well. It was actually the first melee champion he'd played in Split 3 after always spamming the range champions. And we were thinking, hey, maybe this is a different type of draft strategy for them. Then last week he played great on range champions, so he's just improved. But it did start with his Akali game.
And it was great to see him back in the melee carries, right? This is what a lot of people associate with Quid as a player, is the ability to carry games on these melee assassin type of mid laners compared to the more control mage styles. But getting into the second half of the draft here, both sides, they've got their solo lanes, they've got their junglers, so it's going to be bottom side bans as the focus, and it's 2 supports so far with the Bard and the Nico banned away.
Yeah, and it just seems like a lot of targeting in towards Vulcan. Obviously, Bard has been getting popular in general in the league, but Vulcan, one of the best Bard players in the league, absolutely. They're going to take away the Alistar as well, so that does lead me to believe that they might be wanting to go for a Rel here. It's a great combo with the Rumble, and so we'll be curious to see if Cloud9 is going to care about that, or if they're going to actually ban out the Rel here to try to deny what feels like the obvious pick the 100 Thieves would be going for.
Yeah, and it's game 1 with no 80 carry ban, so I wonder when we'd see something like Yunara or Varus, but at the same time, a champion like Kai'Sa does pair well in these dive compositions to push you over the top, but with Yunara being available, wouldn't be surprised if they lock it in here.
I think it's probably Rel. I mean, to me, the Alistar ban just screams Rel, so it's kind of what I am expecting them to go for here. But definitely could be paired with it, Yunara on 5 if they want to. Zen has been playing a ton of Corki, and they're just going to insta-lock the Corki. He has been playing a lot of this. He hasn't been playing a lot of the standard crit marksman that a lot of other people have been prioritizing. So I'm going to be curious to see, where FBI wants to take this. How nervous is he about the potential dive? You can go something like Yunara, but you're playing against Galio, Nocturne, the Nautilus as well. Like, you are going to want safety. So how nervous is he? Does he go Ezreal or Xayah? Those are kind of the more safe picks, and it is going to be the Ezreal. I think it makes a lot of sense just based on the composition that they're showing. There's no ability to outplay Nautilus ult into Nocturne Galio ult.
Especially with the Orianna right on top of it, with the timing, if you have the knock wave perfectly coming through, like, this is a massive amount of threat and dive. I don't think that you're playing too cautious or taking the easy way out here, locking in the Ezreal. It feels kind of mandatory.
Yeah, and the thing I always love about the Ezreal is when both comps are aggressive, not only can you stay safe, but you have the True Shot Barrage to be throwing in on that Vi ulted target, right? So you can assist on the dive. Obviously, both teams are going to be kind of be full sending it, and it feels like the AD carries are going to be more out on their own, trying to survive in this case. So it's going to be an exciting game number 1. These kind of compositions tend to snowball very heavily one way or the other.
That's exactly what I was going to say, and with how much scrapping 100 Thieves has been doing lately, there is that pretty high chance we see some fights early and often. But it's hard to say with that, Flowers, because game 1s are often the touchy-feely games. With these compositions, you're expecting to see a lot of fighting.
Yeah, the game 1s have been pretty low octane, I would say, in some of our recent head-to-heads here, and then they heat up as things go forward. But with these 2 compositions, I feel like it's kind of hard to play low octane because you want to get ahead. You want to be the team that when you full send for the dive, like we're talking about with these 80 carries being left alone, if we send 4 dudes after the 80 carry, one dies and the other doesn't, that fight is going to go pretty much one way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think especially, when you're playing on the 100 Thieves side, when you have your top side being triple melee, like they are playing a 4 melee team, I feel like they really do need to play aggressive. And my big question is, how can this Akali navigate, all of the CC, all of the difficulty that is there on that C9 side? There's so many answers for the smoke screen, for that shroud that's supposed to keep you safe, that's supposed to make you untargetable. You can get taunted out of it, you can get feared out of it, you can get hit by shockwave in it. All of this AoE, all of that CC could make Quid's life really, really difficult. So he's going to have to approach these fights very carefully.
I also want to see how they approach this early game, because Blabber is a big time enjoyer of having winning lanes to try and get as many crabs as possible. And I think if C9 plays these lanes properly, there's a chance they can get 2 or 3 lanes of prio. The big one for me to watch is going to be the top lane with Galio and Rumble to see who can get that shove early. Galio being an counter pick or answer, depending on how you look at it. But the fact that they gave the Rumble knowing it was first picked so they could lock the Galio instantly makes me think that Thanatos has been wanting this matchup.
Exactly, because you look at Rumble, you look at the popularity of this character, how frequently he is picked or banned, and the fact that he goes over to red side in game 1, and then Cloud9 on blue just opts for a very standard safe pick in Orianna instead, it means that Thanatos has to be confident in this. He has to be saying, I want this matchup, I know I'm going to win this, let's slam it.
And I mean, when you talk to coaches, they generally will tell you that as far as Fearless goes, when you're talking like game 3, 4, 5, it is very hard to actually predict the drafts, and a lot of them feel like it's not worth spending a ton of time on that because there's so many variables in what can be happening during the series. But game 1 and 2, they feel like generally is kind of locked, right? A lot of times they feel like their prep for that is very, very good. And when you see the instant responses, their prep is exactly what they were expecting, right? They don't need to talk about it because they predicted the picks and they already have their responses that they've discussed and agreed upon. And that's kind of what the C9 draft signified to me, is they knew what 100 Thieves was going to go for, they knew what their response was going to be, and that's why they were moving through so quickly.
Update for everybody right now. The pause is because Sven's monitor had some flickering occurring with it. I believe League officials are currently in the process of replacing the connector cable to make sure that that's going to be taken care of so that our AD carries can lock in. It's already a hard game to be an AD carry with these 2 drafts. You don't need the monitor flickering out randomly in the middle.
Yeah, definitely not. They did get a nice early trade in that lane as Vulcan landed his first hook, and Sven was able to get the phosphorus bomb on top of that. But as you can see, he's typing as much as he can, tabbing as much as he can, making sure the monitor is working properly.
All right, looks like we are going to be getting back in the game here pretty soon. And I think that Nautilus is also going to be a huge problem for the side of 100 Thieves if they fall behind, considering you don't have a tanky top laner. You have, like we were already talking about, this Akali that if she's pulled out of the smoke, she is immediately in danger. Nautilus ulti to mark her, you pop the smoke, then you're immediately taunted. It doesn't even matter. Like, you're just dead.
Yeah, it's really difficult to play against these kind of compositions, but if you can play it really well and be able to dodge out these CCs, be able to draw a lot of pressure, then that is creating a ton of space for your teammates, right? If they're going to be sending the taunt and the fear and the Nautilus and all these things on the Akali, well, what's happening to FBI? Nothing, right? FBI is going to be free firing. So the question is, can Quid be able to absorb that pressure, create space and still have a lot of value in these fights? Both Loki and Quid coming off a great series last week. Yeah. These guys really were on fire for their teams, and I think they are going to be such a big part of success or failure for either squad.
I mean, Quid and River were absolutely insane last week in their 3-0 against Team Liquid. I will say that even when 100 Thieves was struggling, I know a lot have been made about Dokla versus Sniper, but Quid and River weren't performing that well either. So last week, I'd say they were the big carries for the team, with Quid getting the player of the series, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and talking to FBI in the interview that I just did with him, he was saying they felt a lot of their issues were about individual performance, right? It wasn't just about Doka coming in; it's about players not playing to the level that is expected of them normally, and feels that they're playing just like a lot better individually now.
Okay, let's see where our junglers are going to head here, as we do see them on opposite sides of the map. Bottom lane priority is controlled by 100 Thieves. Blabber going to step forward here into the enemy jungle. Does not see a chicken camp or an enemy jungler or anything really to take, so instead just heads back up here to the river. Will take that Scuttle Crab. We already mentioned how Blabber likes to be able to play around these winning lanes, and crabs are still going to get split.
100 Thieves going for one last job.
One last job. Just
their
one more.
Final split here in the LCS and LTA. And they're seeing if they can pull off the greatest heist of their lifetime.
a couple weeks ago, this would have been completely unthinkable, that they'd have a chance to eliminate Cloud9 like they did last year to end up going to Worlds. This isn't a Worlds qualification yet, but it could be a Cloud9 elimination if they keep pulling this off.
It's not a Worlds qualification, but it is a Worlds elimination, is the thing. Yeah, you can still have to qualify later on to get there, but you don't even get another chance if you lose here today. That's why I think this matchup is so intense between these two, especially considering the difference in expectation coming into it, right? This entire year, I feel like we've been talking about FlyQuest versus C9. Oh, that's the top two. Everybody's challenging. They're trying to break into the top two. But with the recent Cloud9 shaky performances and this 100 Thieves that has really come together in a way that we have not seen since, well, honestly, the beginning of the year, it's feeling really close.
Yeah, it is. But, this year, it has not been going C9's way in this specific matchup. We have seen that it is
two games
that they have actually been able to win. Not one, but two.
All right.
200% win rate.
Twice as many as one.
But they haven't dropped to them just yet. Of course, they haven't played a tremendous amount, but they are doing well against Cloud9.
They are. I think, David 100 Thieves was clear to point this out as well, so shout out to him for the stat. The 200% win rate for 100 Thieves so far against Cloud9. I wonder how much C9, I think C9 will probably remember last year, the Worlds qualification that 100 Thieves managed to make it to the Worlds play-in stage by beating C9. That's going to be, I think, more at the forefront of their memory and not want to let that happen again.
All right, well, 5.5 minutes into the game. We have not seen any big attempts at plays come out just yet, but both of our junglers now are over halfway to level 6, and both of these ultimates are so powerful for ganking and playmaking. I'm expecting, at the very least, to get some kind of a move here once we see those jungle level 6s. Ayla has to defensively crash down to get away from Vulcan, and Sven down there in the bottom lane as Blabber continues to hover around mid.
It's almost like he's waiting for River to try and gank. He's also just holding here so Loki can get the shove. Quid has level 6 and is freezing the wave, so there's the all-in.
Yep, Quid immediately jumps in. Loki down to 300 HP. Blabber going back after Quid, but it's first blood already to the other side as River picks it up. Now Blabber's got to try to escape. Flashes away. The 5-point strike takes him down to 50 HP. It's 1-0, 100 Thieves.
I mean, that was just so well played by Quid. Having the level 6 first, he was like putting C9 in such a difficult spot because Loki didn't want to back up and lose even more experience, so he had Blabber hovering him. And then the fact that they pull off the kill even after he was there is just so well played by Quid and River.
Well, it's actually really interesting because Blabber was hovering Loki to try to cover him on a potential all-in. But the problem is, look how close Loki got to level 6. He actually was just a hair away. He's soaking experience. So the shared XP, I think, actually meant the difference between him getting level 6 or not. Blabber had no camps to clear, so he's saying, I'm expecting an all-in, I'm expecting a play here, so I will cover. But, when you look at the experience, well, unfortunately, he has leveled up. He's been getting experience since then. But he was a hair away. So I really have to wonder if him covering there did actually leech just enough XP to prevent Loki from getting 6, and I think it did.
It's definitely possible, but I was also watching the earlier laning phase. Quid did so well with the fleet footwork, door and shield to Kali. He was actually the second one to reset in the mid lane. He teleported back without losing as many minions as Loki, so he was winning these like really tiny micro battles that led up to that moment where he was level 6 and Loki couldn't quite ping over the top.
And especially for a player like Quid that, again, we mentioned, this guy is known for his melee carries. This is kind of what he proved himself on. If you can get through the laning phase on a Kali feeling strong, feeling unpunished, unchecked in terms of your ability to farm and scale up, you can be an absolute monster once the game goes on.
Yeah, no, honestly, even prior to that kill, he was already up a couple CS, which is not a huge deal, but it's just not what I was expecting in this melee versus ranged matchup. Generally speaking, you are kind of just trying to withstand the onslaught. You're getting poked down. It can be difficult to keep up in CS, but Quid did have that slight advantage over Loki, and now they got that early kill on him, and definitely is going to spell good things for 100 Thieves. Quid just was such a monster last week for this team. And when this guy is feeling himself, when this guy is playing at his best, I mean, he is MVP caliber, right? Like, he can be the best player in the league on his day. And it's definitely a good sign for 100 Thieves fans, I think, that he's having a start like this.
Got to have the right vibes. The just insane play that he's had on Akali. Even in the Lyon series, he's the only one really playing it here in the LTA North. This was straight into the first pick, Orianna, that Loki pulled out. But Flowers were also kind of starved for action here. That was the first kill we've seen in the series that we're hoping is a very, very bloody game.
And I mean, that's kind of what we preface this first game with is a lot of these times, now that we've hit the best of 5 phase, teams are a little bit cautious about dipping their toes into the water here for the PvP in the first game of the best of 5 series. Update for all y'all, you can see here, we do have some league officials once again working on the monitor here. It seems the same issue from before is once again plaguing Sven. I believe they replaced some of the extensions on the cables earlier. Now the entire cable itself is going to be replaced to try to solve the monitor flickering issue because, yeah, that Corki's going to need to be on point.
Yeah, I mean, one flicker and that's Akali one-shotting
blinks, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Akali kills you in 0.1 seconds. That's a flicker, and you're done.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Sven as well, because this Corki, while he has been going to it a lot, has had some rough early games on it. You know, C9 has seemed to kind of struggle in the laning phase with this Corki, though in a lot of those performances, they do end up coming back. They end up winning the game. But it is interesting to see, you know, how high of a priority that they have been putting on this, you know, compared to the rest of the LTA. Obviously, Corki is really, really popular globally. You know, it is the most played on this patch when you do look globally. But here it is one more time. So I wanted to see the experience on Loki. I guess we're not actually.
So we're looking at Blabber's experience to see if it goes up. The producer just told me this is proof that no experience was leached. So they were watching minions die, and we were looking at the bottom left to see Blabber's experience.
So he was just out of range.
He was just out of experience range. So
Loki was 1 minion off then.
Yeah.
And that's tough. I mean, that because when he died, look at his experience right there, right? So that's legit 1 minion off. So that, to me, then, if we are certain that Blabber did not actually leech any experience, if he had the wherewithal to be far enough back that he didn't, then that is just one of those things where before you commit to that fight, you have to try to make sure that you can actually get that last minion, try to finish that off, or try to play a little bit more slowly. Either way, I think they thought they had the jump, right? They were playing confident in that position because Blabber was there, but River shows up. Yes, River shows up second, but he's able to Q flash in, kill off Loki before he can get 6, and it's just a really nice play from the duo that really for a lot of the 100 Thieves era, they have been the star duo, right? Even when the rest of the team hadn't been working well, it had always been, well, River and Quid might get you across the finish line.
Yeah, River and Quid is one of the biggest reasons for 100 Thieves to get excited about this roster, right? Like, these guys, when they're both in sync and making plays, are so much fun to watch. Unless you're the team that's against them, and then they're absolutely terrifying to have to deal with because Quid can be that guaranteed cannon, that guaranteed damage, and River is such a good playmaker.
Looks like we're going to be getting back in the game as they are saying they're ready. The cables have been replaced. Fingers crossed, that this is the last time that Sven's screen is going to flicker. Just a small gold lead here for 100 Thieves with it being concentrated on that mid jungle because of the early kill.
And you can see last week, you know, how good Quid and River were. I mean, look at just the score lines. 23 and 30 is absolutely ridiculous. And we don't actually have his damage per minute, but his DPM, his average Quid for the series was like 950. Like nearly 1,000 DPM as your average for the series is absolutely disgusting. And River was involved in so much of that. Has been so active and a great start for him.
Well, he's going to smite down the first grub as C9 approaches to challenge for the remaining 2s. Sven and Vulcan already here. However, the 100 Thieves bot lane duo also on the approach. Grub number 2, that's going to be smoked down by Blabber. 1-1 so far. Immediately, River going to get engaged on stuck CC. Loki taking a kill as River is left isolated by the rest of the Thieves. C9 pick up a freebie to tie it up in kills, and they're going to take the lead on grubs.
I was going to say, with the client right now, it looked like River was being super greedy, but his flash isn't actually up. He burned it in the first blood kill for Loki. I think the pause has desynced the graphics a little bit there, so that was just a smart ult by Blabber there. River didn't have the Q to escape, and they get the kill and the grub.
Yeah, didn't have his flash, but did still elect, you know, he had the earlier Q charge up, and he decided, okay, I want to stay in. Maybe there's an angle for a fight. And then I think that's where Cloud9 say, all right, you have no flash, you have no Q, now we're going to engage. Now you're going to get punished here. So, you know, yes, he did not have that flash, and that's great to call out because that spectator is desynced after that pause. But definitely did have the option, I think, to leave after that first grub. And wasn't sure if he wanted to or not because his bot lane was around on the top side. You know, Quid was cheating down from mid lane, and I think he thought there was an opportunity that they might be able to take a fight. But either way, it is just that one kill. And 100 Thieves going to be able to grab a dragon off the back of that.
And getting the Drake off the back of it isn't actually that bad of a compromise. The kill going over is going to be really good for Loki so he doesn't fall too far behind in this Akali lane where he gave up the first blood. But 100 Thieves now one step towards that Dragon Soul.
Yep, you can see very, very modest gold leads here for both the mid and jungle of C9 after that exchange, that altercation at the Grubs. Also, a nice cozy little lead there, plus 200 gold for Sven on the Corki. He did get assist money contributing for that kill onto Rivers Vi. As we can see, Ayla clearing out some vision here. Both supports kind of at the point where they want to be able to roam around, try to influence some of the other lanes. Both of them do have the ultimates available, and both are running Spellbook, so I'm expecting some creativity here soon.
Yeah, I mean, Spellbook is so interesting because it's such like a kind of hit or miss type of rune, right? You know, when you don't have Aftershock, you are losing a lot of tankiness, especially in the early game where you're really relying on those stats, but you can get tremendous value out of something like that Spellbook Exhaust, right? But it's all about finding the right window of opportunity to get big value out of it. You know, the baseline is very low, and especially on a champion like Nautilus that I feel like is already pretty squishy, you've got to be sure about your engages.
All right, here's the engage topside now as Dokla is about to fall. Thanatos and Blabber will cut him to ribbons. Blabber taking the kill.
And Blabber getting 2 for 2 on his early Nocturne ultimates is really good momentum on Nocturne early on in the game. Whenever you can start using that basically on cooldown and getting positive plays each time, it's exactly how you want to play the pick. And that was just the simplest of all ganks. Just run top with the taunt. Now he's got his Hexplate locked in as his first item. He's off to the races, Azale.
Yeah, really, really well played there. And you can see Thanatos have been kind of constantly going in for those trades, so I don't even think Dokla really thought anything about it. You know, he had been scrapping with him pretty heavily. And there's not really any opportunity for Dokla to respond to it. He immediately knows he's dead. He doesn't even try to drop the equalizer on them. He just equalizes the wave to be able to clear that out to try to protect the tower. And as a result, he will lose some minions. He will lose his life, but he won't lose a plate. And so that at least is something. And so, you know, best of a bad situation there from Dokla. But Cloud9, you know, now up a little bit of gold here. Blabber getting active and having that experimental Hexplate is going to be really nice. And getting the ulti haste early on, being able to just constantly rinse and repeat these ultimates exactly how you want to play Nocturne. You just want to power farm and then ult every single time it's up.
So we mentioned the experimental Hexplate being completed for Nocturne, of course, but there's also first items coming online in a couple of different roles here, as you do have the Hallowed Radiance completed for Thanatos. Loki completing his Rod of Ages at 12 minutes means round about 22 minutes into the game is going to be when he gets the full power spike from that one. Trinity Force on Corki also huge, as FBI's Ezreal isn't quite at the same power spike himself. Proto Belt on Akali is also just that much more burst on a champion that's already so burst heavy. Quid has the opportunity to really be an X-factor in one of these upcoming skirmishes.
Just get a little bit of extra mobility as well. I think he's still in a comfortable spot in the game, especially once we move down to the side lane here. Feeling like one of the more immune to Nocturne ultimate champions with all of the extra tools now he has to outplay that. So we'll see how these side lanes evolve now that they've switched the lane assignments.
Yeah, I really want to see the first major 5v5 team fight and how that goes, how 100 Thieves will be able to navigate it, because I do feel like that can determine so much for the course of the game when you're playing, you know, for melee comp, you know, melee heavy comps in general. I just feel like it's hit or miss, right? You know, you get ahead, all of a sudden you hit a certain breakpoint where you deal so much damage that they can't survive the dive. But if you do not create that lead, it is so difficult to pull these comps off, you know, against Corki, against Nocturne, against Galio, all these champions that are naturally going to be able to punish you for grouping up. And 4 melee comps just have that tendency to clump as they're targeting the same person.
Yeah, and if we're using last week as any indicator for 100 Thieves, they're going to have some really messy, drawn-out fight where they're putting themselves in positions where they have to outplay. Last week, they were able to outplay against Team Liquid almost every single time they needed to. Actually, they were consistently down about 2,000 gold in the mid-game against Team Liquid and then fought their way back every single time. So, yes, they are down 1,000 gold, a little bit to the Galio, a little bit to the Nocturne. I don't think that necessarily worries them, but just kind of wait for that big fight, which will probably happen around one of these next two objectives.
And I kind of feel like that's signature 100 Thieves is that, you know, sometimes they'll take these fights, they won't go well, but they're going to keep taking them, right? And when this team really is rolling, they have so much confidence in their ability to execute on these plays that they'll take aggressive fights, and then even if it goes bad, they're just going to keep sticking with the plan. They're going to keep going back, and they're going to be looking to just kind of out-hands you in these 5v5s where they just have the confidence that they're just the better 5v5 team, and they have so much practice playing that style because of their aggressive nature.
All right, we've got less than 10 seconds on the clock before this next dragon spawns. He's roaring on the backside of the pit right now. However, there's also the additional reward of the Herald's going to be spawning here in 20 seconds. If one team just gets completely wiped here off of a bad fight, it's not just the Drake, it's probably the Herald right after. C9 are going to be first to start this up. Dokla's coming down here with the teleport, ready to join. You can see River charging up the Vault Breaker, goes into the backside of the pit, but now he's got to be a little bit careful as Paranoia has already shut off the lights. Nice taunt coming out from Thanatos, locking up the enemy jungler. Feet of Warfare secured alongside the Drake. Vulcan looks to get away over the wall, probably going to be killed off here by Quid as the rest of C9 works to take down 100 Thieves. Ayla, FBI, and Dokla all on the run. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far with the Drake going the way of Cloud9.
Pretty crazy that only ended up as a 1-for-1 because I thought the start was so good for C9. They managed to kind of catch River staring at the objective. It happened at the Grubs as well as the Drake here. Blabber just goes on him early before the Drake is in smite range, and they managed to take him out before he can really do anything in this one.
One of the critical things, though, is the Shockwave's a full whiff here from Loki. You know, he tries to hit this Shockwave, it looked like, onto him, and it seems like it just completely misses onto the Vi. I'm not even sure how it did. I don't know if that was a bug or what happened there, because it looked like it was right on top of him, but no damage comes out when the Shockwave is going down. I don't know if it's like a during fear thing or because he was in the wall or what was going on there, but when that happened, I was kind of concerned that they weren't going to be able to burst him down, that something, you know, might be possible to get turned around, but at the end of the day, they still do get the Dragon. Yeah. They're going to grab the Herald here, almost guaranteed as well, and Cloud9 wins that first major team fight, puts himself into a great spot. And you can see their carries, you know, going for a relatively tanky build here. We already have the Roa for Loki. He wants to make sure that he can survive the dive.
Yeah, and considering they got 2 out of 3 of the Grubs, they just won the Drake fight, and now immediately picking up the Herald after, that's also the feat of neutral objectives alongside the feat of Warfare that they hit first. So the boots are already secured for Cloud9 as well, on top of this 1,500 gold lead, on top of this objective advantage overall, and that lead is still going to climb further, or at least it should by expectations, once they drop this Herald.
Yeah, Blabber is also continuing to farm at a pretty fast rate. When they drop that Herald, I think they're going to be looking for whatever member used their flash in the last fight. So River and Dokla, probably the main targets, even though FBI has no flash. He's got a flash on his kit.
He's still Ezreal.
He's still Ezreal, so I feel like they're going to be looking to attack Dokla potentially with that top lane turret being pretty low.
Yeah, and we'll see how on point they are, you know, with that Knockwave combo, if they can pull it off, because if you can pull it off perfectly, you can't even arcane shift it, right? Because it comes out right before you're arriving, like it's in the air. So even if you shift during that time,
yoink.
Exactly. You're just snap back and the Nocturne still arrives. So the timing has to be really, really good, both offensively and defensively. Sven's in trouble.
Oh, yeah. This Corki is not where he wants to be, and 100 Thieves are ready to collapse. Sven already down. C9 tries to get something back a little bit there, fighting back with Blabber, but now up in the top side of the river, Vulcan's about to get cooked. Quid picks up the kill on that one, and the Thieves are ready for a heist. Ayla coming around behind the turret. They don't have a minion wave, though, so there's not an additional play to make on Loki, but 100 Thieves just picked off both of the enemy bottom laners.
Yeah, that was really well done. They spotted Sven going through the portal, and everyone from 100 Thieves just piles in. They get the kill onto Sven. They get the flash off of Blabber, who tried to ult in and actually peel for him. And then on the other side, Dokla is able to do most of the work to actually take down Vulcan. So just like that, it's kind of the 100 Thieves MO. Yeah, they lost the first fight, but it doesn't mean they're going to back off the next one.
Maybe some 100 Thieves magic here. I mean, I think C9 thought the top lane turret was so free and potentially a dive was happening bottom lane, but then they were moving up really slow to cover the dive and just catch Sven taking that portal backwards. Immediately, everybody commits to that kill with 100% effort, and as you mentioned, Azael, Dokla then taking away the just Nautilus, who's behind the play with Redemption. Really squishy champion there that Rumble's able to take down.
Plus, on the end of the fight, by the time everything was already said and done, Thanatos was channeling his teleport. Teleports for a whole lot of nothing, and now it's Dokla who's in a little bit of trouble. There's your taunt after Blabber goes in for the initial engage, and Dokla is down. C9, strike back.
He couldn't get him top lane because the play fell apart. Guess what? He still has no flash, and they're going to do the same thing.
He's still good to go.
Yep, they go right back to it. And this time, there's nothing for Dokla to do. I mean, it's pretty much CC 100-0. When you have no flash, no one's around. Even if you flash, you're not getting out from that situation. So, pretty tough spot. Blabber, though, maybe going to get pushed out of his jungle. But as we do see Ayla recalling, River's not going to commit to anything crazy.
It's the confidence man play. You stay there, you don't even move your character, you keep farming that wolf, and the enemy jungler will psych himself out and leave. He won't even try to fight for it. He knows that something's got to be going on. Why would you just stand there?
It's absolutely the aura of the farming jungler.
It's the aura play.
Right there.
This is something in top lane I like to call outdumbing them. It's like where someone is in a losing matchup and they're just walking at you and you're like, his jungler has to be here. There's no way. You're backing up. You're
would never
overthinking
do this.
it. Like, this is so stupid. I would just solo kill him. And then you see on the map 2 seconds later the jungler's bot lane. I was like, he just outdumbed me.
He's so bronze, it's Challenger. He's just taking you out. All right, bottom side here, we do have our next Drake just about to spawn as 100 Thieves will take the Scuttle Crab beforehand, and River is ready to start this objective up.
Yeah, Dokla teleporting in as well. Galio and Orianna a little bit lagging behind. Blabber has ultimate, though. I think C9 is going to look to contest this one.
Yeah, C9's on the approach. The Dragon is already down to about half HP, but not dropping particularly quickly as Quid's going to go through the Hex Gate here. Blabber stepping forward with the Paranoia, but the Drake is already secured by River's Vi. C9 looking to disengage. Crash down Magnet Storm, doesn't find much of anything, and immediately Ayla is killed. Into the back line go River and Quid. They're looking for the damage onto Loki, but it's Sven dying first. Vulcan dying second. 100 Thieves turn on the afterburners, and C9 gets cooked.
They just full sent it, and Quid played that fight out beautifully, flying into the backline, drawing so much pressure. He gets over the wall with the Nautilus ult, so even when the Nautilus ult lands, there's no ability to follow up on it from Cloud9. He creates that space for his squad. He's able to ult back over the wall, help to finish off those kills. They get the smite, they get the fight. They're still down nearly 2K, but 100 Thieves are battling it out.
And Blabber and Loki are not on the same page with this Nocturne Orianna. Watch this. He presses the Nocturne ult, gets stunned, then the Shockwave comes out. I imagine Blabber is saying now, probably tried to activate his art while he was stunned, ends up standing in place. Then the re-engage after the Shockwave misses gives 100 Thieves so much confidence to fly in.
And look at how Quid played this out. You know, over the wall,
so
draws the Nautilus ult, River goes in, he helps to finish off that kill, then ults back over the wall to help get Sven, really playing it well. But, you know, I'm not sure if that first Orianna ult was a bug in the Dragon fight, but this one definitely looked like just a whiff and a really nice shattering strike there from Ayla. The stun comes in denying what I think you're calling out.
Probably a combo.
Exactly. They're trying to go for that combo, and this time just gets stunned right when he wanted to go for it.
Well, right now, you can see who's on the map, who's arrived on the Summoner's Rift.
My favorite objective.
The Harbinger of all doom has arrived. Otacon is on the map. He is the action man. There's usually some kind of crazy action that happens with him. That top lane tier 1 turret, thank you observers, 12 HP out of 5,000. Still standing on this thing, as now immediately 100 Thieves ready to go in after Blabber. They find a ton of damage and complete the kill with no response yet from C9. Thanatos teleports in, but he's immediately met by River, who stops him from being able to find a valuable taunt. Ayla, big crash down into the Magnet Storm, and 100 Thieves find another one. Ayla's still standing, and Cloud9 are torn to shreds. 100 Thieves, 4 for 1.
This is exactly what we saw from 100 Thieves last week. They're down a little bit in the early game, but they just keep fighting. And here, instead of letting Nocturne engage on them, they catch him in the river, they see him on that ward, they all in him before he can retaliate, really, before he has his teammates there, and then they just continue the play.
Exactly, and Loki can't join the team. He's getting pushed out by Dokla. Dokla even flashed on him, and then on the other side, it's Ayla with his dying breath. The beautiful multi-man engage. Quid and FBI are just free-firing. Sven realizes there's no way out. Dokla's behind me, so goes in to get that one kill back. But it's not only a crushing team fight, it's the Otacon right after it. And 100 Thieves showing their resiliency in these fights.
Yeah, that's going to be a big injection of experience as well. So they're up in Drakes, they're barely up in gold, but they're more so up in experience. And in terms of momentum, they have it as well, winning back-to-back fights. So what, again, was a good early game for C9 seems to be turning in the favor of the Thieves.
Absolutely. I mean, they were up 2K prior to that, and now you have to take into consideration all the pedal power. But Quid now, 2.5 items, has the Seekers done, has a Storm Surge. The amount of burst that's going to be coming out from this guy is pretty terrifying. And now he has the answer to the CC that's going to be thrown his way.
I mean, Cloud9 was ahead about 2,000 gold for the better part of the last 10 minutes, but you wouldn't have known that by just watching the fights. If you turn the HUD off, you would assume that it was a very close game, a very even game, and now it is actually dead even in terms of gold. 200 doesn't mean anything 25 minutes into the game.
It really doesn't. I mean, in terms of the team fights, Cloud9 just hasn't been able to execute on the Nocturne Orianna. they've been able to execute on the Nocturne Galio in terms of just seeing Rumble and using those 2 champions to kill Rumble, which I think was their plan from Champ Select. And then they said, oh, but also we can have the Nocturne Orianna for team fights. They've successfully kept Dokla down in this game. You can see 45 CS down. He can never really show in a side lane because he will get killed by the Nocturne Galio. But without the second step of that plan, actually winning team fights with your Fed Nocturne, it's not going to convert to a victory.
I just really like how 100 Thieves are so confident to just pull off these engages onto Blabber. You know, there's multiple fights now where they are starting it out onto him. If Blabber shows himself, they're not going to allow him time to find that ultimate, to find that target. They are just full sending it. And then all you can do with the Nocturne ult is really just pop it for defense.
And now we have another Drake coming up in 22 seconds. And if there's a big fight, it would turn into Baron as well. So incredibly crucial moment in the game here as C9 tries to retake River.
Behind them.
Yeah, River has already wrapped around. He is there in the pit on top of a control ward. He knows he is not seen. Quid goes through the Hexscape, and now the immediate taunt and engage onto Ayla before he can do anything. Cloud9 has already found the first kill. Blabber's into the back line, but Quid has found the flank angle, and immediately C9 starts to scatter. River gets himself away as Quid continues and finds a killing spree onto the second enemy carry. This Akali is the main character of the show, and it's titled 100 Thieves. Blabber falls to 14-7, 2,000 gold lead for the Thieves.
Quid is such a menace. They make the call to go for Baron immediately after this as well. They've killed 4. It is only Vulcan alive. They are going to slingshot themselves ahead in this game.
What a swing over these last 5 minutes from down 2K to up. They're going to be up 4K after they take this Baron here. A little dicey there for Quid, but he knows his limits. His first death will not be to the Baron, and they are going to be able to secure this. The Dragon is still up and available. We'll see if Cloud9 can have time to try to rush out there and contest that, because otherwise, not only do you get the Baron, you get Soul Point here with Hextech Soul, which is so powerful. And 100 Thieves really feel like they are starting to run away with it. Quid has not been able to be stopped. Yeah. I questioned how this Akali would work in the draft. There's so much CC, but he's just navigating the fights perfectly.
Yeah, step 1, be Quid. And I think that's going to be a very important step.
I failed that step.
Making Akali work here.
That was your fatal error.
Yeah, we don't have time for a replay because they are straight up taking this Dragon, although C9 looks like they're going to concede it after that last fight went so poorly and them still not having good vision here. So 100 Thieves gets to have their cake and eat it too. The one team fight after the Otacon into the Baron, and
that's
now
actually perfect. I highlighted the gold falling off a cliff. Thank you to this man right there.
Man, 100 Thieves over the course of 10 minutes, and we're not talking about a late game 10 minutes. We're talking about a 17 minutes to 27. The gold has swung 7,000 in the favor of 100 Thieves, which is absolutely crazy how confident these guys are to play these neutral objective fights from a position where you are down a significant amount of gold and just say, no, we win.
Man. I mean, I'm thinking about that last fight. It even started well for C9 because we saw Quid take the portal off the back of the Dragon fight as C9 found the engage, but then it still wasn't enough once Quid arrived over the wall. So he's just styling on them once again. 2,500 gold up on this Akali.
I mean, and Isaac pointed it out earlier, Storm Surge, Proto Belt, there's so much damage here.
Yeah, here we can see it one more time. FBI, again, is in a good spot. Ayla tries to go for it, but gets deleted. Blabber goes in, but there's no one with him to really back him up, and it's River and Quid in onto Sven, immediately kill him.
And what's really impressive to me here is the trust that 100 Thieves has, and you can't really tell from this replay, but half of this fight was through Nocturnal. So as Quid's flanking, he's just trusting that the fight is going fine, and he's going to be able to react to whatever is there once he enters, because like the nearsighted is only about 600 range, so he didn't see that fight happening as he's approaching from the flank.
Well, Loki didn't see this one happening either, but unfortunately, he's not seeing anything now. Those eyes are closed for the next 50 seconds. 100 Thieves pick up their 15th kill of the game. They are 6,000 gold ahead. And gentlemen, 3 minutes from now, they have the opportunity to secure a Hextech Soul for themselves as well. C9 is quickly running out of options and running out of time.
They really are, and when you are in these kind of positions, you start thinking, okay, well, how do we get a pick, or how do we get someone, killed right off the start of the fight? Well, there's an Ezreal with both sums. That's going to be really hard to do. Well, there's a Zhonya's in mid lane, there's a GA in the jungle, and there's a Seekers in top lane. So, who is this target that you're going to try to mythically one-shot to try to pull it back, right? All right, well, they did that last fight. Didn't work out for them, so give me another, because that's what they're kind of facing down, is Cloud9 need to find, this perfect team fight And 100 Thieves are doing a good job approaching from different angles and not really grouping up to ever give them that multi-man taunt, multi-man shockwave. I feel like we haven't seen any effectiveness out of this Loki Orianna. We haven't been able to see that combo showcased really at all.
I mean, it has landed 0 times. Maybe once.
Blabber goes in, wants to find the kill into FBI, but he's not going to get it here just yet. Ayla creating a lot of space as Quid dives in yet again. Sven and Blabber trying to get away as the equalizer falls. Ayla re-engages, Sven's already down. Blabber's about to join him, but he barely hangs on. River looks for more. Vulcan's taken low and has to continue retreating, but River secures the kill there as 100 Thieves do not lose a single man and nearly ace Cloud9.
You could tell C9 was sensing desperation. They tried to pull off some magical Nocturne Orianna ultimate combo with the Galio. Once that whiffed, it was easy for 100 Thieves to run them down. All the major cooldowns were out for C9, and they can just clean them up.
And that pretty much feels like the death knell of Cloud9 in game number 1. It is now closing in on a 10,000 gold lead here. Yes, they're not going to actually finish the game, but they're taking so much off the map, stealing away jungle camps on their way out, and they're just going to get ready for this soul fight here in a minute 20. Go back to base, spend all your gold, and get ready to seal the deal.
Speaking of that gold, Dokla buying himself the fully completed Zhonya's now too, so we have permanent, constant aggro drop on everybody that matters on 100 Thieves.
How about a hat there for Quid in the mid lane?
Oh, not the headwear, man. This is a...
Also, River, just because he can, the Vi Seeker's arm guard.
The Seeker's on Vi.
This will be crucial, guys. He's going to find a way to use it.
That's some nasty work.
Dude, he just Sonya's Cloud9's entire mental. Like, you are just using that to boom them.
I feel like you're saving that for the screenshot at the end. When the Nexus is
Turn
dying.
yourself into a golden statue.
Yeah, exactly. You cast a spell and then you just ult.
That is crazy.
That is some crazy work.
All right, well, I mean, hey, they're 9,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
You have the Dragon Soul spawning here in about 30 seconds. What does Cloud9 even have a prayer of doing here?
No, nothing. I mean, honestly, if you're a River, you're saying this game is one more fight and I have 1,600 gold, what can I spend it on? That's probably the best thing.
Yeah, just
if
buy
you
this.
actually immune a Nautilus or immune the Shockwave or something like that, hey, I respect it. Let's see if it works.
All right, C9, this is pretty much the last chance. Let's see what they can conjure up here as 100 Thieves, the massive lead that they've earned so far in this game.
I mean, Loki hasn't even been able to finish his Zhonya's. His stopwatch has been broken for a couple fights in a row now. Yeah, 100 Thieves is starting and waiting for C9 to come in, and Quid has the flank.
All right, Sven and Vulcan got to be careful here. Quid behind the Dragon Pit. Drake down to half HP. 100 Thieves deciding they're going to go in now. Quid jumps over the wall. The Drake is already secured by River. Blabber tries to create some pressure, but he cannot make the space. Now 100 Thieves are ready for the full send, and Cloud9 collapses. There is no chance against this 100 Thieves team fighting. It's a triple kill for Quid. It's a clean ace for 100 Thieves, and it's a game 1 victory push.
The team fight was just flawless from 100 Thieves, dancing back out of the Galio. A perfect equalizer sets up the dive. As soon as that it lands and doesn't hit anyone, they crushed them.
No deaths on Quid, no deaths on FBI all game long. It didn't matter when they were behind in gold. They fought anyway, and 100 Thieves will earn this game 1 victory.
Style on the Nexus as well. Quid uses his Zhonya's River stopwatch at the very end, so he used all the buttons that he purchased throughout that game. They are very confident after a dominant game 1 versus Cloud9.
Impressive stuff from 100 Thieves. Like I say, man, if we didn't have a HUD, we never would have known that Cloud9 had a gold lead in that one. 100 Thieves are looking fierce. Lounge, how does C9 deal with this?
I don't know how C9's dealing with this. Get more money bags?
Yeah. I mean, I think the biggest thing to me is 100 Thieves didn't even take a tier 1 turret, I believe, until 25 minutes or so into the game.
Yeah.
And it was these incremental team fights, kind of like how we set up. How are 100 Thieves going to win? Through team fighting.
And you got to deal with Sir Quiddington III. Quid is going crazy. This man has just been ballistic. I mean, I feel like since the revival, they've been smelling a lot of cash.
They got at least one of the $5 they need.
True.
Yeah.
Actually, you only need 3 for this series.
Oh,
yeah.
true. So yeah, but
So as long as they got one.
They got one.
Block Nola's hook.
Yeah, they might combo, okay?
I got good. I think I get good angle. Let's hit proper now. Hit proper. Take slow. We can't chase that.
Give me,
Flash. Top 5.
Nice.
Nice, wow.
I didn't even do anything.
Oh yes, baby girl.
My bad.
The vibes on 100 Thieves have just been immaculate. Their run that they have been on has been so impressive. I also, by the way, I went back to listen to the comms because there was the Grubs play at the beginning of the game. I was really interested in because River canceled, or he let his Q time out and stayed in the back of the Grubs pit. So I wanted to know why, because if it was his fault or it was the team's fault. And the team was calling for a pincer there, and then they called off the play. Dokla said, I'm not coming, kind of at the last second. That's why he stayed inside the Grub pit and let the Q expire and ended up dying there. But I always think those comms and those calls are super interesting. And 100 Thieves, they have just been so on it, recently.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is whenever they recognize they have an angle, they go in, right? And I think the big game-breaking fight, because up before the Otacon fight, we'd seen little incremental advantages. C9 were still doing better on the map, but this is the game-breaking fight for me when they realize, okay, Blabber's here, we can go on him immediately.
Yeah, getting caught off just trying to pick up a ward, and then immediately you get to see the Vi combination. I just love comps like these specifically. Caster's called it out where also like Orianna is not going to be a part of the play there, getting zoned out by the Rumble. So I felt like they played out the situation really well, pulled the trigger, and they were able to win out the fight very quickly.
Yeah, Big Dokes had some good Rumble ultimates in this game.
Yes, he did.
A lot of them are set up, with either the Vi or the Rel having really good setup for them. 100 Thieves, we were like, is this series going to go more like the very recent games we've seen from these teams where 100 Thieves have been popping off and pulling out these team fights? It is for that side of them, and unfortunately for Cloud9, it is also looking like the recent form of Cloud9, and not what we thought was going to be big improvements in the practice time that they've had.
That LeBron
That's true.
drafting.
That being said, this just reminded me because before winning this game, 100 Thieves did eliminate 100 Thieves on the road to get here. So we still need to destroy Team Liquid.
100 Thieves defeated Team Liquid.
Team Liquid. Yeah, we got to destroy Team Liquid.
Team Liquid might have eliminated themselves,
because guess what? They may have had an amazing split one, but it went downhill from there, and 100 Thieves is the team that ended up escorting them out.
Whoa, it's starting on a fight! It's starting on a fight! Whoa!
Whoa! What came out?
Oh, no!
Money! We got more money coming out.
More cash.
I see blue. There's
the blue.
Mascot is over
We're
there.
out for the blue on the ground.
You actually need to say blue.
There we go. Here, I'll
Blue
take
and
that
money.
one.
That sounds like 100 Thieves.
Thank you. Blue and money.
Oh my
But every
gosh.
game brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. For those of you in Los Angeles, we're back here in Riot Games Arena all weekend. Today's winners face off against Shopify Rebellion on Saturday, and FlyQuest await their opponent on Sunday in the LTA North Conference Finals. Sunday's already sold out, but tickets are still available for tomorrow, so come join us live in person at the Riot Games Arena. Check out the link on screen or scan the code to purchase your tickets now. That's it for Game 1. Let's see what awaits us on the other side of this break for Game 2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80% winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Yeah, it's good, it's good, it's good, it's good.
No blasting. I'm ulting there.
Yeah, splash, okay.
Okay.
They ulted. They're not
TP here, TP here.
Kill North, kill Gallia, kill Gallia.
Yeah,
Kill Gallia.
I'm coming, my E2, my E2. No flash Gallia, no flash Gallia.
Look at.
Yeah. Just look front, guys.
Ori's out of the fight. Ori's out of the fight.
I got a bit more, I got a bit more, I got a bit more.
Look, no flash Corki, no flash Corki. What the f?
Ori out of the fight. Go man, someone go man.
Didn't matter when they were behind in gold. They fought anyway, and 100 Thieves will earn this Game 1 victory.
The race for Kia Rookie of the Year is a tight one this year, because in my opinion, there's really two big names that come to mind. So the first name that comes to mind is Saint on Lyon. He's been turning heads since he arrived, and I think the best thing you can say about him is actually what other pros say about him. It's hard to lane against, he's a top 3 mid laner, he's just a threat.
On the other side, and less!
Oh, wait, and less! Saint steals away Palafox's ulti. The Azir Soldier battle ends in a victory for Saint.
Saint is oppressive in lane. He almost always will have an individual gold lead versus his opponents, and he's just got that clutch factor that you don't have in a lot of players.
Saint, dodges the knockback, and Quad's in a lot of trouble right now in the 1v1. Saint takes it.
For a rookie to show up and have that kind of an impact on other dominant mid laners in the region, I think that speaks volumes to what Saint can do.
Fudge trying to get away over the wall as Contract tries to flash to safety. It's a triple kill for Aurora. It's a quadra kill for Saint.
Next up has to be Loki on Cloud9. Another mid laner, this time one that was able to make it to finals in Split 2, and ever since he arrived on Cloud9, I felt like he slotted in well.
But in comes Loki from behind him, goes between worlds, and Jan is just sent to another world. Loki is looking like a god.
What Loki does, even more so than a player like Saint, is he's just able to smash lane. If you look at the amount of solo kills that this guy can rack up, it is impressive.
Oh, the fate sealed, Saint!
Instantaneously, it just feels like he leveled up the team, which for a rookie is really hard to do.
He has no teleport, he has no ult, and he's about to have no mid laner. Loki going in, looking for the solo kill!
Loki on the chase. He is looking for more. He connects on the weirding. He gets another. Loki is going off for Cloud9.
So Loki's biggest moment of the year has to be finals versus FlyQuest in Split 2. Full 5 games, pushing the #1 team in the league to the brink, and one team fight away from closing it out.
C9 firing back, a double for Loki.
When you just look at the tape of how he performed, especially on picks like the Orianna, like the Yone, really standout performances there.
Oh, and Yone's over the top! C9 are slaughtering FlyQuest!
On one hand, you have a player that's on one of the best teams and has been able to keep up with his teammates. On the other hand, you have a player who has really stood out from his teammates while on a team that's struggling. So those are my front runners for Kia Rookie of the Year, but they're not the only ones in the conversation. There's players like Surdy, players like Yuji, others who have had big moments throughout the year.
And Yuji was there at the perfect time, but it's a solo kill for Surdy.
I think the race for Kia Rookie of the Year is going to be close, and it might just come down to your vote. Voting's open now, so go to KiaLTAFanvote.com/north to cast your vote.
We want you to vote, everybody. Go vote now. Go check it out. But welcome back here, as it's going to be the waiting room lounge doing champ select here for game number 2. But first, a reminder that from today until September 14th, fans, you can always cast their ballot for Kia Player of the Year as well, with Kia Rookie of the Year and Kia All-Pro teams using the QR code on your screen. We want you to vote and help us out decide who wins all these awards.
I mean, I'm glad you highlighted both Loki and Saint in that, because it was fun watching them go up against each other in LTK Challengers. It's been fun watching them go up against each other here in the LTA North. However, the story of game 1 was Quiz. His Akali took over that game. He is back on the Melee Champions, and he is absolutely kicking butt.
And that draft that 100 Thieves used in game number 1 was extremely similar to their draft that they used against Lyon in game number 1 of their series.
Interesting.
Directly against Saints, where Saint had early picked the Orianna, and so they went the Akali, and they had the Rumble, and they had River as well on a physical damage engaged jungler. And it's a very good recipe for 100 Thieves, but they have also shown versatility, and so we're going to get a more split push look here with the early rise pick for them this time around.
And as we see the picks coming out from C9, wanted to highlight that Aurora. They can flex that between Loki and Thanatos. Loki in particular, we called out the mid lane champ pools going into this, right? He hadn't played the Aurora, but when I think of good Aurora play in the region, Loki is one of the first names that I go to.
Yeah, and if you were to ask Dokla, he's saying it's a fake flex. It's fake, it's a fake pick.
He is
Don't
not
play Aurora
sold
top.
on the top Aurora.
It's actually perfect, because last weekend when we had him on the desk, before we even started the day, I was talking about it with him when we were watching an LPL game, and he was so adamant against it being effective, and now he has to play against it. I'm so happy for this.
Well, we do see the Renekton locked in. I don't think he's going to have to play against it.
I was so excited for it.
As we did point out, though, it is one of the champions we've seen Loki been absolutely able to take over games, right? They also have the Poppy and Renekton coming in as their picks, and then Wukong and Cassante is going to round out that Rise Wukong.
Kind of an early Poppy. Really, it's only countering the Wukong, and now 100 Thieves can try and draft around that rather than go for an all-engage type of team. They have the Rise already for split push, and they can kind of pivot.
Do we have any Yunara pickers? That's the problem here. We're dropping a 4-5 now, and Yunara right now is perceived to be the strongest AD that's left open. I'm imagining that we're not going to be seeing that from Cloud9. They would just ban it, just to not give them a 4-5.
Because a lot of people do like the Wukong into Yunara, trying to keep it down, so maybe they don't want to play it on their side into it. But there is a decent amount of, with Poppy and Renekton, a couple melee champions already. Maybe if you stack up some more melees.
Okay.
We'll see if 100 Thieves want to ban that one away, or if they want to pick it.
Rakan is a great ban. Ayla has been incredible on it, and he's showed that. Of course, Emily was able to showcase that earlier today in a telestration segment. So that is one great example of Rakan being incredible in Ayla's hands. So I don't want to let him have it, especially with a good delivery system with Wukong. Great combo. So that is at least fair. Varus is available, but Poke Varus has been pretty nerfed. So it's not seen to be stronger than Yunara at the moment.
And I'm kind of thinking that 100 Thieves want an AD for FBI that has some sort of mobility, since he does have to play against an Aurora. That champion can delete a lot of low mobility AD carries. So, maybe something a little bit more mobile.
Zeri's been seeing a lot of some movement, not just from mid lane.
She's back.
Yeah.
And then it's just mid lane for Loki, we know,
Exactly. So perhaps Zeri seems to be a pick that people are low-key looking for, especially with Lucian being banned.
Low-key looking.
There we go.
Yeah, that was good fun.
So with Lucian banned as pretty much a lane bully, you're not going to really see a Lucian Nami. Wonder what's going to be picked here. Yunara is still the pick I'm looking for, but would be pretty exposed by the Poppy W, steadfast presence, but also Aurora's range.
How about a Bard? You saved the 80 carry pick for later. They're hovering it right now, and there it is, locked in.
Okay.
So Bard
All right.
first. They're saving 80 carry pick for red 5.
That's one way to get past the Vulcan security Bard is to pick Bard yourself. You don't get to see Vulcan's Bard.
That's when like you're in disguise in the heist movie, and you're like pretending to be the guard at the front. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to get through the defense. That makes sense to me.
Also, sometimes, you know, if your AD carry is going to be vulnerable regardless, and you're playing against Aurora, then maybe you have a Bard for defensive Bard ultimates as
Yeah.
well can be super effective.
We do see the Yunara locked in into the Wukong, which is interesting, something we have seen here previously.
You can have Poppy
but-
on the front line, try
Yeah.
and make sure that, you know, Wukong's not going to be able to E anywhere close.
And now guaranteed, in my mind, C9's bot lane should be strong, especially with the Bard being picked up for 100 Thieves. So perhaps 100 Thieves are going to go for an Ezreal pick, something that'll...
Well,
it's already been
Ezreal
picked.
is
I'm looking at C9
What is
thinking,
it then?
what's their
Nico.
engage? Oh,
Yeah.
Nico. Okay, yeah, because like Alistair was gone, Null's gone, Rel gone.
Yeah, I was gonna say if they want to go for a strong lane, they still can go for the Nico. She was not banned through this draft, so.
Can be scary to be a kind of Nico primary engage. Like Poppy can get fight started, Renekton can flank, but they don't have like a dedicated go button like that Nautilus ult, like that Rel crashing down.
Oh yeah, I mean, Nico is it. It's Nico and Aurora. The Nico and Aurora is a really potent like possible pincer there because both of them have invisibilities that they can use. They can use you know, disguises. Like that is a pretty good like wombo engage.
Yeah, Varus like the only pick that you can really go for here that, I mean, it's a strong AD carry for sure, but with Ezreal, Corki, Lucian all taken out, like not a lot of safe AD carries available, and also Sivir, so yeah.
So there's, so this Aurora plus Nico combination is going to be looking towards 2 carries here that don't have dashes, 400 Thieves, the Rise and the Varus. So we'll see if their mobility can keep them safe, but I do like how 100 Thieves have some split push strengths. We mentioned Rise early on in the draft, but also having Bard for later helps you tremendously. Not only can you traverse around the map a lot easier, but the Bard ultimate helps out a lot too. If your Rise is strong, and Quid was very strong in the previous game, so Quid has another really good game, and they can really take over the map.
Teams are ready. Casters, what do you think about draft?
Thank you very much, Lounge. I'm thinking that Cloud9's going to need to bounce back after that first game. It's so tough, too, because talking about draft, I feel like if you get stomped in a game of League of Legends, you can just blame it on draft, go next, mental reset pretty easily. If you're up 2,000 gold and you feel like you should have had the tools to win the game and then you get stomped, well, all of a sudden, responsibility's a little heavier.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Cloud9, though, in-game, all 5 members running straight towards bot lane, so maybe going to get a little bit of spice, seeing if they can actually catch someone walking in here or at least play for vision. FBI is over in that pixel brush, so not gonna find anyone down here. I'm not sure if FBI has seen them, not just yet.
And he backs away. Comet hits Blabber. That game, we were just talking during the break as well about how like the early game almost doesn't seem to matter in these 100 Thieves games, or if they lose a team fight, they're so good at team fighting that they can just win the next ones, Azel.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like this team just kind of believes that they're going to out-team fight you, 4 out of 5 times. So if you lose one, that's okay. That's just the 20%. We're just going to go right back, and we're going to be able to outplay you in the next one. And I just love the confidence that they play for. But the pressure really is rising here for Cloud9 because this would be a back-to-back year that they have missed Worlds. That has never happened in the history of their organization. If they lose to 100 Thieves today, they are done for the year. They are not making LTA playoffs. They are not making Worlds. And they have had this kind of, I don't know, this pattern, whatever you want to call it, of mostly doing better in spring than in summer. 3 out of their 4 championships are in spring. Obviously, they had the 2020 year where it was like they were so dominant in spring that didn't even, qualify for Worlds in summer back when we had 3 seeds. And they really are fighting against it, and it feels like they have been struggling pretty hard here in playoffs.
And there's that big question about whether or not the DSG series going to 5 was a massive red flag or just a blip. And game 1 can't have them feeling too confident knowing they have to now win 3 of the next 4.
I mean, I just always feel like the most devastating games are the ones in which you get a big lead and you lose anyway. Because those can feel like everything went right and we still lost kind of thing. You're in the right position, you have the item advantage, but you still can't make it work. Those can be so frustrating.
And as we're getting closer to that time of the year where more teams are getting eliminated, more teams are qualifying, remember that from today until September 14th, fans can cast their ballots for Kia Player of the Year, Kia Rookie of the Year, and the Kia All-Pro teams using the QR code on your screen right now, as FBI and Ayla are happy to just trade some skill shots back and forth down here with Sven and Vulcan. You can see Vulcan using that heal nice and early. Ayla also doing the same. Worth pointing out that C9 does have the extra combat summoner spell in this 2v2 with the barrier on Yunara versus FBI having a teleport. Thanatos trying to trade very aggressively with Dokla up here in the top side. And while I do respect Thanatos' aggression in lane, I respect how much he wants to be in the face of the enemy laner and dominate that laning phase. We remember back to C9's matchup against Disguised, and Thanatos got punished a lot for just kind of playing too cocky against Castle.
Yeah, I mean, I would also say just like, as there's an all-in on FBI, no heal.
Okay, he's fine. He's safe. He's cool.
He's cool. Back to Thanatos, like last week, he actually did have a really bad performance against Castle and the rest of DSG. For someone who had been so dominant, really feeling like he was maybe the best player on the team, he needs to play in a better way, and I think that's why he's pressing so hard in lane.
Okay, Blabber scrapping with River here. Ayla behind him. Blabber's down to 100 HP, but River is even lower, trying to escape. The first blood goes over to Loki, who shows up to the fight and collects the kill with the last auto attack in the air. River being taken out early here on the Wukong.
Yeah, just by the slimmest of margins, he's able to finish him off there, and that's always so frustrating as a laner, you know, as Quid, who's in this position, and all of a sudden, you're now laning against a double buff Aurora here.
Yeah.
It's the worst feeling because mana no longer becomes a concern. Thanatos really pressing on this top side here, trying to play aggressive. You know, as you touched on, Jad, people have talked about him as maybe not only just the best top laning player, just like the best laner in the league, right? And for him to go from that to, you know, being pretty thoroughly outplayed, it felt like, by Castle across that series was a really big surprise.
Yeah, but early on in this game, especially knowing that Wukong lost Flash and his life down in the bot scuttle fight, he's just going to be trying to zone Dokla off as many CS as possible. Watching this replay right here, it is just a classic crab fight. River is spotted here, and everyone collapses in for the original engage. I love the TP there by Loki.
Yeah, exactly. He TP'd immediately. Vulcan was moving up, so they knew they were going to have the extra numbers here. And by the time Quid gets there, the fight really is already decided. River gets back, trying to get to that blast cone, but Loki can go between worlds, flashes to follow. And FBI is going to have to be pretty careful down here as well with no combat sums. He is playing TP, of course, and he has no flash.
Yeah, scary stuff down there for FBI as Blabber once again in the face of River steals away a couple of the small chickens and the large one.
I mean, full pressure by C9 right now. They have FBI with no summoner spells pushing him in. Thanatos has been living under Dokla's turret, got him to teleport back first, and then also the double buff Aurora was getting a lot of pressure onto Quid, even though Quid has CS'd very well in this lane. But for the most part, C9 playing off of 3 lanes of pressure.
And I will say, in general, as Loki's getting wrapped on here.
No flash on Loki.
Yeah, there's your Rune Prison to start it off, coming out from Quid. Now River just needs one more Nimbus strike to close the gap here. Ayla finds a bit more damage, but now trouble for Ayla as he goes on a magical journey straight to hell. 100 Thieves have overplayed their hand. Loki just baits them in. River's about to die again, and Blabber is about to get paid. River at least needs some honey fruits, but Blabber's in there with the tackle, and C9 is mopping up the early game.
That is so big for Cloud9. What a play by Loki. The presence of mind here to turn and get so much damage down, knowing that if they get the kill when Blabber comes in, he's going to get the reset on across the Veil. So, you know, he's able to get out, uses his first across the Veil here to go invis, kites back, then turns, gets so much damage down on Ayla, so when Blabber comes in, he can get the kill in the reset. Double
Q, and then also just being able to get the instant stun after the Bard portal makes Blabber the beneficiary of this Loki play. And we said that maybe the early game doesn't matter. This one's looking pretty disastrous.
It matters to him.
Yes.
This is...
He cannot believe his eyes.
Just like, oh, we might have just lost the game. Oh, that was the perfect reaction. I feel like everyone who's been playing League of Legends for any amount of time has had that reaction in one of their games at some point or another. So rough waters here for 100 Thieves at the start of this one. C9 already off to a good start there with the Feet of Warfare. Blabber's going to secure himself another crab. The Dragon hasn't been targeted by either side yet, and it's about 45 seconds until the grubs are going to spawn for the first time. Ayla taking a ton of damage here from Sven and Vulcan, down to 300 HP here on the Bard.
You know, and that being said, even though it feels like everything is going Loki's way, there's such a farm advantage for Quid that the gold is basically nothing between them.
Yeah.
You know, it's 100 gold between the two, despite the kill and the assist, because Quid has so much farm. And I will say, against these types of comps, and these very kind of burst-heavy comps, Ryze can be really problematic, because if Ryze gets ahead of the pace of the game, not only is he a beast in side lanes for split pushing, but he just builds so tanky that it is really hard, you know, as an Aurora to be like, yep, I'll just go in and one-shot the Ryze. It just doesn't really happen through Roa, Archangel, Zhonya's, all of these tools that really make you resilient. So it is going to be possible for Quid to once again, you know, kind of claw his way back in a very different way than on the Akali, but still could do it.
Yeah, he's going to need the help of River, who, while being very far behind, did hit level 6 and actually is moving just straight in. Doesn't get the smite on the first grub, but it looks like he's going to be able to push Blabber off of the camp.
So critically, the smites right now are not balanced. River is at 22 stacks on his pet item, whereas Blabber has hit 20. So he has the first level of the empowered smite. However, he doesn't have a team nearby, so he has to back away after securing that first grub. Should mean that River can secure both of the second ones there. So 100 Thieves, 2 out of 3 grubs for them.
And you can see, using that TP advantage, you know, FBI, TP's up towards top side. Sven is still down on bot, but Dokla is running straight down there to answer. So they've kind of set up this weird scenario here, utilizing that extra global that they do have. And we'll see if they can actually kind of lane lock Thanatos, keep him in this 1v2, put him in a difficult situation. But looks like for now, Ayla's just still moving around the map. So we should be able to see a reset from Thanatos, no problem.
Yeah, they're doing their best to kind of neutralize this game and get things back under control after the disaster that was the overchase in mid lane. As you've already mentioned, Quid, he's completely fine. I mean, he's got the level advantage. He even has a minor gold lead. It's just River who's behind Blabber, but the fact that Blabber still hasn't completed his first major item means he's not really manifesting the power so far from the 2 kills. So 100 Thieves should actually be feeling pretty free to go and make plays as long as they're not on an item-spiked Blabber.
That being said, though, item spike Blabber, like Sundered Sky Poppy, is really nasty.
It's a very good item.
Yeah, it turns out it's one of the best items in the game, and especially when you're on this Poppy that is so very effective against the front line, against the engage mechanisms of 100 Thieves, it's a terror to fight through.
Honestly, though, so like it just feels really greedy. Blabber took the first grub, backed off, and then was like, you know, all my camps are up. So he needed to full clear everything. Like, yes, he gets his Sundered Sky, but with that advantage, giving this Drake straight over to 100 Thieves because his tempo was wrong feels like a bit of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I think he's just weighing, you know, do I want to reset early or do I want to farm to Sundered Sky, right?
Yeah.
He's saying that this power spike is going to be so big that it will be worthwhile. So he does complete that Sundered Sky, and now we have to kind of track, does that pay off, right?
Yeah, can you get something to happen?
Exactly. Can you get something to happen? Can you steal away these camps, play in your opponent's face? Because that's what he's looking to do. I mean, when you look at the items right now, obviously River has yet to base. You know, he is the strongest person on the map right now.
Yeah. It's, I mean, Sundered Sky versus 2 long swords and a Ruby Crystal. Not a particularly balanced comparison. We did see a trade of ultimates down there in the bottom lane. 2v2 scrap, as now Blabber's coming in, looking for Quid. That Realm Warp's not going to get him anywhere, and Loki picks up the 4th kill of the game.
Okay, that's pretty good. Blabber was able to make use of the item, knew that even if River was there, wouldn't matter. They're going to be stronger the 2v2, so he just brute forces onto Quid there. Nicely done.
Yep, really well done. He's able to go topside, gets the scuttle, finds a gank in mid. And now, for the first time, it feels like Loki is opening up more of an advantage in that 1v1. You know, up about 500 gold at this point. Should have his first completed item as well. And Cloud9, I mean, again, up 2K, but this time it's a lot earlier into the game. And we'll see, can they actually make good on this advantage? Because I do feel like it is so critical that they win this game. You know, obviously you don't want to be in a position where you have to reverse sweep, but also just mental-wise, right? If you lose a game like last game when you're that far ahead, that's bad enough. If you lose this one where it's 11 minutes in, you're over 2K up, I just don't think you're coming back from that.
I completely agree. It's also like, the number of games that 100 Thieves has seemingly won consecutively after bad starts, like how much can they actually get away with in the early game?
How many heists?
And then still outplay you in team fights. It's getting a little bit ridiculous. And I completely agree. If you lose this game after this start with what happened in mid lane, I think your mental's toast.
Yeah, spring split doesn't matter. Old, busted, washed. Early game doesn't matter. New, hotness, 100 Thieves.
Exciting. 100 Thieves, they've got the plan, but we'll see if they can make it work out. Here's Vulcan. Looks for a Pop Blossom. Not going to find that on River, who can just pretty easily dodge away from it.
But did get his flash, so that is still, quite a cost there for River. It does get out with the clone flash, but we didn't see Vulcan commit hit flash of his own, so he's going to be really happy about that as long as he doesn't have to fight until that ulti is back up. Yep. And Pop Blossom is a pretty short cooldown, so not going to be too bad.
And looking at the objective timers, it feels like that's going to sync up very nicely for them. Flash will not be up for the next fight on either Rift Herald or Drake, but those ultimates will be.
And the interesting thing about those timers too, Jet, is they are almost completely in sync. The Dragon and the Herald are going to be spawning within 5 seconds of one another, which can result, especially in a game like this, where one team has this very significant early game lead, the other side could just handshake and say, all right, whichever one you want, and it'll probably be the Herald, we're going to take the other one. We'll take the Drake as long as we don't have to fight just yet. But it's also 100 Thieves, so maybe they do just want to fight.
Maybe they'll find an angle. Maybe River will do something strange. Normally, he has a little bit more of a lead or is a little more even when he's doing something strange. It's kind of hard for him to make plays, but with Trinity Force completed, you never know.
I mean, for some teams, 2 objectives is an opportunity to trade objectives. For 100 Thieves, that's an opportunity to have 2 team fights.
Fight twice.
Exactly. Why would you go to the other one when you could go to the same one twice in a row?
The 100 Thieves strategy. Yumu's Ghostblade completed here for FBI on the Varus with this poke. That's another thing we'll have to watch as this game goes on and we do have these larger fights occurring around the neutral objectives, is how much poke can Lethality Varus land ahead of the fight? Because if the fight starts off without those health bars whittled down at all, and he has to try to stand there with his lethality items and shoot through Renekton and Poppy, it's not going to feel great.
Also, I feel like if Renekton hits level 11 before this next fight, it's going to be really difficult to win any type of even team fight against a Thanatos level 11 Renekton with a Lethality Varus and a Ryze who just completed Roa. Oh, unless...
Oh, if he didn't use that barrier, Sven would have died to the piercing arrow. FBI has dialed his shots in.
Yeah, FBI puts a lot of pressure on there, but it does mean he will not have his ultimate for, either the Herald or the Dragon, right? That is a 90-second cooldown. They're up in about 40, so he'll have to wait a while after they spawn. But likewise, Sven will be down his barrier, so we'll see if that trade works out for FBI. If you can put pressure on Sven, he really is their consistent damage. A lot of the other champions obviously can do some pretty good burst, but Sven is that consistent DPS, and if they can keep him out of the fight, it would be big.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to apply pressure. I mean, I know we're joking about the team fights, but they push Sven out of mid lane, and now they're trying to pressure Thanatos at this top turret. I wonder if they actually just go for an objective trade, knowing that they already have the one Drake. C9's incredibly far away from Soul, and they could equalize the gold a little bit if they trade for a turret.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be great. We can see Quid obviously is going to be the strongest in the side lane later on in the game, so they would love to be able to get that, especially if it could be Herald, but 100 Thieves in the area, Cloud9 on the Herald.
All right, C9, they've got that one almost half dead here with that last eyeball proc. Ayla and River are nearby, but Vulcan going in for the Pop Blossom, finds it onto River, immediately follows it up with a root. Nicely done from C9. The Tempered Fate is only going to delay that death by an extra couple of seconds. As River falls, C9 knows they've secured the objective.
It's just picture perfect here from Vulcan. Forced out the flash in that previous play.
Ooh, but
going.
Now FBI slammed into the wall as he tries to play aggressively in the face of Sven once more, but this time Blabber's ready to respond, and FBI gets punished.
This game's going more as planned for C9. They just completely control River. Last game, he was pulling off too many shenanigans with that Fi. They're just targeting him super early. They stopped him at the crab early on in the game. As Zeo just mentioned, burning his flash earlier, attacking him right there. And then just the cherry on top was being able to get that wall stun on FBI in mid lane. So they get 2 kills as well as 2 objectives, and it doesn't cost them anything in trade.
I mean, it's just a great angle there from Blabber, who I think is going to have a lot of gold. He hasn't been back to base for a while, so I'm expecting quite a big buy. And yep, most of the way towards that Deadman's, buys some of those major components. He is going to be ridiculously strong at this point. And yes, Poppy is kind of a tank. People think of it as a tank, but when you do go for the Sundered Sky especially, your upfront burst is so incredibly high that your one combo is really all the damage you have, but that's often enough damage to almost 100 to 0 someone with a full combo.
All right, 3,000 gold lead for C9. Still not a single kill on the board after 16, almost 17 minutes of play.
I know.
For 100 Thieves. Not generally what you'd expect. Even in games where they fall behind, they get scrappy, they find some kills.
Right.
But it's been a tough one here in game 2.
They might have fallen too far behind on this one, but just because of their streak of comebacks, it's keeping my attention. Like, will they find something
You're not
ridiculous?
convinced yet.
I'm still not completely sold that this is going to be a steamroll by Cloud9. Just River hasn't had a single angle to press R yet. I mean, just a little bit over aggression by C9, and I can see 100 Thieves running them down with Bard and Rise Alt. They do have outplay potential.
And it just feels like they've had kind of some 100 Thieves magic, you know, in the best of fives. When you look at split 3, you know, prior to the best of fives versus the best of fives, 6-1 coming into today, so make that 7-1 because they won that first game. It has been such an incredible turnaround for them.
Okay, Dokla, this could be another compromising position as Vulcan, Thanatos, and Blabber put the burst onto Cassante. I don't think there's enough Cassante gaming to get out of a situation like that one, and Thanatos is going to pick up the kill.
Blabber is everywhere this game on the Poppy. Yet another perfect arrival. First turret is going to be going over to 100 Thieves, though, so they are able to get a little bit of gold for Quid and River. It just cost them Dokla.
Okay, so that's no feats for either side yet because both sides are currently at exactly 2 neutral objectives. Since 100 Thieves did get 2 out of 3 of the grubs, Herald, of course, go over to Cloud9, and then 1-1 on Drakes, which means that logically, one would think that the next dragon also determines the feats of warfare. However, Otacon is technically spawning first, and I think in a game like this, he'll probably happen first as well. That'll be the fight. That'll be the objective because he's only 90 seconds away.
I feel like if I'm Cloud9, I just don't go to Otacon unless it's guaranteed. And if I'm 100 Thieves, it depends how desperate you're feeling, right? Are you feeling like the game is completely screwed? Because if you feel like the game is completely screwed, flip it at Otacon. Go for it.
Okay, just YOLO it.
Yeah.
River's got to try to get away from here, though. Casting the Cyclone defensively, trying to escape Thanatos. Is now Ayla and Quid are ready to follow up. And that Croc is toast. Nicely done from 100 Thieves. But now it's a 1-for-1 trade. Quid in a compromised position as Loki provides a little bit more damage and Sven guns down the Rise. River's trying to take the Grom. Because he knows there's nowhere else to go. So he's just going to farm Grom.
He got 80 gold. Blabber didn't get 80 gold. So that's kind of like half a kill.
That's actually the one on the board there. That's
on
the one
way
kill.
Out.
They got the
Very interesting.
Okay.
They're so scrappy.
All right, so Blabber drives the Herald into the Tier 1 turret here in the mid lane. Immediate Keeper's verdict onto Dokla with the snapcast for some CC. FBI nearly dies, staying alive just by 100 HP.
I mean, C9 is really punishing everything 100 Thieves tries there. That looked to be like 100 Thieves' attempt at a scrappy fight, get a surprise kill onto Thanatos with the Rise Roam coming down, but then it ends up with 3 kills in C9's pockets.
Yeah, exactly. And they know that Thanatos has no ult, has no flash. So, you know, when they do arrive, they're going to try to turn around. They are going to be able to get this kill onto Thanatos, but Loki had already TP'd in behind them. He is coming in from the top of the screen, able to get that kill on Ayla. River knows he has nowhere to go. And FBI and Dokla realize there's no chance. We just got to go back mid.
Yeah, Sven just free hitting with his ultimate running as well. Highly mobile, highly damaging. He's going to have a nice chunk of gold himself. Quietly having a very good game on that Yunar. Actually has the largest individual gold lead of anyone. And here we go. Otacon, this is surely the final hurrah of 100 Thieves.
C9 is starting up the Otacon. 20 minutes and 25 seconds into the game. They are daring 100 Thieves to come and stop them. It's a 4,500 gold lead for C9. Sven rapidly attacking Dokla there. The power of this Blade of the Ruined King Yunara cannot be underestimated as C9 have the Otacon down to about 3K. Meanwhile, Vulcan trying to control River, make sure there's no way to try to contest here for the Otacon as it is slain. Confirmed there by Blabber. River's about to die to Thanatos off to the side as Dokla puts the pressure onto Sven. Meanwhile, Quid under a lot of threat himself. Sven finally taken down by the All-Out as 100 Thieves want to get everybody else away, but they're all such low HP. 100 Thieves all barely hanging on. At the end, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but the Otacon goes over to C9.
Yeah, it is that 1-for-1 trade. Nicely done by Cloud9, marking River, making sure there's no opportunity for him to get in. He had no flash. It was always going to be hard, and they're going to be able to grab the Dragon off the back of that as well. 100 Thieves did get a big shutdown. It was about 800, 900 gold that I believe did go to Dokla off the kill onto Sven, but still, Cloud9 taking away the Otacon, taking away the Dragon, controlling the game, making sure there's no 50-50, looking way more clean and controlled in this game too.
And Flowers, you were right. Otacon was first.
I knew it. As soon as Isaac said, I don't think you fight for Otacon here, I'm like, okay, we're fighting for Otacon here.
I'd be wrong.
Feel like every single game for the past couple of weeks, when I thought, surely they won't do a 20-minute Otacon in this game, it always happens.
Cloud9 does feel like they're in a large amount of control. The bounty going over to Dokla, and the gold still looking somewhat playable. Still suspends my disbelief a little bit. Also, just all the comebacks Hunter Thieves has, it's just getting slimmer and slimmer as we go on, because Loki's completely locked in on this roar. He's always able to mark anyone on the flank. Blabber is untouchable at the moment. Sundered Sky, Deadman's Plate, so he's going to be first to any side lane fight, which just makes it really difficult for like Quid to even apply side lane pressure when Blabber's this fast and this fed.
And I think one of the big problems here in this game compared to the last one is there's Waylex kind of like X Factor champs, right? You know, Varus is very, kind of slow, standard. You just hit poke or you don't. When you're really behind, it's very difficult to, I think, get a lot done on this poke Varus. And likewise, Quid, Ryze doesn't really have a tremendous amount of kind of like, X Factor, right?
Yeah.
You walk up, you just kind of do your spells, and that's about it, right? There's no kind of crazy plays that they can really look for. I think you're hoping that Ayla can hit a great Bard ult, that River and Dokka can follow up on that, and you can somehow get a kill right off the bat. But barring that, I think it's just a lot harder. FBI and Quid are not on champions with a ton of individual agency, I feel like, compared to last game.
And meanwhile, on the other side, I think one of the big reasons why C9 fell apart so badly in game number 1 was a very underwhelming performance from Loki's Orianna. It just did not have the impact that you would expect him to have. Meanwhile, in this game, his Aurora, like you already said, Isaac, is locked in. He is playing to the level that fans have come to expect him to play at, and he's so ferocious when he does that.
He really is. It's crazy that Quid is still keeping up in gold. A lot of that is from turrets that he's been able to take while things are happening on the other side of the map, but Quid will be hitting level 16. He's still going to try and be that split push threat and mage machine gun in team fights. It's just pretty unlikely to be enough. It's funny, Azale, when you're talking about the X Factor, I'd say the champion with the most outplay potential here is probably Rivers Wukong, and he's 0-5-1. So they've really been keeping him down for the majority of the game.
Yeah, and there's no easy champions for him to really jump on, because they all have a lot of mobility. They should be able to lock this out. It's like Sven pops ult, he can dash away pretty easily. Loki can go, across the veil or between worlds, has a lot of ability to kind of stay safe. They don't really have the upfront damage, kind of 100 to 0 people, unless somehow, FBI is hitting a piercing arrow on the person that you're Wukong ulting, and Quid is there too.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel like it's going to happen.
Poppy just presses W.
Exactly. Poppy presses W and Vulcan presses R, and you kind of have to run away or you're going to get popped. So we'll see if they can find some ways to slow it down. That being said, they did at least get that one early dragon, which means that, the March to Soul is slower from Cloud9.
Yeah.
So I feel like the best chance of a comeback for 100 Thieves is Quid getting something done in the side lane, right? It's forget the 5v5. It's hope that you and River or you and someone else can get a 2v1 and get a kill in the side lane and start to delay the game through picks and through that side lane play to maybe claw your way back in later.
And level 16.5 does have the fully stacked Roa, does have the fully evolved Seraph, does have Cosmic Drive now completed as well for the extra movement speed, the extra haste. Yeah, the Ryze is very powerful. The problem is he's hanging out with the wrong crowd. All of his friends are not a good influence on his chances to win this game. Ayla and the River will try to sweep through some vision here, maintain at least a semblance of control over the topside River as the Baron has now spawned. Dragon still about 75 seconds away. 100 Thieves, like you guys already pointed out, will have at least one more Dragon that they can just give, say, all right, we need another Quid item. We're going to give you 5 more minutes. Like, it's fine. But after that, it's still a very scary prospect for C9 to get a Dragon Soul.
Yeah, Sven Infinity Edge pops into the mid lane as well. So even more power for C9. Very likely to be evening this series, as they were a little bit shell-shocked after game 1, I felt like, with 100 Thieves just outplaying them over and over. This has been such a good response by C9 this game, controlling from the very early fight where they killed River and not really giving 100 Thieves opportunities to be that creative.
And it was really interesting talking to FBI before the series, his read on why Cloud9 was struggling, and he was saying that Cloud9 is a team that basically plays exactly on stage like they do in scrims, and he feels like sometimes they are just too defensive. They're not willing to pull the trigger in these risky moments.
Baron Rush.
Yeah, you want to talk about risky moments.
They know.
100 Thieves are going for the full send with a Realm Warp after the Baron. They've got it down to 7,000, but C9 has detected what's going on. Now 100 Thieves ready to try to turn and burn. They go in after Blabber. They knock him up there with a Cyclone, but it's River taking the most damage. Blabber disengages both junglers at the edge of death as C9 continues moving forward. Dokla's got to be cautious now as he's taking a ton of damage from Sven's Yunara. Vulcan swoops in with a Pop Blossom, and Quid is down. 100 Thieves head for the hills, and C9 head for the Baron.
Nice play by C9 there, catching 100 Thieves, trying to sneak the Baron. I like the idea of the play, and this Baron's getting lower and lower. River might try to steal.
Let's see if he can make his way over the wall. It would certainly have to be a one-way trip if he does. Blabber trying to use the steadfast presence, but he does not eject the enemy jungler. Baron secured by the Yunara of all things. Sven clutches it up as FBI is about to drop now. Loki with the last spell to take him down. Dokla and Ayla trying to survive a little bit longer as the rest of C9 arrives. FBI falls, double kill for Loki's Aurora. Thanatos waiting over the wall in case Dokla tries to escape that direction. Blabber trying to stay alive here for the all-out nice angle from Dokla to try to get the kill here on Blabber. The steadfast presence going to stop it, and he picks up the buckler for the extra shield to stay alive. Dokla will continue wasting as much of C9's time as he can, but he will not survive this one. It's a 16-2 game for C9.
That one got incredibly close. Blabber didn't even get his smite off. You know, it was River going over the wall, using his smite, trying to steal that away. Does end up getting finished off, but this is the much earlier play where they feel like they have Blabber pincered off, that they can try to get a pick onto him, but they just don't have the damage to actually finish him.
They couldn't get the Baron low enough. I think they would have loved to just burst the Baron and then try and run away. Once the fight starts, it is going to be pretty difficult for them to turn anything. And then watch this. Yeah, River is able to dodge the Poppy ultimate. And then, I mean, River does smite early for what it's worth. Or does he even? 1306 to dead. Yeah. My God, that's kind of lucky that the Yunara actually got that with an auto attack.
Yeah, that was really, really close. I almost want to go back because I'm going to try to look in-game, but it looked like he was trying to Q smite, and I think Thanatos may have stunned him on the Q, and then the smite went off, but not the actual Q. But either way, it's like, even if Sven is hitting you, he has a Hurricane. He's hitting the Baron too, right? So 1300 does not feel early at all. It felt like he did a really good job.
Especially with Q buffered.
Exactly. It felt like he did a really good job trying to make that happen. But Cloud9 do win the fight either way, and now are feeling like they are very close to closing out this game.
Jat, are you convinced?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say 11,000 gold, soul point, 29 minutes into the game, total control over the Rift. This is about as much of a winning position as you could have.
The Baron play was pretty creative, though, by 100 Thieves.
It was.
I'll give them that.
It was.
They keep finding windows to try and make things happen. It's just in this game, like in other games, even if they land like 40% of their plays, sometimes that's enough to turn the game in their favor.
They're finding those windows, they're just all steel.
Yeah, it's,
jumping into the window, it's not breaking this time.
The windows have bars, I'm afraid.
Poppy waiting on the other side.
Well, C9 is going to force down this tier 2 turret. You can see 100 Thieves stepping up, thinking about trying to make some sort of a play, but the only players from C9 they could have targeted were Blabber and Thanatos, and that's not going to work. So River is now deep in enemy territory, and we'll see how he wants to play this.
He's flanking. He's going for Sven.
Yeah, Sven is by himself right now. They could maybe get a pick.
There's the Realm Warp. River immediately starts it off with a Cyclone. Quid to follow up. Sven caught out, shot down, shut down. Nicely done from 100 Thieves to get the pick.
Yeah, that's great. And they get both his sums as well. I don't think it's nearly enough to pull this game back just yet, but it is something that will buy a little bit of time, and it's the best play they can make in a horrible situation. Yeah. So credit to 100 Thieves. They just have not stopped looking for those winning plays.
Loki finds River, though.
Yep, he's going between worlds, and River is going down. C9 ready to get some revenge for their AD carry. Dokla goes all out, though, looking to bring Blabber through the wall. FBI with a defensive chains of corruption, but a nice two-man Pop Blossom coming out from Vulcan to lock up the enemy bottom lane. FBI dies, and Loki's going godlike. C9 get 2 for nothing.
Yeah, when you, as Cassante, pull the enemy jungler over the wall and then realize that he is 2 levels higher than you, something has gone wrong before that moment.
Yeah,
and that's what happened there, is Blabber's 3.5 items, upgraded Mercury Treads as well. I mean, I again, actually like the things that 100 Thieves is doing in this game with the pick on Sven being clever. I'm not sure how he was there when the rest of his team had already reset. Maybe he was just trying to greed out an extra bit of gold for an item. But even just that play, extending that deep into the mid lane,
did lead to the next fight by C9. They chased River all the way down and managed to kill him before he could escape.
All right, 100 Thieves. It's a 12,000 gold deficit, and the soul spawns in 75 seconds. Once C9 gets that one, I would have to think you just walk it down mid and end the game. Loki going to try to find a little bit of quick burst there onto Quid, but does not hit the twofold hex. So only the weirding. And this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, where Ryze can become super annoying for Aurora, because it's not like you can just do a big chunk of damage to him very easily. So Quid's still feeling fine about that one, but Thanatos is pushing up the wave in the bottom lane right now, while Loki continues keeping the wave shoved over in mid. They want to have priority in both of these lanes. They want to make it a game-ending decision for 100 Thieves to try to challenge at this Drake.
Yeah, and I think they should easily be able to do that. I mean, 100 Thieves doesn't really have much choice, about whether they sit back or whether they try to contest. But Cloud9 has choked out almost all the vision in this area. There's no vision in the river at all for 100 Thieves, so they're just going to group up, hope they can make some sort of a miracle happen. That's all you can do in a position like this.
Okay, River thinking about maybe an angle for a pincer attack, but it's just not there. C9 playing it safe, playing it cautious. Loki again with a little bit of quick burst onto River this time. C9 with control over this bottom side of the river, over this Drake pit. It's 7 seconds left until the Hex Soul spawns. 100 Thieves still stepping up a little bit, but the only health bars they're hurting are the clones. C9 immediately aggro the Drake. They're going to start the objective as Loki and Dokla are squaring off all the way back near the C9 Tier 1 mid lane turret. River swooping around from the side here. Realm Warp about to try to come in, but the objective bounty has been claimed. River steals away the Drake, but the fight is not going the way of 100 Thieves. FBI, River, and Quid all down. Double kill over to Sven as Loki will chase Ayla through the magical journey, but he doesn't even need to do it. Dokla's about to drop next. I'll give River credit for stealing away the soul, but unfortunately the cost is still the game. C9 are going to get a very delayed ace here after Dokla finally dies to Blabber. Needs a little bit there. Finally gets the ace. There it was. I believe Cassante may have just died to the steadfast presence damage, but C9 are going to march this one down mid lane.
Just a great way to bounce back from that game won by Cloud9. A masterclass by Blabber's Poppy here. Deathless on the Poppy. River goes 0-8-2 on the Wukong, shutting him down almost every time he went to make a play.
It started good for C9, and this time it stayed good for C9. They will bounce back with a 23-3 victory in game number 2. They will stomp 100 Thieves. They will tie up this series. Lounge, what are we looking for in the next one?
Ooh, I'm looking for River to not go 0-8 again. That was tough to see.
You have River giveth and River taketh away.
Yeah.
I'm like one of the biggest River enjoyers. I love that about him.
I would say Blabber and Loki are the ones who took that stuff.
True.
Blabber, I feel Blabber and Loki to me were the story of this series. Like they absolutely demolished this early game and get such a big lead for their jungle and mid that's why it looks like they're running this game for so long. Despite how hard it was to convince Jat that they were doing so.
Yeah, he was definitely still looking for that Hondo Thundo upset. But getting Blabber involved this early in a lot of their fights, I think, was crucial, right? Because the biggest complaint that I think C9 fans had last week was like, hey, XU is actually a lot more active on the map in a lot of these games, right? And so seeing Blabber come out and have a game like this,
I'm looking, guys.
great.
I'm looking. I'm looking too. Look, guys. You're right. Flash. I have ult here. It's not gonna be that good or anything. Fine. Right flashing. Mark's dead. I have 1 second, son. Nice. And bot or mid? Yeah, we can end, guys. Look, Sante. Yeah. Yes, ult. Yeah. Just go back.
What you doing, Raz?
Yeah.
What I'm doing is checking out that early game because I love how we focused on Blabber in particular. And if you're thinking about Blabber, guess what you're thinking? Crab. You're thinking about the crabs, that early game crab. And he's made an adaptation in the gameplay. Guess what it is? I need my teammate here, so we're putting down this ward. And guess who's joining me?
Loki.
Meanwhile, his mid laner's here. Quid's coming right through the mid lane, so he's going to be here to contest immediately. Even though Ayla was able to make the first push to help out, it does not matter. Aurora ends up joining quickly. River has to book it out. And so the early game lead that was coming was not just from this early skirmish now, it happened also later on as we tried to make a gank that happened through mid.
I love how you showed the Scryer's Bloom setup for that also, Raz.
Yes.
You know, Blabber, he gets the vision, and then he, like, calls his mid laner with his Pokeball, putting down his ward right next to him. Exactly. That was really good.
He's like, Loki, come to me. That being said, Quid ends up going for a flash snare play on towards Loki to try and get him. And we already saw how this play works out. One added context, though. Ayla has flash. He has flash. He wants to hold on to it. He thinks it's a free play. He also has the speed boost. So they're able to closely get towards him. In comes Blabber. Ends up getting this one. So back-to-back plays that Blabber is able to benefit from. And this turns into another kill. So you know what? I'm going to save River from his second death here. And we're going to move on to the next play.
Are you? Are you?
We're going to save him.
He buys some time.
Yeah, we saved him on that one.
Yeah.
The next play is going to be the Herald play because it seems like the theme here is if we're fighting for this play, we're moving early. And so Thanatos says, screw this next wave. I'm just going to come here for the Herald immediately. And so Quid is going to be a little bit disconnected even with this control ward. For the rest of the team that wants to be able to control through mid lane, they're going to be moving up here. Meanwhile, FBI is on this wave, so they actually just have to wait. They have to play slow. Meanwhile, you're seeing Quid recognize he can't come through the side, and he could ulti, but they recognize they want to play slow for this. But Vulcan's already on the attack. The reasoning why he's going for River here and not Ayla is Ayla has flash. Guess what? River does not. So it is just a free pick here. C9 does not wait for 100 Thieves. They do not wait for the play for 100 Thieves to catch up. They just attack immediately.
Also, I love, if you remember why does that Wukong not have flash, it was also Vulcan who earlier had forced the flash with his previous Pot Blossom. So Vulcan really good, like, repeating on the same play, punishing the, the flash that he had already burned.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
So, like, I feel like Cloud9 were so much better this time around.
And I'd even had concern for, like, it's kind of a squishy engage, but yeah, Vulcan had a really good Nico game. I'm happy that you're hyping him up so much because it was really Vulcan finding a lot of these opportunities to put River behind.
Yeah, and we talked about how they needed that engage in their comp, right? And they selected Nico towards the end of it. That lane took over early, and then Vulcan and Blabber working together to make plays around the map was key to success.
It's your turn to destroy a banner.
Destroy a banner.
Yeah. Cloud9 was victorious, and they also took out Disguise. So you got to get over there.
Disguise.
We got one more.
So now we got one more. Poor Disguise.
Remember Disguise.
They were looking like they had the miracle run.
But they still have the promotion tournament.
They still have the promotion tournament. They're looking great for the promotion tournament, by the way.
Send them in.
But unfortunately, they lose their banner.
Oh, God.
Whoa.
You gotta watch
You
your
got
hands.
this. Oh, yeah, watch your hands. Don't put your fingers in there.
What's in there?
What's coming out?
Oh,
What came out? There's
It's
toast. It's just toast.
It's toast.
Oh, that was like
toast.
perfectly done toast.
That is really well done.
That's kind of how.
Emily, you're gonna give us ants. You gotta
Emily.
stop throwing toast around the studio.
Emily,
Here,
pass
you
me
love
one.
toast.
I do love toast, actually. I'll eat some toast.
Sorry, Russ.
There we go.
This
No,
is not
I
even
it.
buttered
Yours
toast.
fell on the
This
floor.
is probably a bad idea.
Oh my God, that was shocking.
Where do we get our bread?
I need like an
This is
egg for
yummy
this
bread.
toast.
Yeah,
I'm not eating this regular
just
toast.
dry
you can
toast.
have
Oh,
that back.
I took a bite. Don't throw that one around.
Why is everyone throwing toast?
Everyone
Now
mad
I
at us.
got toast crumbs all over my shirt.
Wardrobe's gonna be upset. 100 Thieves pick blue side for game number 3. Yeah, come on, I didn't even throw it. I'm not in this. Okay.
Oh, Raz did it. Okay.
I predicted earlier, I was talking about this when it was during the game.
You're
the
talking with your
reason
mouth
I
open.
thought 100 Thieves would win 3-1, I mean with toast in my mouth, yeah, that's rude.
Yeah, it is.
I thought that they would win one of the first 2 games. C9 would get one of the first 2, but what happens after game 2 in a narrow zone words?
It gets a little difficult.
It's
Bro.
a little difficult.
That's the 70% range where he's not LeBron James. Guess what he is? Anthony Bennett of drafting. So good luck with that one.
Reaper did not look very happy with whatever was going on there either. So.
No, not at all. I finished the toast, by the way.
Okay,
We finished
good,
chewing.
good,
Yeah. Thanks for the call out right
Time to
there.
make
It's
that
gone.
read.
Really?
It's all gone. Not the whole toast, but make that read. Don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. You won't have to eat toast like me. Scan the QR code on screen. Click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on LOLesports.com to access the Champions Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off of Uber Eats. Scan right now. Get some Uber Eats. Game 3 is coming up after this short break.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Here.
I'm
Butterfly. Rise can ult. I'm looking TP. I'm looking TP. I'm looking TP. Okay, we're going get. I'm coming. One ult. Yeah. I have Sarah. Poppy's counter 4. I'm going.
Yeah, but Var's never there, guys.
Yeah, one of us.
I'm playing Vars.
Go first. Bard dead.
Flash. Guys, I'm playing Vars.
Looking nice. No, head flash.
Yeah.
I can change back here. I'm chasing Wukong back here in jungle, guys.
Yeah. Wukong, no flash, guys. No flash. Yeah. Can you guys come mid after?
He do it inside.
Nice, guys. Nice. Really good.
It started good for C9, and this time it stayed good for C9. They will bounce back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. We're about to head into game number 3 here in our best of 5 between 100 Thieves and C9. We're all tied up 1-1 after 100 Thieves bounced back after falling behind in game 1, but then C9 thoroughly stomped game number 2.
And I'm really curious to see now what kind of a draft 100 Thieves wants to come out with in game number 3. I feel like C9 wants to play standard, and I think it's going to be 100 Thieves that are going to be wanting to throw more of a wrench in the gears. I'm sure they would love to play something like Yone. I just don't know if they would ever get that, and so I'm curious to see what other kind of X-Factors type champs, melee champs that could Quid play, where he could really maybe make a difference in this series.
Yeah, they've been perma-banning the Yone extremely early on their previous 2 blue side drafts. This is the first time that 100 Thieves has the blue side, though, so it will mix things up a little bit.
I would expect Cloud9 to probably just take the Yone ban themselves in that case, right? Like, you still have to pay the Pantheon tax all the time. Like, it's just perma-ban here in LTA North. But I do think that banning out the Yone, particularly against a player like Quid, is also a very high priority.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 melee champions that he has played is Akali, which is gone, Galio, which is gone, and then Yone, which has been banned. So I would be expecting that to get banned away. Azir is going to get banned here. Almost feels like they're going to double ban the Azir and the Yone then, but maybe they just feel like, hey, if we ban the Azir, you can't first pick, you're not going to be like just like blinding a Yone. So it'll be interesting to see if they want to actually leave it up.
I just feel like attack Quid as much as humanly possible.
I think so too.
Dokla's champions, I mean, he still has Sion of the ones that he's been playing. He's just been playing, you know, perma-locking the meta champions, and that's what they do. Like, they pay the Pantheon tax, they pay the Yone tax, they pay the Azir tax, and they're just fine matching whatever else 100 Thieves has left.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think for Cloud9, that is the style that they are very comfortable playing. They are really strong meta players. I was going to say Thanatos, you know, famous for his M-Pesa. A lot of people feel like it is kind of his best champ because this is one of the things that really had fallen out of favor in LTA North, but he just kept playing it because he's so damn good at the champ. But this time, Dokla is the one taking it away. So I'm really curious to see how Dokla will be able to perform on it and what the answer will be from Thanatos. We do have the Talia coming out. Of course, there is no Vi to pair with it, but things like Jarvan are a potential option to pair. Instead, it is going to be the Skarner. So, yes, Skarner can set up for the Seismic Shove a bit, but you have to make sure you're on the same page so you're not actually like scooping them out of it. And if skill shots are coming in, when you ult them, you have to be staying still. So, you have to make sure there's good coordination there between the two.
I think it's such a solid pick into Ambessa, and also the things that you would like to pair with Ambessa, which can often be just a bunch of brawly boys. So if they did end up going like Ambessa J4, I think Skarner's good into that. So we'll see how 100 Thieves ends up responding here, and they're just going to go with it anyway.
I mean, the Jarvan is such an iconic pick for River. Even if the enemy composition has tools to deal with it, I still feel like you have to factor in that it's not just Jarvan, it's River Jarvan, and he's so good at finding plays and finding angles on this champ.
The quid cycle
would be interesting. I feel like it's Shmi Victor. I was gonna say, yeah. Like even though a lot of those were fun hovers,
they need range.
Yeah, and you just don't really want to play melees. A lot of the melees, especially into the Talia, it is very difficult often at times to actually deal with the unraveled earth. So it is just going to be the Victor. It does allow him to play for that lane. You know, can be quite effective in that 1v1, and Quid has been really good on these control mages as well. I just kind of have that feeling that they need his X Factor. They need something special. It's not that he can't be a fantastic Victor, but you know, given what he showed in Game 1, given what we saw in Game 2, I do tend to feel like if things go kind of standard and normal,
yeah,
Cloud9 just feels like they are looking a lot stronger in the early game, and then you need something that allows you to come back.
Absolutely feel that, but I also say we should credit them for their pick of Talia and the Skarner, because those are two good neutralizing picks that disincentivize Quid from playing anything super quirky. I also feel like in terms of just getting your comfort picks, Alistar had been targeted, banned away from Vulcan in all of the 4-5s of previous drafts. They're just getting it out of the way beforehand. I am also thinking that with Sylas still being up, the fact that there's nowhere to put him for 100 Thieves also makes Alistar a safe blind pick in this situation.
I like the fact that you mentioned the X Factor champs versus Victor, Azael, because to me, Victor is more of a Z Factor champion, because you're just going to sleep for the first 30 minutes of the game as you wait to complete 3 full
Where's he going with
items.
this? I thought you were about to do a Victor from Arcane joke.
No. Those are done. Those are tired. We have the sleepy Victor that wakes up 30 minutes into the game. But it is one of those things that it's tougher if you don't have that guy that you can play around and say, hey, let's team up with Rivers Jarvan. Let's make some big moves. We'll see if they can make Victor flashy and aggressive. But here in the second half of the draft, it's going to be Senna and Rakan bans for C9 as 100 Thieves bans out the Yorick. And I am curious how C9 is going to finish this, because remember last weekend when we talked to an Arrow, he said, yeah, man, I've got 2 good drafts in me. After that, the rest of the series is just, you know. So we'll see if he can complete the rest of the drafts to, what's the word, to standard here.
To whose standard?
I wonder
is the question that we'll answer.
Is Game 1 a good draft after the result? Because they did lose, so it's probably the draft's fault.
Yeah. I mean, even Sven in the interview, I wasn't sure he was memeing, but it sounded like he was kind of serious. He was just kind of blaming drafts against TSG, which is always interesting, because you know the opinion of the players can be sometimes so different, right, than the people watching, and even like. I've told these stories 100 times, but it's always so funny to me when I do like a sideline interview or something after a draft, and I'll see one coach go by and I'm like, oh, how did draft go? Absolutely slammed it, crushed those guys. The other coach goes by, oh, how did draft go? They didn't even see it coming. They have no idea what they're doing. You know, it's so funny that it's like people can just have such wildly differing opinions, even though they're both playing the same game. They're dedicating all their time to it.
Well, we've got the Lucian locked in now for C9, which is a little bit unusual just because he's not with one of his usual friends. This AD carry almost always has Nami or Braum or sometimes Melio next to him, but this time around, beefs for dinner.
Lucian has been branching out these days, though. You know, it had been, you know, he was sticking with the same crowd, but even though we had, you know, for a long time, earlier this year, it was Lucian Nami only. Then we got a little Melio. Then we got a little Braum. Now, these days, people are playing it with a lot of different stuff. They're playing it with, you know, just standard engage champs. They're playing it with Bard. They're willing to do different things.
Lucian will lane with anyone but his wife. That's the only champion that he never lanes with.
Sometimes working together, you know, it can be tough on the relationship, right? They spend their time off the rip.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's,
keep work life separate.
Distance makes the heart grow fonder.
Okay. All right. That's
and
the
Lucian's
strat.
staying the hell away from Senna.
Lucian goes and hangs out in the thresh lamp when he's not on the rip. We've got the Aphelios and the Braum locked in as the bottom lane counterpart to that Lucian Alistar combo, though. So 2 very powerful disengaged supports here in this third game.
I could just see you had something ready. I could see it in your face.
I was just like, how can I come up with a stupid comment to contribute to Azael's actual analysis? It's an important dynamic.
It's amazing. I also will say that FBI needs to have a really good game here. Whenever Aphelios has a range advantage in the early laning phase, he can start playing very aggressively. So add that to the fact that there's a lot of champions that do want to go in against him. If he gets ahead and the Braum protects him properly, it is a well-structured team composition by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, it's always a question mark. How is Lucian going to look? Lucian can look sometimes like the most powerful champion in the game. And other times it can look completely worthless. You know, I think back to, you know, B-Boy playing Lucian last week. Yeah. That game was so insane, where it was just such a 1v9 performance, where it was like he was so fed, so strong, and the rest of his team was not. So he had to be to even have a chance in that game. But then you have games where, you know, it's very, very quiet. You're not seeing a lot. And it does feel like a difficult Lucian game, I will say, because you're having to work through the Braum, you're having to deal with the Mbessa, the Jarvan, you know, this potential dive that can get turned around on you. Because Lucian has to play quite close. You need to have the confidence to be able to outplay in these situations.
Lucian always has to walk the line, right? You want to get as much damage as humanly possible, constantly casting the abilities. Yeah, sometimes you trip and fall on your face, and then you're not going to look super great. The pause right now, update for everybody at home. Apparently, River's mouse is not responding, so we're going to have to get that one fixed. No,
we're paused, so okay, good now.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Okay, maybe you just unplug it, plug it back in.
Was it not working in game 2? Now it's fixed? Yeah, eventually.
They're already dead. Come on, man.
All right, well, while we contemplate that, we've got Kobe standing by for an interview with Coach Golden Glue.
All right, Mr. Golden Glue. Nick Enero Smith, your drafting opponent. He always talks about, oh yeah, I'm so good at the first couple of drafts, and then I fall off hard. How confident are you with this group of players in your drafts as you get deeper into Fearless?
Yeah, I mean, I think this draft turned out pretty well. I think Game 3 they fell off, and here we are. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I think Game 3 we've got Quid on Victor, we've got FBI on Aphelios, who's very known for that. I feel pretty happy with this draft.
Yeah, I also noticed you went really early for the Mbessa first pick. Is that more of a we super want Dokla on this, or of a, we don't want Thanatos on this for the whole series?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a great question, Kobe. It's a little bit of a double whammy for us. It's a little bit of it's a good pick for us, and it's a good, so that's a double plus.
That's just good coaching right there then. We got to say, what are the goals that you then want your team to accomplish with the draft you've given him this game?
I mean, for the most part, we're kind of just like a front-to-back team fight comp. We call it the don't face me comp. If you get to mid lane versus Aphelios or Victor and they just kind of like frag out in front of you. I think for the team fights, they kind of have to look for like more of split pushing with Gnar and Talia and try to catch us up on side. I think if we get 5v5 front-to-back, we should win.
All right, well, good luck in the game. We're going to send it back to the casters.
I really like how Kobe asks Golden Glue, so is it more of option A or option B? And he just gives the perfect politician answer of, man, option A, option B, two great options. Next question.
Yeah, and so LeBron James is the first 2 games. This is Cloud9 in games 1 and 2. In split 3, they're 10 and 2. In games 3 to 5, only 2 and 4. So maybe some truth to it. Maybe he's just memeing. You know, I will say, I feel like Enero, maybe you can have it all in.
Yeah, we have Sven flashing away here, does get stunned up. FBI going aggressive there with Severum. The red gun enables the Aphelios to get so scrappy.
Yeah, I feel like Enero does a good job of just trying to take the heat away from his players, right? And I think a lot of it is kind of just in jest. But, you know, by just saying, oh, nope, draft if, my fault, guys, you know, it's an easy way to kind of deflect some of that criticism away from the players, which I think is something coaches absolutely should be doing.
I love it, but I also love River Jarvan trying to make things spicy here.
Okay, Blabber trying to finish farming the Wolf, but River has already engaged. Does find a good little bit of damage here as Blabber uses the Ishtal impact to disengage back away from the invading enemy jungler.
They have push on bottom lane too, so he wants to get the kill.
River! He's going to almost find the kill into Blabber. He flashes forward underneath the tier 2 turret and he finds first blood 3 minutes into the game.
He first bloods him, he steals the big Wolf, and Blabber was playing with fire there.
How did he see him around that wall?
He threw the Q over the wall, so he knows he's there.
I need to see that again from his vision.
Yeah,
Because he EQ'd over the wall for the kill. Surely, if Blabber was crazy for staying around there, but River gets the kill on the re-engage.
I mean, Blabber threw his Q over the wall there, throws the boulder.
Right, Blabber Q over the wall, and the damage gives him vision.
Exactly. So, you know, he threw that over the wall, so I'm assuming that gave him vision, or at the very least, he knows where that's coming from, so he can guess. We'll see if we get a replay with vision. But obviously, this was him going in. He steals away the big wolf with his smite. Blabber knows that he has smite advantage. That's why Blabber wants to stay around, right? He's saying, you just smote my big wolf. I'm going to stay around here, and I'm going to smite this back. He's probably hoping he can do like a drive-by when it's low or something. But he throws the Q over. He knows he's there and just has the read that he's over the wall. I'm going to go in. At the very least, I think he's thinking, I'm going to push you out. And at the most, you actually hit him and you just kill him.
Yeah, so the Q only hit the Gromp. The Q didn't reveal. He had some lingering vision from the ward that they had in the brush, and he just kind of guessed that he wasn't skimming back and forth. So River just kind of goes for it, and this time it pays off.
River Jarvan, man, there's a reason he's so good at this champion. It really lends itself. I mean, throughout the history of League of Legends, Jarvan has been one of those champions that you can be so aggressive and so creative with very early on because of the power of the baseline EQ combo, and putting it in the hands of a player like River who always wants to make plays, who always wants to do something that you're not expecting. It's powerful.
Absolutely, and it wasn't any sort of like early G's gank. This is just an invade, right?
Yeah.
He gets in his opponent's face, is able to really put the pressure on, and gets way more than I think he was hoping he would get. You know, gets way more than he was expecting. Like I said, when he EQs over the wall there, when you see that it's blind, I think all he's thinking is, Blabber is low, he'll have to leave, right? And then I will secure this, because he knows Blabber had smite advantage, so you don't want to just flip it. So it was a good play either way, but he just gets so much from that. And now, 700 gold lead at 5 minutes in the jungle? That's crazy.
It's crazy, and still level 5 to level 3 while he's continuing to clear camps. They did that, though, also because FBI and Ayla had full prio on the Lucian. The early range advantage of the Aphelios, especially with Green Gun, can really wreak havoc on the opponent. And as they swap Ambessa down, River's just sneakily taking this Drake, and I think he's going to be able to get it before C9 knows what's up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Blabber, he knew that he would have to be farming his top camps, so if he were to come contest, it would be very risky for him. If that goes bad, you are pretty doomed. And FBI is already up farming plates, or at least trying to farm some plates up on that top side. He was able to push it in, does get one plate at the end of the day there. So everything looking 100 Thieves very positive in this third game.
And considering, remember game number 1, they were down 2,000 gold and winning fights. Imagine what's going to happen if they're up 2,000 gold taking fights.
Best start ever.
You can do that?
Guys, what if we built the lead early instead of doing the comeback step? We can skip that entire phase. Ayla's going
to... their identity.
Yeah, oh, that's true. So you're saying that they need to fall back behind, exactly. Just run it into a turret a couple of times. Yeah. Well, that Scryer's Bloom is going to spot the recall there as Blabber goes ahead, gets back to base, purchases a giant belt here for himself. We do have the grubs still about a minute and a half away. It was a very, very early Drake take from River. But again, that's what you earn when your bottom lane has priority the entire early laning phase, and you manage to get that kill and the level advantage against the enemy jungle.
He did spend a lot of his experience advantage taking that Drake. It cost him a lot of time, but he gets level 6 off the crab and then can again push Blabber off of wherever Blabber wants to go.
Yeah, exactly. And you can notice that even though the camps are up on the top side, River's going to go down. Anything that could be contested, he's going to show up for, right? He's going to go cross-map to that scuttle, knowing Blabber would want to try to grab that. Then he can clear back up towards that top side. So always wants to show up to fight anything that is possible right now, knowing he is much stronger at this point of the game. We haven't touched on it really at all, but it is the Gnar matchup here for Thanatos into Dokla's Ambessa. And Dokla's doing well thus far, has a nice little CS advantage, is playing the Electrocute kind of as expected in some of these more aggressive matchups, and it'll be fun to see where he builds. If he is just going to go kind of standard, because I have been seeing more Ambessas go more heavily into lethality in some of these melee versus range matchups.
I mean, the Voltaic Cyclosword does so much damage on Ambessa. Of course, you are very squishy when you build it, right? When you dive in, it's kind of a one-way ticket for either you or them. So you've got to make sure you're picking your moments very wisely when you go for those builds, but they are just so incredibly strong if you can get ahead and play them right. 1,500 gold lead, 400 Thieves right now, 8 minutes into the game as the grubs are about to spawn.
Yeah, C9 is going to need something to go right for them in the laning phase here because they're kind of pushed in across the board. Dokla had the push, FBI and Ayla have the push, and now River might find another fight.
Yeah, Vulcan goes for the knock up there with the FBI, but C9 is fighting a 2 versus 3. Vulcan's got Unbreakable Will, but the Alistair's still taking a bunch of damage here. Does get away to the safety of the turret. River now caught by Blabber's Skarner. He goes for the Impale, but River buffers through it there with the Cataclysm, keeping himself safe enough to survive. Sven very low, has to pop the barrier to survive the final shot with a sniper rifle plus Chakram combo.
And Quid's coming in.
Oh, nice Arcane Storm to interrupt the recall from Vulcan. The Alistar now flashing away, but the Death Ray catches him, and Blabber might just follow. Ishtal Impact allows him to escape the Glacial Fissure, but 100 Thieves win out.
And it's still a huge win because they're getting plates on top of this. So C9 has to flash away on Blabber. They use the ultimate like the immune that River did on the Skarner ultimate there. And not only do they get the kill and the plates, they're going to get the grubs as well.
I mean, this is the total reverse of last game, right? This is that similar style of lead. It was 10, 11 minutes in that C9 were up about 2K. We're not quite there just yet, but it is very close. They have the Dragon. They have 3 grubs. They are really looking strong. And that game, too, is just looking like a little bit of a blip on the radar.
Yeah, let's watch this one more time. Vulcan with level 6 wants to try and take advantage of his power spike, knowing that if there is someone there, he can tank so much damage with his first charge of his ultimate. But, I mean, watching Blabber try to go in here, I think it's a little ambitious to get something.
Yeah, the Cataclysm here makes you go unstoppable. So right at the end of the Skarner ult, goes unstoppable, ults in, Ayla can tank up the culling, and then not quite enough years there for FBI to be able to finish it up. Needed a few more.
Yeah, 197.
Yeah,
needed 3
not
more
quite
years.
200.
And then Quid just roaming up first makes it so Vulcan can't escape. Vulcan was very close to being able to finish his recall, and Blabber likely should not have been there, but gets out with his E.
And that's always going to hurt a lot, you know, to lose your flash and die. Yes, he is playing Spellbook Alistar, so he can swap over to something else, but Alistar is just a different champion when you have flash, right? So losing that and dying is kind of the insult to injury.
Especially when the enemy mid laner also doesn't have to flash himself to guarantee the kill on you. As now Sven once more under pressure from FBI. That last little bit of damage isn't enough. Sven lives.
It's still going to be really hard for the Lucian to be effective with what continues to happen to him, though, because the Aphelios is just pushing him out of any lane where they're matched up.
And that was 28 HP that he lived with there. We talked about how Lucian can look very different in different games, right? And
this is your team's Lucian.
Exactly. When you're falling behind like this against an Aphelios, that is very concerning. The baseline for Aphelios later on in the game is very high. This champion just pumps out so much damage. It's a crit scaling marksman. He's going collector first here, but then I'm assuming he's going to be going into just very standard crit marksman build. But he's 740 gold up. Now has the largest individual lead in the game. And Sven is not going to have an easy time playing out these fights.
And if we go back to the conversation we were having during draft and whether or not Quid needed to be on an X Factor champion, they just have a solid front-to-back team fighting composition, and the 2 scaling picks are already ahead. River's created enough action as we're likely to see another fight. River finds them at Drake. EQ's back over, but he's probably going to have time to re-engage.
Yeah, he took the blast cone over so then he could use the combo to escape if there was too much pressure. Now that's just about ready to go here again. C9 starting off the fight, going in after River, but not a whole lot of damage here just yet, and River has already stolen away the objective. 100 Thieves now got to be a little bit careful as River has fallen. C9 want to get some more. Thanatos goes in for the Mega Gnar, but he only finds FBI, and that's good enough. Nicely played from C9, and they want even more now. Quid's about to drop. Double kill back from Sven. Now the Lucian's online. C9 are going to wipe out the whole damn crew.
Like fish in a barrel there. Sven is just gunning them down. The team set him up perfectly for that fight. Even though River does get the smite on the Dragon, they get completely ran over. It felt like 100 Thieves had all their focus on contesting the Dragon and not actually winning the fight. Watch this one more time. Thanatos, I gotta give him so much credit.
We should have known something was up when 100 Thieves was ahead in the early game, but I completely agree here. So much damage is already taken by the time they smite the Drake, and then they get seismic shoved. So Ayla and River are effectively out of the fight. Thanatos able to frontline, just flash ult and lands the stun onto FBI, making the retreat impossible for him. Loki with the ult to close damage on the backline towards Quid. I mean, a perfectly played fight by Cloud9.
And I mean, Thanatos seals the deal there, but even early on in the fight, Ayla and River are just getting blasted when they're moving in to try to steal away that Dragon. So yes, they do actually get the Dragon. The Impale expired there, from the Skarner in time for him to be able to smite it, because you can't actually smite when you're suppressed, right? So that did work out, but in the meanwhile, Ayla jumped in to try to defend River, so their front line was basically already dead by the time they smited the Dragon. Ayla and River had pretty much no HP. They're just fully on the run. So really then it's all up to, can Quid and FBI kind of solo carry this fight, or duo carry this fight, if you want to say it that way. And Thanatos made sure there was no chance, flashes in with the perfect Mega Gnar, snaps him back, and as soon as FBI gets knocked in, he's not even going to flash. He knows he's dead.
And just
the way that the front-to-back fights need to happen is the back needs to be hitting while the front is taking damage. Yeah. And that just wasn't happening because the front so overcommitted to trying to steal the Drake, which they were successful at doing, but that is not worth it. That's exactly what Cloud9 needed to get back in this game.
Yeah, Sven's Lucian that we were talking about, like, yeah, he's having struggles, right? Like, dealing with this Aphelios is so tough. Now he's under pressure yet again. Dokla shuts him back down.
You just had to say something, Flowers.
My
you
bad.
just had to say something.
My bad. That curse was on quick cast, man. I didn't even get to finish the sentence before his body hit the floor. And now 100 Thieves. Not only are they going to get that, they're going to take the first turret right after. That's going to guarantee them feats as well. So they're back in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, the real winners of this game are us so far because it means we're going to have a banger. Game 1 and 2 ended up a little bit stompy. Game 1 was 100 Thieves out team fighting them. Game 2 was everything going right for C9. At the start of this, it looked like River was really going to put his stamp on the game with his invade and kill onto Blabber as well as early objective control. But that 5-for-1 and then the turrets flying down, Dokla making plays on Sven, who's now flashless. I think we're going to continue to see a high-tempo game as the summoner spells are all on weird cooldowns now.
Okay, 10 seconds till Herald spawns. Surely we get a fight for this one. Blabber, Vulcan, and Sven are here first. Thanatos walking his way over on the Gnar. Has about 40% of a Gnar bar. Loki separated from the rest of the team right now, but happy to just clear out the wave. Can easily take care of that on the Talia. River is nowhere nearby, but now making his way back up here as C9 begin the objective. 100 Thieves thinking about the approach, but the Herald already about half dead. Quid fires off a laser, tags Loki with it. River throwing the flag into the pit. However, the Herald is already secured. Loki fires off a Weaver's Wall. Now Ayla and Dokla got to be a little bit careful. And it looks like everything's going to be fine. C9 are happy to just take the objective and leave.
Yeah, 100 Thieves want to contest, but Dokla had no TP and he's coming from base, right? So by the time he arrives, the Herald's already gone. So at that point, you probably should have just been pushing other waves when you realize Dokla is not going to be in a position. But River always wants to look for that steal. And I think this time would have been better to just kind of play the map and actually just get those waves moving in the right direction, because now Cloud9 lose nothing in the side lanes and are able to grab the Herald essentially uncontested while wasting 100 Thieves time.
Yeah, I will say, though, that is just the way that 100 Thieves plays. Like, they're always going to look for any opportunity to fight, and it just wasn't quite good enough. I'd also say having all 5 of them die the last time they started the fight probably made them a little more hesitant to just fly in there before they had everyone. So I'd say it's consistent with the way that they've played all year, even if it's a suboptimal play there by 100 Thieves.
I do feel like this next Drake fight's going to be pretty important. 100 Thieves being able to secure soul point status before 17 minutes into the game would put a lot of pressure on C9 going forward. And so 100 Thieves are first to this bottom side river as the battle for the mid lane wave for priority will continue to rage. Herald summoned up as the distraction before the dragon, as it often is used. Blabber's going to go ahead and hop in there. We'll see if they use this for PvP. Where is Blabber going with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to River. So Thanatos is in Mini-Gnar. If 100 Thieves wants to try and move quickly, he just ran out of Mega, so he cannot build Rage just yet. And C9's going to try and burst this down, forcing 100 Thieves' hand for a fight.
Okay, the Herald marching back into the mid lane. No value going to be gained from that one. 100 Thieves want this dragon, but immediately engaged from Vulcan. Beautiful catch into the follow-up on Quid. Now the Impale seals the deal, and 100 Thieves are in full retreat. Cloud9, it's Vulcan recognizing the opportunity. It's Blabber following up, and it's a pick onto Quid that sends 100 Thieves home empty-handed.
It's a great pick there from Vulcan, but also have to be a little bit critical of Quid. That brush is death to walk up to if you do not have vision in it. And they actually had a ward over by their red buff, so they knew that they weren't going to get flanked from there. You can hug the bottom of that wall. You can play a little bit further from that, and you should not be the person that's walking up first in that spot. Vulcan doesn't even have to commit his flash, right? He just straight up walks into combo range here. And they had even seen Vulcan
right there
jumping in and out of the brush, right? Like they saw him on vision, and he just kind of walked in and died, so... Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a mistake there from Quid.
Exactly. I draw that line because we talk about these front-to-back team compositions. It's front line, back line. You cannot have your Victor ahead of the rest of the team to be engaged on by the Alistair. So I think that's one part, Quid thinking they need to do something, but it's the other part just not being on the same page with his tanks.
All right, the Otacon will be our next objective spawning here in under 2 minutes. C9 going to go ahead, secure themselves this top side Scuttle Crab, as it's still a very close game in terms of gold. But for 100 Thieves, I mean, you said it right. Frontline, backline, you've got to have everybody in their proper formations. Victor, unfortunately, is not the frontliner. Sven getting away from this one. He'll just go ahead and create a little bit more space between himself and 100 Thieves.
Yep, doing a good job with his 4 kills now to keep the mid wave as pushed as he can. Didn't have anyone there to help him, still drawing pressure, so Sven had such a strong recovery after that big fight, and now they're just pressuring the map the best they can.
Yeah, Dokla's still in a pretty good spot, and obviously we have to talk a bit about Dokla and how the team really has looked quite a lot different. Yes, you can also kind of divide it into, you know, best of 5s versus best of 3s, but he has been a difference maker. The whole team has been talking about it. You know, their early games are better. They're in winning positions way more often. And they are also, a key difference is, able to play a lot of champions that Sniper was less comfortable on, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're bringing out things like the Rumble that they're putting high prio on that they weren't really comfortable to go to before.
Correct. They've been locking Rumble in game 1 of every series that's available. We were joking about Sion, which has fallen off a little bit more in this series because they've been focusing on denying Thanatos' champion pool. That might come into power later on in this series now that they're taking the Ambessa and the Nara in this game. But here's Talia. Loki's having a great game so far, trying to go for Quid.
Yeah, there's your Weaver's Wall. Quid still pretty safe overall, though. C9 aren't going to get a whole lot out of this. It's actually Loki who's the most hurt after it's all said and done. So 100 Thieves are going to keep their mid laner safe as Otacon spawns here in the bottom side.
Just hit it right away.
Just get in there.
I mean,
it's been alive for 3 seconds. That's 3 seconds too long. It must be attacked. If Otacon's alive, you have to click him.
It's happening. I mean, they get the teleport and they're fighting.
Oh, but now Ayla's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Steps forward with the Unbreakable. Vulcan with the Unbreakable will now knocking Ayla back towards the rest of C9. Aphelios ulti's not going to find a lot, and the Impale seals Ayla's fate. Thanatos trying to do something here in the back line, but already Dokla has dived forward. Loki gets the kill on him. Thanatos jumps in for the Mega Gnar. River tries to escape, and the Mega Gnar is a total whiff from Thanatos. C9 are still going to win the fight 2-for-1, but that could have been a whole lot worse for 100 Thieves.
That flag and drag from River saved FBI, though. It bought him the time to actually be able to get out of range there from Thanatos. Thanatos goes in. He has what looked like the perfect timing there, but can't make the play happen. And again, Otacon goes wrong here as 100 Thieves are getting softened up by it. Ayla puts up the Unbreakable. Nice sidestep, dodges that seismic shove as it's coming back in, but they're getting hit the whole time by Sven, by Otacon.
Actually really crazy, the flash forward by Blabber as the Infernum Aphelios ultimate hit made it not spread to anyone on the backline. So FBI lost out on a ton of damage, and here's the flag and drag giving that split second for FBI to escape. I feel like if that stun lands, the fight probably gets even worse because C9 would have Otacon for sure.
Yeah, I think they kill him there absolutely, and then they get Otacon. And a big reaction there as we're back to live, and it's C9 now. It's their turn to hit Otacon.
Do it. Come on now.
Everybody just jumps on this objective. Otacon at half HP. C9 is mostly just Blabber and Sven fighting it, so they're the ones with the debuff who are going to have to be extra careful. Loki with a Weaver's Wall, but it's not going to section anyone away. Thanatos only has half of an R-bar, as now Vulcan's going to die before anything else even happens. 100 Thieves steal the Otacon, and C9 come crashing back down to earth. A double kill for FBI as River leads the charge forward, forcing the flash at a Loki with a Cataclysm. 100 Thieves teach C9 a lesson that the teams keep needing to learn. Otacon is dangerous business.
But they want to hit it. I mean, you have to. You have to hit it. They get the Drake after this as well, which will put them on soul point for Mountain Soul. This was similar to me that from the Drake that 100 Thieves wanted to steal, except this time it was actually C9 spending all their resources trying to peel River because the Otacon is actually shredding them the whole time they're peeling, and the rest of 100 Thieves is committing to the fight while River goes in for the steal.
Yeah, I mean, the teams, they yearn for Otacon, and this time, Vulcan does a great job of keeping River out for a long time. I didn't think I was going to break you like that. As he's able to knock him back, but it's like you're saying, they're playing for the fight.
Thanatos.
He just gets completely taken out. They still can't finish it. Smite comes down early to 400 HP. River steals it away. And again, this is the problem. You are taking the Otacon. They are hitting you. They get the steal. So it's just an absolute disaster there for Cloud9.
And you could see at the very start of the fight, that cooldown timer, the Alistar ultimate was like 5 seconds away. And so Vulcan's in a position where ultimate Alistar would want to be.
Yeah.
Non-ultimate Alistar, not so much.
And you have to feel a little bit bad for Blabber there. Clearly the call was to finish it and peel, so Vulcan goes out, he knocks him away. But, Thanatos is looking for a flank. People are kind of doing different things. Not everyone's hitting the Otacon, right? So if you're going to go for one of those plays where it's like Vulcan dies to keep out the jungler and then you take the Otacon, everyone's got to hit the Otacon. They didn't kill it in time before he got out of the CC.
Yeah, I'd also
the same
say
thing that happened last game in the Skarner, earlier in that Skarner play.
Absolutely. I'd also say with where Thanatos was, like, if he's just at the Otacon and everyone on 100 Thieves tries to walk through, that's a 5-man Gnar ultimate straight into the wall. So just a split call by C9, which continues to make this game very unpredictable. As now 100 Thieves with that extra Otacon boost definitely have a slight upper hand.
Yeah, the Otacon extra adaptive force is going to go a long way. Plus, they are at that soul point status now for the rest of the game, and it's very, very scary for 100 Thieves to lock in a Mountain Soul before 30 minutes, especially with the super close state of just the economies overall with the only 300 gold lead. That Mountain Soul could be a big swing.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking to Freak, and he was giving us kind of like essentially the average gold value of all these different objectives. Soul now these days is worth about 6,000 gold of stats, right?
Okay.
So that is kind of the average soul. Of course, it depends upon how do champions use it. Some souls are better than others for different champions, but that is like a good barometer for about what it is worth. That is a tremendous amount of power that would be going the way of 100 Thieves, and it's C9 playing here around the Baron. There is that one sneaky ward that 100 Thieves have in the area to keep an eye on them. But I don't know if 100 Thieves are really that worried about C9 just starting up a Baron at this point.
No, I don't think so. I think Vulcan's hoping to find some type of nice engage that they can combo with Loki's seismic shove again, but they are a little bit purposeless right now, it feels like. Just getting the crab, that'll show them the ward and allow them to threaten a little bit better. Somebody hit it. Somebody hit the ward. Nope, don't care.
Nope, the ward stays. C9 looking for a fight instead as 100 Thieves have to group up and make sure they don't get caught off guard here. Blabber does take a decent chunk of damage from FBI. He has Calibrum, the green gun, for all of the extra range. Sven takes a lot of damage there from the Arcane Storm and Death Ray combo. Means that this AD carry for C9 is now way too low to properly participate in a fight.
Yeah, exactly. Now the question is, does 100 Thieves want to pull off another risky play and just try to start something up? They don't actually stop any recalls there, so Sven is coming back from base alongside Vulcan. I don't think it's going to amount to too much besides some vision being reclaimed in the Baron area there for 100 Thieves, but they just want to make sure that there's no chance that C9 can just sneak a random Baron because they want to play for the soul. They clearly want to focus on this next dragon here that's going to be up in a minute 20.
I really feel like time is on the side of 100 Thieves in this game.
Okay.
FBI working towards Infinity Edge. I mean, yeah, because they're leaving the league next year, so it's like time's not really on their side. But in this game, it is. So, I mean, once Aphelios has the Infinity Edge, once Quid just keeps scaling with his items, now he's level 16 for the Victor Ultimate. Like, this is the moment they've been waiting for. So even if things don't go perfectly right and they aren't able to get this soul, they'll still have more opportunities to win the game. So I don't think they're looking to make high-risk plays at this point.
C9's carry's still in a good spot, though. They're hoping that someone can step up, and the guy who was stepping up massively last week was this man on your screen, Loki. He was absolutely incredible. Everyone's going to remember that Zeri game where it was just a heroic performance from him in a game number 5. But this game on the Thalia, he is deathless. He's in a good spot. And they need that big performance from their stars. They need Sven, Loki. Someone has got to be that difference maker.
Well, the problem I would have to look at, though, we're talking about how it's difficult for Lucian to participate in the fights because of his short range. Loki's build is also very safe, very defensive, right? He has Seraph's Embrace, he has Rylai's, he has Seekers. There's not a ton of damage in there just yet. So 100 Thieves' front line feels more empowered to step forward, try to make plays. Now a bit of a fight here. The classic in ARAM. As we fight over the wave here mid, teleport coming in, Thanatos looking to join the fight, Blabber with the slam into the wall, River has been caught, C9 want this as their moment, River dies first, but low health bars on C9 as they try to retreat, Quid's coming in looking for Sven, Loki in danger now as Dokla wraps around from the side, Sven's about to die against Quid as only Vulcan and Thanatos are still standing, a nice little bit of damage comes out from Thanatos, but everybody else on the team is already dead, the Mega Gnar will not survive, and 100 Thieves wipe wipe them out.
What a straight up brawl that was. The high amount of damage that comes out from Aphelios is what turns it here. You could see FBI, when we get the replay, flashes back, lands a huge ultimate to clean them up, and they're going to get the soul after this as well.
And I feel like Quid was a monster in this fight here too. You know, it's Blabber kind of finding River on the side here. They try to burst him down, but as they are grouping up, in comes FBI. This is what you're talking about. Flashes to the side, tries to get some damage down, really only lands on the Blabber. But then Quid flashing forward, finding the opportunity here. He was who I had my eyes on, and this guy on the Victor taking over the fight. Thanatos is able to flash in and does get one back as the boulder toss sneaks its way through to finish off the Aphelios. But it just doesn't matter. It's too little, it's too late. They're going to lose the soul. And we'll see if they lost the Baron during that replay as well.
Got to get a snack in if you're going
multitasking.
Multitasking before the Game 4 draft.
I like how all of the other reactions are so super animated, but the sandwich nerfs the reaction.
Man's got to eat.
True. Well, hey, 100 Thieves are eating good right now with that soul. 31 flower petals to 10 is like an extra 2,000 gold's worth of just raw adaptive force over C9 as well. The Baron is still live on the map, and that's going to be the focus here for quite the next while. C9 trying to maintain some vision control over the area, but also we saw at the beginning of that last fight kind of what I was talking about where, yeah, they go in, they try to burst down River, but it's not like this composition with their current itemization has a ton of just massive bursts. This guy's dead instantly.
Yeah, they definitely don't, especially if they're not landing the seismic shove that got flashed away by FBI in that last fight. Sven is getting close with his Infinity Edge being completed, but I completely agree with you. They don't have that one-shot power, and the backline damage of the Victor Aphelios is just going to continue to scale. Locket from Braum as well, able to shield them a lot from big engages, and then just the Mountain Soul on top of that, as well as the Otacon. They are stacking the neutral buffs.
And Quid is just super tanky, right? Like he has a Zonius, he has Leandries, plus a fully stacked Roa. He's level 18 now with a Mountain Soul, so it is going to be so hard to actually burst him down. So much of C9's damage really relies on the CC landing first. It's got to be, some sort of a stun into a seismic shove or a Blabber ult. And FBI just willing to start this one up. This could be a good opportunity here for C9, but Loki was showing bot lane. That's why they're going for it.
Yeah, Loki's going to have to join this fight pretty swiftly, and there's the TP coming in right now. River down to 2/3 HP, C9 on the approach. Thanatos, Narbar charged, but he does take a chunk on his way in. Vulcan wrapping around from the side. 100 Thieves are going to turn their fire onto the enemy support as he's now stranded in the middle of a bunch of Thieves.
Dead.
C9 picked the wrong angle, and Vulcan pays the price.
Yeah, FBI just had the perfect guns to start Baron, which is why 100 Thieves wanted to go for it right there. No one could get through Quid as Vulcan was trying to land some CC onto FBI, and that's Baron.
Yeah, not going to be able to do anything about it, so Cloud9 will just be giving up the Baron. Vulcan wanted to try to look for some sort of a flank, try to find an angle there, but gets spotted out and just jumped on by 100 Thieves. They don't give him the opportunity there. Goes down very easily, and now 100 Thieves really closing in here on being able to move themselves to match point, as FBI also moves to 9th most kills in NA history, passing Poe Belter.
Poe Belter. I wonder where Poe Belter is ranked as well, so we'll see how fast he can move up the rankings in this one. I'm sorry, I just had to say that. But yeah, this is just crazy. The fact that 100 Thieves is on the precipice of being one game from eliminating C9, to me, it was just unthinkable. Like, this was a bottom-of-the-barrel team 3 or 4 weeks ago before they subbed in Dokla, saved the team's mental,
and
built this momentum.
Look at their record.
Their early game didn't even get that much better, but just their ability to win teamfight after teamfight has just come online, and C9 as well has just been so dominant in these regular seasons. 100 Thieves just looks like a completely different team with Baron and Mountain, so they might end on this push.
Yeah, Dokla already chunks Ven down to 1/3 HP. The Lucian's got to go all the way back to the fountain as the turrets are being broken. The first inhibitor's already down here in the bottom lane. Loki is about to die now as well, but a nice two-man impale coming out from Blabber to try to turn it around. 100 Thieves are going to lose 2 for sure, but C9 need even more than that. Thanatos wrapping around from the side, but he has no Narbar. Vulcan's ready to follow it up, jumping in, but the Cataclysm locks up C9. 100 Thieves are trying to fight back. FBI's got to be protected, and Thanatos is already down low. Loki next. FBI with a double kill. C9, they're going to kill 3 overall, but it costs them 2 of their own men.
I mean, that was so close there to being potentially C9 just running down a lane and at least taking the inhibitor or something. Both the soul laners from C9 piled in on FBI, but Thanatos had no Narbar, and Loki just straight up didn't have the damage. They couldn't finish off FBI. He stands, he fights, and he just wipes them off the map.
I mean, I'm looking at Quid.
Huge ulti.
I mean, huge ulti by Blabber. Loki, I think, got the shove to pull him into the turret. He was just really trying to end the game on that push, but Quid gets way too aggressive. And then, as you mentioned, Azael, if C9 can kill FBI here, they can take that minion wave and do a lot of damage, collect a ton of objective bounties, but they're not able to quite finish him off. FBI gets a double kill and it turns into a bit of a wash.
Exactly. You know, FBI able to stay alive. They had a wave in top lane too. Like if they were able to ace them there, who knows, right? Like the death timers are pretty long.
How big
he's gonna have to set down the sandwich for this one.
He's been eating the whole game.
What if it's a second sandwich?
Yeah, what if he just got another? What if he got another one?
Yeah,
good sandwich.
Second helpings. All right. Well, 100 Thieves is coming back for another serving of Dragon. We've got the Elders spawning here in 30 seconds. C9 knows they're going to have to fight for this. There's no way you hold in a base with 2 inhibitors already down if the enemy team has Elder. So they're out trying to slowly inch forward to be able to contest the objective.
I mean, Elder is the great equalizer, right? If you can find a way to get a steal, the gold lead suddenly does not matter at all. Loki, though, in trouble.
Yeah, Loki finds himself stuck in the Cataclysm as River is putting the pressure on the C9 mid laner, and now Blabber's going to be the one to pay the price right after. Quid gets the kill on the enemy jungle, and now Vulcan's got to try to run as well. The Alistar ultimate is forced out. Even if Vulcan lives here, it won't even matter because he will not be useful, but it won't even be the case. FBI guns him down, and it's 3 versus 5. C9 have to pull off another insane defense here if they want to stay alive in this game. Super minions marching down mid and bottom lanes. 100 Thieves have 30 seconds in this 5 versus 3. Thanatos transforms into Mega Gnar, but there's no opportunity to go in on a valuable target just yet. Tries to get the Mega Gnar onto 2, but it's not enough. FBI unstoppable. Sven under pressure. Might be able to find the outplay onto Quid, but he flashes forward because Loki can't do enough damage to threaten him. Sven gets 1 kill, but it's the only thing he'll find. Loki continues trying to defend, but he's in a 1 versus 4. 5 seconds on Blabber and Vulcan, but the second Nexus turret is already down and the public execution lands onto Loki. 100 Thieves trying to end the game. Blabber is back alive, but it will not matter. 100 Thieves take game 3.
And now 100 Thieves is 1 game away from qualifying for the cross-conference LTA playoffs and ending C9 season. Lounge, can you believe it?
I believe it.
I believe it. 2-1. I predicted 3-1.
Raz's prediction is dead.
Mine is dead.
It's gone.
Mine is dead.
Raz is the only one who doesn't believe it.
Mine was dead at Otacon. C9 had control and then they threw it.
Yeah.
They pulled 100 Thieves.
The great equalizer.
That Otacon, that was kind of bad.
It was rough.
It was 2 Otacons in a row because it was first the Thieves starting it. It got dicey.
Yeah.
That flag and drag from River
Honestly,
to save the engage.
Rivers Jarvan, like what a treat it is to watch this player play Jarvan.
FBI might have gotten the most fed, but River won this game.
He's so good.
Yeah.
River won this game. Remember back to the beginning of the game too, where he's just invading and he's just beating Blabber up. Like River went giga this game, stealing all kinds of objectives. Let's take a look at what we've seen.
Well, we're starting in game 1.
We're going to be starting game 1. I believe we'll also take a listen in here to the end of that game at a point here shortly. But at least, actually, no, we are just going to get right into it. So before that, I want to say this was stolen at the beginning of the day. You see this briefcase? This thing's big. This thing's heavy. It's time to take a look.
Yeah.
What was stolen from C9?
It was totally stolen you.
I don't know what this possibly could
be.
Oh, it's property of Nick LeBron Smith, draft storage. Okay, what's going on?
What's in there?
What's going on? Remember to ban J4. That's what's in there. They forgot because they lost their draft prep.
That's fair.
They let the J4 go through. Let's take a look at the replays.
I actually didn't have issue with this draft at all. You have the Galio Nocturne Ori, which I think is like a great combo as we play through. But it was in these team fights that 100 Thieves managed to come out ahead.
Oh yeah, in game 1. That's true. It's a fair point. And the problem, of course, was Sir Quiddington. I felt like he found a lot of angles, and so if we're just talking about the draft, 100 Thieves have been making a point to try and find more proactive playmakers and assassins for Quid, and I think it's been great.
Yeah, and a lot of the times here, too, River on the Vi as well, another great engaged champion for him. Leading the way, getting that engaged, and then there, Ayla groups him up with the big ultimate for him afterwards. Has been going over the wall, but gets punched in the face as well. And I feel like game number 1 was kind of like, oh, mid-jungle for 100 Thieves is looking insane. And then game 2, it kind of like, oh, mid-jungle for Cloud9 was looking kind of insane.
I'm trying to follow Quid in these fights, and he's too fast. He just ends up looking really cloudy. But yeah, just look at that. Kill participation is actually insane from Akali.
Looking good.
22 KDA. Looking great.
Looking fantastic.
Look at that.
Good job, Quid. That's a lot of crowns.
That's a lot of crowns.
Game 2, take us in. What about that?
I mean, game 2 is about Blabber and Loki. So we're still going mid-jungle. But Loki manages to escape, and then, Blabber comes in. River is dead.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
He's eventually dead.
He tried his best. He tried to live.
And this was after the Skullcraft incident. That was close.
Yeah. That was a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, I mean, it got taken by the Yunara.
Yeah. No, that was a sick 80 carry cleaning up Kobe.
Yeah, this was a classic snowball from the team. Yes.
Even there, River was stealing when they lose.
He was still stealing, of course, but at the end of the day, if you look up, that's still an 11K gold lead. That's actually now 12. So it was an unlosable game for C9, and that's when you started to believe that they were going to take it. And yes, it was a battle of the mid laners as Loki had an incredible Aurora gameplay there.
It was also nice to see him come back out on the Aurora, right?
Yeah.
Where like we talked about how good he is on this pick, no one's let him have it. They let him have it, and 100 Thieves paid the price.
And now we're in present time.
This is all about River.
This is the J4,
Look at this
baby.
guy.
Look at that. Well, we can't see the game. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, no, we're back. We're back. He does this blind snipe over the wall. Murders Blabber.
And even drops the ward on the other side in case he flashed that way.
And I was going to say, so he saw Blabber drop that ward, so he knew he had to be within ward range. And so then he hits his gauntlet, like actually just beautiful stuff from River. And that one, he got dragged in by the Skarner ultimate and then still gets the dragon, which ends up being big because they do get the soul.
Mountain Soul, right? Yeah, and that is really where the game comes to be pretty unlosable for them.
And there were some pretty frustrating moments. This is a great example.
First Otacon.
Let's take a look at Thanatos during this fight because it's a back and forth. Thanatos is trying to find an angle. He's getting Meganar here. So he looks at Quid just because he can see if he can get an angle on jumping on top of him. So he gets a wall nail on FBI and River. Flash on that one. EQ from Jarvan, so he stops that, and then he throws the ultimate afterwards. It was actually pretty frustrating from his perspective because he wanted to really look for that angle.
Yeah, and this was the second Otacon, and this actually, I was going through the rest of the notebook, and it actually says don't hit Otacon in there as well.
Good. That's that.
That is something that they forgot. They learned the lesson in game 3 here, though, because everybody that tries to go for that objective seems to just get blown up, and then that was kind of where 100 Thieves got their way back into the game, and were able to close it out.
Even during that Otacon play, I was looking at Thanatos there, who was trying to find an angle. He was there, but then he gets stunned by the Victor W. And so that's when the fight ends up happening, and he just goes straight into Mini. So that was the throw. That was the big moment. River was the king in that game.
And the call from Cloud9 for that Otacon play is clearly, we are going to headbutt River away and then burst down the Otacon.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, all right, maybe we'll sacrifice, Vulcan or something, and we'll get the objective. But because it's a little bit too early, the Otacon's not low enough, they couldn't burst it down while they punted out River, and then he still got back in. Like, that is just crazy.
Another thing I do want to point out.
Raz?
Just that red.
Oh, yeah, that moment right there.
Yeah, sad. Actually sad. And just like Golden Glue planned it, they have a front to back. It's them that are actually getting the lead off the Otacon throw.
Pengus, apparently, the thief.
Yeah, well, I no affiliation with
You're
that
looking pretty guilty, friend.
No affiliation, but they didn't ban the J4. We got that one. Don't hit Otacon. They did hit Otacon. The final note in here, it says, remember to text Raz back. Raz, does an Aaron need to text you back for anything?
I think he needs.
What does that say for game number 4 in there?
Yeah,
for game number 4, just wing it. Vibes.
Oh, okay.
I think it's just vibes. Yeah, but that's going to be it for game number 3. Game 4 is up next right after this.
Pick that up, Raz.
Hit the tower if we can.
Watch now. No.
No. Watch me.
Yeah. Lucian, we're in front of you. We don't have a wave.
Careful wave.
Kill this guy.
Kill this. Yeah.
Look for end. Watch Talia.
Yeah, we can.
5 seconds now.
No flash.
3, 2,
1. 3 seconds scanner. 3 seconds scanner, guys.
Cannon. Just hit. Hit tower, guys. Hit Nexus. Hit Nexus.
Yeah, nice. Nice. Oh my god. Floppy game.
I'm 9 range. RTB.
Go
top. Go top side.
Look at me.
Should we just go top side?
I'm marking Ali. Watch Ali.
No flash Lucian.
There are no flash.
I got Talia. Talia in the flash.
I'll get her.
I'm helping Philios. Now look now.
Yeah, look now.
He has flash.
Yes, flash. No flash. No flash.
No flash.
Get soul. After.
100 Thieves take game 3.
Blink and he missed us. We're back for game number 4, 100 Thieves versus C9, where the Thieves find themselves up 2-1 in the series. Cloud9 backs against the wall, season on the line here, and a historic second year in a row missing out on World's potential if they lose this game. Too early.
It's too early, Thanatos. It's too early.
You got this.
Okay, no, he's just relaxing. That's what it is. He's just
He was getting in the zone.
Yes, he's just zoning. He's just in the zone.
It would be a remarkable story, especially since if that happens both times, it will have happened at the hands of 100 Thieves.
True. Yeah, they were the ones that defeated them last year, and that was the last time they matched up in a best of 5. And 100 Thieves have been on a bit of a winning streak versus C9. Haven't played that many games.
Oh, look at that notebook!
What's that notebook? Wait a minute. Oh.
Close the notebook, Grayson. Close it.
Yeah, there's a notebook thief on the loose. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you gotta watch out.
Got a little look inside that one.
Oh, I was peeking. I was using my peepers on that one.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you peep right?
Yeah,
We can't play
Share the
Jarvan
leak.
again.
The rules are
It's just
fearless.
like a sad face. Yeah.
True. He's like,
Just a reminder.
maybe a Shaco game. One more Shaco.
Okay, but I did interview Golden Glue before that game that we just saw, and he was already confident about that team in Fearless, like deep into Fearless.
Sure.
Whereas every time that we talk to the Nero, he gets less and less confident the deeper into Fearless that Cloud9 go. So with them being with their backs against the walls, we gotta have a magnifying glass here. How are Cloud9 going to construct a winning draft here for them to even push them to the game number 5.
Part of my prediction was just that. If you call this series close to 50-50, they split the games 1 and 2. That happened. But the later the series goes, the more it favors Hunter Thieves. That's why I have them taking it 3-1.
I think a Sion first pick's going to happen here because they throughout the entire series, they've been banning Pantheon, Azir, Yone. It seems like Azir and Yone won't be a factor until maybe that game 5. But for now, I think teams have generally, if all the OP picks are out of the way, Sion has been something they've been comfortable to go to. But I wonder what the option's going to be for either of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at it, and Gwen is still available. So that's the only thing. Gwen is like one of the really good tank counters. So they go with a blind Sylas before seeing any other ultimates. So
it could technically be a flex.
It's for sure a flex.
Yeah.
Blabber definitely does play us in the jungle as well. So that is even possibly a triple flex. You can throw out a top lane Sylas as well in some matchups.
Hey, he experienced the XU Sylas, just last series. So
yeah, it was great.
He saw it on the other side of it. So yeah, good enough flex pick. And also, even though I was talking about a Sion pick, Aatrox would be a nice pick into it, and I love to see Thanatos' side against the tank pick. So I want to see what Hunter Thieves go for.
Yeah, we have the Rakan locked in for Ayla. We talked so much about how good that was for them. In their last series, his engages were great. And River hovering the Sejuani right now. The thing I'll be most curious about if he locks this in, which he is going to, is if they're going to go Gwen on this rotation as well either. Because again, as Kobe already mentioned, she's still up and has been a pick that thus far has been pretty heavily prioritized in bans.
Yeah, and on this patch, she did get nerfed a bit, but a lot of top laners are still quite confident in the champ.
And also, I feel like Dokla has been pretty confident going Jax into the Gwen after the nerf as well. So all of these options are still available. So it seems like that both teams are kind of just maybe even, potentially, going to be setting it up for 4-5.
And there is still the top lane possibility, but I am now pretty much expecting the Sylas to go mid now that Blabber is locked in. Xin and then we have Sivir locked in for Sven.
That's an early pivot away from the flex, though. Like, I guess you do still have engage ultimates to steal away as a Sylas, so maybe they're like, that's enough, we'll just have it blind mid now. But interesting that they're willing to drop that. Sivir is the AD carry either way to help kind of just clear the waves, be that scaling AD carry in the bottom lane. But the Viego...
That's likely a Viego mid.
Yeah, I think that's going to Quid. We have seen it a few times.
And Viego actually is really good with the buffs, the laning buffs that he got in combination with Sejuani. So you can actually start out a lot of plays yourself. You stack up Sejuani pass insanely fast with this champion, and you burst that target down. Like, that is a crazy potent mid-jungle combination. And as we just went over, mid-jungle has been a huge influence in this series.
Yeah, it's been massively important for both teams in the series. And I also love, again, we talked about 100 Thieves drafting strategy, and I feel like even when I disagree with some of their more out there drafts, it still feels like they are, when they're at their best, drafting for their specific players, right? And Quid is someone who we saw bring the Aatrox mid out previously. That was kind of one of his breakout, like, funky swap performances. So I'll be really curious to see how he does on this Viego.
I'm just so happy to see how why Golden Glue was like so confident, deep, and fearless, and we get to see fun stuff like this.
An immediate payoff, and I just got to take a moment to appreciate Quid. Ever since the Quiggle moment on broadcast, he has just been popping off on the Melee Champions, on the range as well. I mean, I think that we need to have a stat like pre-Quiggle, post-Quiggle.
I feel like his pre-Quiggle stats are also pretty good.
Yeah. All right. Maybe just the champ pool, but this is definitely making that exciting yet again here. As next round of bans, Gwen is taken off the table alongside the Jax. And so,
I already said this champion multiple times, but now you're just setting up for a Sion. It has to be the Sion, especially since you're taking the carries away. Both Jax, Gwen, Jace is out of the way.
I was thinking
Aatrox is still there, so.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of potential to dive here with Sejuani and Rakan engaged, and first damage coming from Viego. Definitely does look pretty good for dive options.
Yes, when I look at Viego, I always look at champions to try and set it up with that extra damage, which is why I was liking the Jhin, but Kaisa does fit the rest of the comp too.
And when I look at, you're going to be diving into me, I love to see the Renata come through. That was an immediate response. Really, really love that. And then there's your Sion, Rez.
And now we get the Aatrox. It's like they just wanted to have Thanatos play the Sion side. Now I wonder if C9 has like a good amount of damage here because you have Sion on top side, you have Silas and Sivir as your main carries. Sure, you have Zinzao, so it's like not that bad. I like the Renata just for the engage from Rakan, Viego, and Sejuani. At least that works out there. But yes, the Aatrox gets there. It's a great pick for Dokla. He wanted to allow Thanatos from this beginning of the draft, it felt like, to get the Sion. So which draft do you guys like prefer?
Man, it is so risky to bet on a lane Viego, but
I want to do it too.
I'm not going to.
You're not going to?
It is risky. I really want to do it, but I'm just not going to do it. Lane, I'm going to go with the Cloud9 side.
Yeah, I really want this to work because I think it's super fun, and I also feel like every time I go against a 100 Thieves draft, they always prove me wrong, so maybe they'll do that here. I do feel like C9 have answers to that, though, and a much easier setup, especially for a team that's going to want to be flying into them.
Yeah.
I like the 100 Thieves draft. I think they win the 2v2 mid. I think the top lane pick, it's exciting. It's very exciting. I'm excited. You're excited.
I am excited.
Are you excited?
I'd be excited if I was playing the Cloud9 draft.
Yeah, I don't think Isaac agrees with Raz on the state of the 100 Thieves draft here.
And you never know, right? 100 Thieves have been able to pull off some really impressive team fighting with some very difficult comps, and I do feel like it fits their style, but like 4 melee into Renata and Sivir and Sion just feels so hard to make work. That if this was a solo queue draft and my teammates picked that, I would be dodging 100%.
Just take the -3, chill for 5 minutes.
Instantly out of there, no second thoughts.
Well, doesn't work on stage games. 100 Thieves, they have a chance to eliminate Cloud9 right here. Remember, if you win today, even if you don't win out this weekend, you're still going to get the opportunity to play in the cross-conference matches over the course of the next couple of weeks. You're still going to have a chance to go to Dallas, a chance to go to Worlds. But losing today means your season is over. You are on the couch, butts in seats, at home for the rest of the year.
You can still go to Dallas as a fan, you know? Go hang out, have some fun, watch some games.
Yeah, okay, fine. Your butt could be in that seat, but it wouldn't be on the stage seat.
You know?
Yeah.
Also, if you get eliminated by a team comp that Azael says he would dodge in solo queue, it would add a little bit of the insult to the injury. I mean, if nameplates were on, though, and Quid was playing Viego mid, I don't know if you're dodging that game.
If Quid is in my elo, he could be playing Janamin and I would not be dodging because he's going to carry the game, right?
Maybe that's how he sees this series. You never know how confident he is.
in a diamond solo queue game, I'm counting on Quid to carry me, yes.
A little bit of low master Janamin.
Yeah.
Just having a good
diamond.
time.
Oh, can Quid get it done? Yes, I think he can.
All right, well, while we contemplate Quid in Azael's elo, we got Kangas standing by for an interview with Anero.
Thank you very much, Anero. It seems like the casters are confident in your draft for this game number 4, which I know, actually, we see a level 1 here. I want to get your thoughts on that first.
Yeah, awesome. Rakan looks a little bit fisted. That's good for us. We take those.
Okay, all right. So how do you feel about the draft going into that one? I know sometimes you're saying it's shaky after game 2.
yeah, no, this is good. We're really happy with this one. We had a pretty good read on what they would do the whole way down. Only like mini surprise was the Kaisa pick, I guess, but no, we're pretty happy. I think this is good. This is a rare game for Nick Smith. We take those.
Okay, now vibes of the team. Backs are against the wall, eliminations on the line for the rest of this series. So how are the vibes on the team right now?
We're just focused. We just talked about what's next. Just move on from the game. We kind of know what their team's going to do. We fall for it a good few times, but we know what's happening. So just focus on the game.
All right, fair enough. Well, we saw that a thief was running around and stole a briefcase from the team, so I wanted to give this back to you. I believe that was your notebook for some of your draft notes there. Great draft despite not having that, but that's it from us. Back to the casters.
I like he's like, we know what they're doing. We've fallen for it a few times, but we know what they're doing. It keeps working, but we do know that they're doing it.
We figured it out, but
fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, I won't be fooled again.
Fool me the third time? Okay, you got me on that one. Fair play.
Have fun in Dallas.
Have fun in Dallas.
Fool me third time, have fun in Dallas. That's crazy.
That's too good.
I'm excited to see how this Viego mid is going to work out, though. Obviously, did get some buffs recently on the patch. Flat 10 damage added to rank 1 Q is quite a lot. They also buffed the healing you can get from the Q passive autos on those marked minions. So it is stronger in the lane 1v1. And I mean, 100 Thieves, yeah, like I think it's a hard draft to play, but nameplates are on, and Quid is a beast in these kind of situations. Like, just look back to a Akali game. I think this is harder than that, but that game I thought was super hard to play Akali, and he just absolutely monstered that game.
And we'll see if they can pull something off. Sejuani is flanking.
All right, Loki could be in some serious danger here. Arctic Assault with a flash follow-up, collides with Loki, forces the response flash from the Sylas.
Still a really good gank, though. He's managed to full clear. He's still going to be able to get a crab. And now he has the ability to return gank because Quid can still flash CC Loki even if River had to burn his flash. So they have kill threat now for the next 5 minutes.
Well, this is pretty rough as well. FBI getting zoned off there as Blabber was down to that bot side. River showed mid, so they know there's no possibility of a counter gank. And that did mean FBI had to back off a little bit, but thankfully is able to walk back up.
All right, teleports returning both mid laners back now after their first recall. It's a Cull plus refillable potion for Quid, meanwhile amplifying Tome, plus a Dark Seal for Loki. So similar buys in terms of the value there. Sven and Vulcan fighting back as Ayla tries to get a snappy trade. Him and FBI still stuck underneath this turret.
I mean, this Kai'Sa is going to struggle in this lane against the Sivir shoving in and also the Renata range. So I'm looking to see if 100 Thieves can find a window to maybe swap and start using that lane prio top that Dokla has to bail out the Kai'Sa Rakan a little bit.
And something I will say, as we're going to talk a bit about this, some of the previous Cinderella runs that we've seen, some of the kind of greatest ones that people think of all time, you know, way back in the day, Cloud9 in 2013 summer, CLG, they were a top seed, they were a second seed, but because they were up against TSM and TSM just always won and they had all that history of not being able to do it, that to me was another great kind of Cinderella story. EG, one of the great ones, back with Danny and JoJo, and then most recently, Energy here as Ayla is very far up, will be able to get out. But 100 Thieves are looking to, you know, create their own Cinderella story, right?
Yeah.
This is a team that 1-6, pre-best of fives this split. They were expected to just be instantly out, pretty much.
Yeah.
It was a week, maybe 2 weeks before that, that Palafox called them the worst team in the league. And a lot of the pros that I was talking to were absolutely agreeing. So this wasn't just like a Palafox thing. Everyone was saying this team was going nowhere fast, but they have so quickly turned it around, and they're just on fire.
Yeah, they probably were the worst team in the league, and that's the fall-off that they had after actually making finals in Split 1. So we've seen this team ceiling, we think, we've seen their floor, and now they're reaching back through the ceiling again, is how it feels like their season has bounced up and down.
And I'm so interested in this mid lane matchup. You know, it is a pretty significant advantage now after River shows up mid, trades flashes. 13 CS with the waves equalized here is nice for Quid. And one thing I will say is I'm curious how much Loki has played against this, right? Because Quid, if he's bringing out, has obviously practiced it. You learn some of these matchups. You know what it's going to look like. When something like this comes out against you and you haven't played against it, you honestly have no idea. Am I supposed to trade? Do I have to play way back? Do I need to play aggressive this timing? That is something that pros really depend upon, you know, to have success in these laning phases. It's that repetition, it's that understanding of the matchup. And I just wonder, does Loki know it at all?
I mean, add that to the fact that he had to burn his flash early, so Quid can kind of do whatever he wants. But we do see the swaps coming through already with the Sivir Renata being top lane, trying to push in Dokla, and Blabber on the way as well.
Okay, Blabber is level 6 on the Xin Zhao critically. River still only level 5 on the Sejuani, so ulti advantage is here for C9 in terms of junglers. Ayla's making his way up. River just pokes towards Blabber here a little bit, does not want to overcommit onto that level 6 Xin Zhao. And they're just going to go ahead and relieve Dokla up here, as now he'll teleport back down to the bottom lane because the wave is already being crashed into the turret by Thanatos.
And this amount of sustain that Quid has is just so high. He already has the Vamp Scepter, he already has D-Blade, he has the Cull, and you do have that passive healing when you hit a minion with your Q, you can get those autos off. And he's going straight for Blade the Rune King. Loki's going to have to go back to base again because you get hit by one more stun, it will be the Heartbreaker coming through, it'll be that ultimate coming through, and likely you going down. So it is definitely risky right now for Loki. Quid looking comfortable on this so far. The question is, can he be successful on it in the 5v5s? Yeah. Can you avoid, you know, Vulcan's hostile takeover? You can do things like timing your R to immune the hostile takeover. That can be really nice. There are some windows to be able to outplay that, but it is going to be really, really tough fighting through all of this CC. Loki, if I'm him, I'm looking for stolen Rakan ults in these fights, and I'm just running through the 4 melee with a stolen Rakan ult and looking for that counter engage to set up Sven and Vulcan to have a massive hostile takeover and just ricochet down a 4 melee team.
It's crazy how confident he is right now in lane, though, on Viego. Like, just auto-attacking for the 2 plates rather than taking the reset means he's not scared at all about what Loki can bring back.
I mean, look at the gold advantage on this guy. Just in singular combat, yes, his opponent did have to flash early because of the one gank, but with no kills or anything, he's up 720 gold in this matchup, 8 minutes into the game. It's a great laning phase so far for Quid, as we do have C9 taking the Void Grubs. They should secure all 3 of those uncontested. 100 Thieves happy to just handshake these first couple objectives and take the Drake themselves.
Yeah, the producer just told me, Azale, in terms of, as there's a fight top lane maybe with Ayla, in terms of playing against Viego, in Loki's solo queue account, he has 5 games against Viego.
Okay. 2
and 3. But I'll say he's got to have played against it or played it in scrims a little bit, because I have a random anecdote. About 5 months ago, as Reaper was walking backstage before the show, I was just like, Reaper, what's hidden OP? And he was like, Viego mid. This was 5 months ago. So they've definitely known about it, at least tangentially, but I would agree, there's no way they have a large volume of games against it.
And have you played this specific matchup, right? And it just looks like, honestly, a really good one for Quid.
Ooh, nice flash there from Thanatos, escaping the Glacial Prison. Does not want to get caught by River's gank, but that is Summoner Spell down for the C9 top laner.
Yeah, River, 2 ganks, has been quite effective. Sitting on TP right now as well, as he is playing Spellbook Sejuani, so could look to answer any other plays that are happening on the other side of the map right now. But I will say, this 2v2 has looked so rough. Rakan, Kai'Sa, not very strong laners. If you can't all in, you can't do anything. And guess what? It is really hard to actually all in against Renata Sivir. So they are constantly pushing in. We've talked so much about mid lane, but Sivir has more of an individual gold advantage than the Viego. And teams know how to play with Sivir. It's very easy. You press W and you hit what's in front of you, and you kind of just ricochet through the whole team. So I do feel like even though this isolated mid lane matchup is looking good, it's still on 100 Thieves to be able to execute in what I think is going to be a way harder comp to play.
I really thought you were just going to go with it's just a Sivir comp. You press R and you win, but you're talking about the ricochet. It was close. It was close. But I completely agree.
Idea.
I completely agree with how far ahead Sven and Vulcan are and how they're actually running the map. They'll also be able to switch to the mid lane whenever they want and get basically permanent mid-prio. They'll have the spell shield to try and stop a lot of the engages from either the Sejuani or the Rakan. So Sven, Vulcan are actually the ones set up to carry this, and then Loki, Thanatos, Blabber, the supporting characters.
I mean, if Vulcan eventually gets Mikhail's, then it's like, okay, well, you know, that's a lot harder for Sejuani to be able to start off any fights. So, of course, there is the cleanse on Sven. He does have his Yuntal now. A straight up just Thornmail rush here for Thanatos. And I mean, it is basically all physical damage over on the other side. Like, yeah, sure, Sejuani does a little bit of magic. Yeah, sure, there's going to be splashes of magic damage in, you know, from FBI potentially. But this is basically full physical and 4 melee. And Thanatos is going to be a brick wall.
Yeah, River is going to gank that wall, though. Try to knock it down. Dokla misses the Q2 sweet spot. Q3 going to collide there with the Glacial Prison, setting it up. Thanatos staying alive a moment longer. The shield is up just in time. 100 Thieves are having to commit a lot to get this. They do manage to do it. Thanatos' dead body can't get that last hit on Dokla to make it a 1-for-1.
So the wall needs a few more bricks in it before it can't be knocked down. But
I mean, brick walls can be knocked down. That's a common misconception. The foundation isn't strong. You can just push them over. You don't need to apply much force if you're pressing high enough.
And then they'll just fall and crash.
The foundation is the Soul Furnace stacks, though, which he's working on.
True. Solidifying the brick wall down there that will become incredibly difficult to deal with later on as we get further and further towards these larger fights. The next Drake spawning here south of 2 minutes now, and then the Herald will be spawning just a minute and a half after that. So we could get some pretty explosive action coming up soon, especially with first items coming online for multiple different characters. The Blade of the Ruined King that we mentioned for Quid is there, as he is the first individual to have over a 1,000 gold lead compared to his opponent.
Absolutely. Popped his call, kept the gold advantage, has gotten 2 plates mid, wasn't able to get any additional plates top lane, but now will be moving up against the Scion to try and see if he can push him out. I'd say C9 still has a lot of lane pressure, but the kill that went over has given 100 Thieves a small lead.
Okay, nice little handshake there coming out from Vulcan to keep the pressure on Ayla and FBI.
And so this will be the last team, you know, to qualify for the LTA playoffs. So all 3 of the South teams have already qualified. The last one did qualify this morning. Of course, FlyQuest and Shopify already guaranteed to be top 3, so they will be qualified in as well. And so this is the last slot available. And if you don't make it there, you cannot go to Worlds. You have to be able to qualify for that. And 100 Thieves, 1 game away from being able to guarantee themselves at least a chance in that LTA playoffs.
Yeah, but also just Cloud9, if they fail here, what a disappointment this entire year will be, because they were a team fight away from beating FlyQuest in the Split 2 final and going to MSI. So if that happens, and then they don't even finish top 3 in the North for Split 3, it would be just a remarkable collapse.
Especially when you look back at the way that the elimination phase was structured. Remember, Cloud9 got to choose, do you want to play Team Liquid or do you want to play Shopify? And then they lose 3-2 to Shopify. They have to go into the lower bracket. They have to deal with that. And it's just like that call might have been the difference between going to Dallas or not going to Dallas.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, but at the end of the day, you have to beat the team that's in front of you, right? And Cloud9 still have an opportunity to do just that. You know, we all kind of like what they have drafted here in this game. And it is a potential contest. River in the area. They're going to TP down Thanatos.
Okay, C9. No, River is nearby. He's going to go in and try to contest this, and he steals it away. River works his magic, but now the hostile takeover flies in over the top. Blabber staying alive for now. Dokla taking a lot of damage, but the first kill goes through, and FBI falls down. C9 taking over the fight now as Quid wants to go in and have his hero moment. Jumps over the wall there. Loki with the triple kill on the Silas. Sven picking up that last one there on Ayla. The only man left standing is Quid, and he too will fall. A quadra for Loki at the Dragon fight.
And we have seen this one before. Last time it was a quadra on the Zeri. This time it is a quadra on the Silas when his team needs him most. This is the difficulty that 100 Thieves are working with here. W Smite does secure it, but then look at the hostile takeover across so many members. It buys Loki a ton of space.
Yeah, Loki steals the Sejuani ultimate, uses that to finish the kill and lock up FBI, and then it's just chasing everybody down. It looked like he may have made a mistake flashing here, thinking that is how Quid's going to kill him, but he lands the E2, securing the triple and setting himself up for the quadra.
Yeah, that was so well played there by Cloud9, and I mean, you can see even the bailout delaying that first reset from Viego so long. Blabber was really low HP, but he has the bailout. He's kiting out. That has to, actually get finally finished off. But then Loki just dancing around that team fight, playing it really well.
And this is what you were saying about the draft, right? It's so hard to play this for 100 Thieves.
And so this is what I was talking about. Last time it was in a Game 5 against DSG. He gets a quadra. He solo carries the game on the Zeri. This time, even going up against this matchup where he was put down by Quid, first team fight comes, laning phase is over, buddy, and this is Loki's time to shine.
And we talked to Vulcan after this series as well, saying how they're wanting Loki to have more confidence in draft and call for the things that he really wants to play. He called for the Zeri in that game. In this game, they first picked the Silas, completely blind, and he's having this performance.
All right, Loki, though, chunked below half here in this scrap with Quid. The Viego is still very scary in those smaller fights where he's not contained by things like the hostile takeover or shut down in his resets through that bailout. Dokla on the side here as 100 Thieves are now going to start this themselves. Yeah, Thanatos making his way up, walking that long distance. Herald still at about half HP as 100 Thieves back away from it. River still hanging around. You know there's always the opportunity to steal that objective away. Thanatos just guarding Dokla, does not want to allow him into the fight as the Herald is down to 1200 HP. Smoked down by Blabber. C9 secure the objective.
Good, smart play there by C9. If 100 Thieves had dove in, I feel like they would have been aced again. Just with the setup they have, it's going to be so difficult for them if C9 has the setup on these fights, because the lines they can create with the Renata ultimate as well as the Sivir AoE damage, not to mention how tanky Thanatos is going to be, marking any of the physical damage dealers who are trying to flank. C9 just has so many tools, as we're seeing, to control objectives.
Yeah, and when 100 Thieves just see Thanatos walking over through mid lane, they obviously don't know the split-second timer of the ultimate, right? They just know that it's close to being up. He probably has it. And if you fully commit to that fight, Dokla is not going to be able to actually catch up and rejoin there. So they just kind of had to seed positioning in that area. Loki does anticipate that someone could be coming down into the area. Doesn't actually get eyes on them, but will be sitting back by this tower, and we'll see Ken River and Quid find an angle here. They really do need to be able to try to find some way to get Quid going. I mean, he's looking great in the 1v1s, but just hasn't really been able to find a lot of opportunities to get those.
You'd have to find picks on the side lane or set up dives, but they keep matching him with Sion, and there's no way he's going to be able to threaten kills on Sion as long as Thanatos is just catching waves of turrets. So I really like the way C9 is approaching this game. Quid, yes, he had the good lane matchup into Silas, but the rest of the composition hasn't lined up so far. With that being said, 2 Drakes and Ocean 1 minute away. One more 100 Thieves team fight, and they could be control the game.
Thanatos is getting awfully tanky. That foundation's looking pretty sturdy here for the brick wall. The extra chain vest alongside the plated steel caps, 800 health farmed through Soul Furnace as the Rift Herald is summoned up in mid lane to take out that tier 1 turret. They could have waited a little longer and gone for the use it as a distraction before the Drake play that we see so often. Instead, just wanted to force that objective down nice and early, get some extra gold in their pockets. 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns. And if that Drake isn't taken as soon as it spawns, it's a Southside Otacon again. And he's going to spawn 60 seconds after the Drake does.
Hit it.
Remember that the first damage dealt to Otacon last game was at 20 minutes and 3 seconds. So we could see some
That
attention on him.
Can't be beat.
It's
not going to happen.
What about 20 minutes and 2 seconds?
It would be impressive.
We'll see. We'll see. There's still plenty of game left to play. 2.3 thousand gold lead for C9, though, as they did earn themselves the feat of turret as well. So that means that they are going to have the feats of warfare and the empowered boots. River here on the approach. Blabber jumps in, and River and Ayla immediately both head back. Loki steals away the Sejuani ultimate. The Glacial Prison will be the call. And as soon as 100 Thieves see that C9 is committing to this, they do not want to take this fight. They back away.
Yeah, and Thanatos TP'd down, so Quid is just going to be pushing on that top side. He used his TP to go up there. You can see FBI joining him as well. They're going to try to knock down a tower here, get some gold back into their pockets. C9 has been able to delay any potential soul. And obviously, if they were to eventually get that Ocean Soul, it would make Xin Zhao and Sion pretty much invincible. But that is a very long way off. So 100 Thieves do have a lot of time to try to problem solve, to try to get picks, to try to find ways to get into this game.
Yeah, let FBI get a little bit of magic damage built up. He'll probably try some type of hybrid Kai'Sa build here so he can tread a little bit late game, but it's going to take a long time if they want to have a chance in these team fights. Cloud9 is just, I think, you know, a little bit behind on the Drake stacking, but I feel like we'll accelerate the game when Otacon and Baron start spawning.
And honestly, I think from their point of view, they probably don't feel like they have to do anything to accelerate the game. If you can just stay just farming it out, and you have Sion Sivir and the other team has an Aatrox Kai'Sa, let alone the fact that it's 4 melee into Renata and all these other things, you're going to be feeling really, really good. It doesn't mean that 100 Thieves can't find a perfect pick and win the fight anyway, but we are seeing Otacon started up here one more time.
20-30 flowers. Okay, 20-30. It's a little bit slower than last time around, but it is still the target here for C9. Quid making his way over as he clears out the mid lane wave. Bot lane shoved out now by C9. Otacon down to about half HP. 100 Thieves wanting to approach this. Otacon down to 5k. Thanatos looking to keep River away from this objective, but Quid's coming around on the flank. Keep your eyes on the Viego here off to the left. Hostile takeover, not going to get a lot this time. C9, they're taking a ton of damage, and River steals away the Otacon. Now Sven's going to die first. Thanatos might just drop next. C9 gets one back as Blabber takes down FBI, but it's still a 2-for-2 overall. 100 Thieves steal the Otacon.
The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And that Otacon start was insane. River is right there and steals it.
I actually can't believe that just happened. They're in so much control of the game, and they just let River walk by. He gets the steal again. They now have the experience advantage. They get the shutdown onto Sven as well. Any of the patience that C9 was playing with, that 100 Thieves just has to come into them, they can control the waves, they throw it away for the Otacon.
I have been playing this game since 2009, and Otacon is the funniest thing ever added to League of Legends.
Oh my God. I mean, this is just crazy. River has Flash. Like, Thanatos, there's no way he's going to be able to keep him out by himself. They even throw out the hostile takeover just to try to stop him. And now guess what? You have no hostile takeover because this is 4 melee team that are then going to commit to the fight. Ayla flies in. River gets the steal. But again, exactly. Who cares? Because even if you got the Otacon there, you're still going to be getting hit on the fight. FBI's completely ignored free firing on your Sivir without even being attacked, because you're so laser focused on spending everything on a Sejuani just to try to keep him away from it being a burger flip at the Otacon, which they still steal anyway.
Is that one of 100 Thieves' tricks? Just like hang out around Otacon and wait for good things to happen?
Wait for the other team to hit him at 20 minutes?
I mean, it's crazy. Cloud9 can still easily win this game, but
I think they will, probably.
That was a wild attempt.
It lowers my confidence that C9 is under control, because I was all ready to talk about Game 5 of their DSG series, how Vulcan talked about on the desk with us afterwards that they were calm because they knew that the other team had to come into them when they had the Zeri and the Zyra. And I feel like this composition is incredibly similar, where they can just set up in front of something, poke you with Sivir, wait for you to come in, and if you do, throw out the hostile takeover and win the fight. That was the complete opposite of what they did that fight.
Blabber in a little bit of danger here. River moving forward with Quid and Ayla right beside him. Blabber's taking a ton of burst, but he's still alive for now. The Xin Zhao ultimate very powerful. Quid about to die, and Sven gets the kill on the enemy mid laner. Now Blabber might just fall, but a nice bailout keeps him safe. Thanatos taking the next kill as FBI's under pressure, and Loki's unstoppable yet again. Chunks back in for the Skand abduct, and it's a clean ace for C9.
It's all fine. Every worry has been dealt with. A complete 5-for-0 ace. This is a cleaner fight. However, it does start rather chaotically as Blabber is in River going for Crab, but this is kind of the example of when 100 Thieves try and go in, the hostile takeover just completely bisects the fight, stops them from kind of doing anything. Loki is a huge threat anywhere he goes in the fight, and Sven is pumping damage the entire time.
Yeah, exactly. And Blabber's able to get that bailout. He gets the reset. And there's just no way from there that 100 Thieves are going to be able to win that fight. I mean, C9 have gotten through the most difficult part of the game because Otacon can only spawn once. So they're past it. It's smooth sailing now.
I wish he could spawn more. He's so funny. Okay, C9 though, they're on to their next Drake. They still want to keep 100 Thieves away from these neutral objectives every opportunity they can. River will not be allowed within Smite Steel range. C9 picked that one up.
And remember, the winner of this will play against Shopify tomorrow. If you want to win the LTA North playoffs, from this spot, you have to run the gauntlet. It is back-to-back-to-back days. So you will be playing today. The winner of this will play tomorrow. If they win then, they're playing Sunday as well.
It's a rough road, but C9, that's the one they'll have to walk if they want to try to be conference champions here, as Loki will just head back over towards the jungle, pick up these last little bit of Krugs from Blabber. Dokla here on the Aatrox does have the Sundered Sky plus Black Cleaver completed, so he's going to have some extra armor penetration, maybe a little bit more tank busting capability, but it's still so difficult, man. I just feel like the comp from C9 is really showing us exactly why the 100 Thieves draft is so hard to pull off.
It really is, and as fed as Quid seemed in the laning phase, he has not been able to do anything in these team fights. The one team fight that 100 Thieves won, I felt like, was because FBI's Kai'Sa was able to free fire onto Sven Sivir. But 100 Thieves, I think, is going to continue to try and pull off creative plays. Remember, they're playing a little bit with house money. They're up 2-1 in the series, so one big fight could be the series.
Oh, but here comes Thanatos, ready to create some space. Nice hostile takeover as 100 Thieves have to scatter. Quid coming around from the side, but FBI's already died before the fight even starts, man. Dokla tries to get away over the wall, but Loki is godlike, executes him with the Proto Belt, and now River just has to hobble away on the Sejuani. Quid wanted to get the angle. He wanted the pincer attack, but he didn't arrive in time. C9 pulls the trigger. They take the fight, and Baron is theirs.
Yeah, and as soon as they have even a decent hostile takeover, it just feels like there's no way that 100 Thieves can actually rally and fight back. Yeah. All of C9 pile in. It buys so much time. This Renata, I think, is the best champion in the game versus these types of comps, and we're seeing it showcased here.
We really are. Just watch the start of this fight again. River's just trying to anything creative to happen, but hostile takeover runs through everyone. FBI doesn't have a chance as Blabber's able to execute him. You can see Quid just searching for something on the side of all of these fights, because if he goes in, he's dead instantly, and no one is low enough to be executed by the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so difficult, right? Because you cannot group up against the Renata, right? You can't all come from the same direction. There's no possible way you win the fight fighting through this Scion, so you have to come from different angles. But then C9 are just going to pop Sivir and run at someone, right? With the Sejuani ult, they're going to full send it on one target, and then you can kind of look foolish where you're separated from the rest of the team. You're not there in time. And now Cloud9, 2 dragons to their name, have grabbed back-to-back Ocean Dragons, working slowly towards a potential soul there. But they have the Baron. They're up 6K, and they are on the march trying to extend that gold lead.
Yeah, and small thing, I actually like the shield bow here by Sven. Just a little bit more burst resilience in case anything bad does happen, in case the bailout's a little bit slow. They have an unused stopwatch there on Loki as well, Seeker's Arm Guard. Blabber's working towards GA. Scion is a completed brick house at this point.
Oh, yeah. Randuin's, Thornmail, Jack Show, Thanatos is not dying anytime soon, but 100 Thieves have got to be concerned about their base. It's now 2 waves pushing under the tier 3 turrets here at the same time. Dokla taking his recall because he knows it's about time for 100 Thieves' last stand. Never mind, repositions back up here in this top side as C9 keep the pressure on. Bottom lane inhibitor is going to fall here immediately as Loki walks over to join Thanatos. Ayla gets caught a little bit. Exhaust on Sven is the only reason he doesn't outright die.
Ricochet.
The last bounce from Ricochet takes him out, and with the enemy recon gone, C9, they've got the green light to push for the Nexus. They'll take out the first Nexus turret already. 100 Thieves on the approach. Blabber frontlining here for the C9 side. Dokla's in World Ender, but the only thing ending is 100 Thieves' chances in game number 4. Loki into the back line with a stolen recon ulti, and they take out FBI and Dokla both. Quinn and River forced to run back into the fountain, just trying to stay alive, but it's a double kill for Sven. It's an ace for C9. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 5.
That was a well-played game for the most part by C9, save for the Otacon. I mean, I really do feel like this was a LeBron James performance from C9's drafting. And Raz, you have to answer why you picked Anthony Bennett instead. After the break.
After the break. First, we're doing some silver scrapes. We'll see you right back here. Don't go anywhere.
The beautiful sound of silver scrapes, the beautiful sound of the cheers of everybody at the Riot Games Arena. We got game 5. Let's go.
Let's get it. This one turned out to be so exciting. So many objective steals. Raz, what are we going to do with Otacon? At 20 minutes, are you going to be there? Everyone going to be there?
We all have to to be there. Never trust the team starting the Otacon. That is the lesson that we've learned, I felt like, in Game 3, but we're keeping at it.
How about we do this? We'll put a ward on Otacon. That's it.
That's it?
Wait for them to start it.
That's no fun.
I like that planning.
Good strats. Yeah, good strats.
I think the big thing for me is you kind of talked about it with the objective steal, Scobie, but mid-jungle for both teams has been super, super impactful. Watching River this entire series has been fantastic. But then also Blabber has been a lot more involved with his lanes. And then Loki versus Quid is always just a banger.
Yeah, for me, I kind of wanted to focus a little bit from the River side, because River, the one thing we always talk about is his creativity as a player.
Yes.
That he's somebody that's always willing to try stuff and like just mix you up. Like walking around vision has been a big thing. Something you've talked about was when he was playing that Talon game.
Yep, the triple teleport game from PSG Talon. Yep, and we saw an awesome TP from him in the start of Game 4, right, to get down to bot lane. So I thought that was another clever way of playing Spellbook Sejuani. He is such a creative
here's a replay of that,
player.
And this is something that you always have to be able to watch out for if you're going up against River, is that he's like just going to catch you off guard. At this point, it's either going to be a bait from Dokla that, you know, Silent walks up to try and see if he can cancel it. Oh, suddenly random Sejuani behind you. This is why he's gotten Spellbook. So it's like, it's the creativity that you have to watch out for. That being said, even with the kill, Cloud9 still murked them.
Yeah, I gotta say, Kobe, what happened at the top river? We were all worried. We see Blabber looking at a big objective. The Crabber, they won it. They won the crab fight, and that's what got C9 back into it.
Exactly. That's how he started it off, by starting the fight up by the crab, and they're able to get the victory here. I mean, really big stuff this series from both of them at different times.
Yeah.
I think one of the most important things is going to be drafting for team fight, because these games are going to be decided at team fights, at objectives. Everybody is showing up to these team fights at the objectives, so you have to have a good draft for it, and you have to execute in that fight.
And for as much as we've kind of made fun of an for 4-5, and he's accepted it, right? I actually loved, so we talked about C9's draft. Razzie did not agree with us, but I really did love what they cooked up for what 100 Thieves had cooked up for them. And it seemed like every time 100 Thieves did want to go in most fights, that Renata specifically, I love the Renata pick, was just there to absolutely stuff them.
Yeah, and just to the point of Jat when he came out at the end of going into commercial break, not the Anthony Bennett drafting on that one. It just felt like the point about the Renata was very true. I thought that we're going to see different angles from Aatrox, Kai'Sa making the job harder. Hell no, Renata ulti just basically cleaned house in those team fights. You're right, the team fights are a big focus, and also I wonder, because Ayla had a great game, generally a great series if he's on a team fighting pick. Like the Rel was very good for him. So for me, it feels like whoever sets up the fight best around Dragons, or I'm not going to speak it into existence, but the Otacons will win out.
But I mean, at this point, we're in Game 5. Champ Pool does come into question. We got some fun picks already with the Viego, but last time it was the Rek'Sai pulled out for top lane. Thanatos going into that Game 5. Do we get any more spice this time? Kobe, what spice are we getting?
I mean, if we get another Rek'Sai, it better go into top lane and not into jungle. Because I think people will still be traumatized for that one. I mean, honestly, Game 5 of Fearless is really hard to predict what sort of things you still have, what sort of tricks. Because coming into today, I would not have said lane Viego.
Nope.
Yeah.
I would not have either. And I think that's where talking to both coaches about their teams has been super interesting, because going into last week, I was a little concerned for C9 draft in Game 5, right? But then they pulled out the Rek'Sai top, which I thought Thanatos team fought with really well. The Zeri ended up getting a quadra kill. Loki calling for that himself, I think, is so important. So I am looking at that kind of DSG game as a blueprint for C9.
Wanted to point out the fact that C9 has been Game 5 maxing throughout this playoffs. 5 games versus Shopify Rebellion, 5 games versus Disguise, and then we're here in Game 5, getting the maximum amount of practice humanly possible.
Nick, was this planned? We see an arrow right there. Thumbs up. Yeah, Game 5?
Yeah,
there we go.
Thumbs up from
we'll
him.
hear from
Perfect.
him himself, yeah. That's more games that they played throughout split 3, right? 15, that's crazy.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's crazy. And I mean, there's a lot of pressure here just because even you said take it back to last week, take it back to last year, being in this exact position going up against 100 Thieves, it didn't look good for C9. And so they want to be in this position. Obviously, the favorites, they were seed 1 going into the playoffs, right? The biggest question was between them and then FlyQuest. So it's just about being able to take these games, these series, step by step. There's been questions ever since the loss to Shopify, but it feels like when they have games like they did in Game 2 this series, they do have incredible moments, and you can see how clean they can be. We need to see that from them consistently.
And we see this replay here again. This was from last year when 100 Thieves were able to deny C9, beat them in that best of 5, different roster for the Thieves. They still have a chance to do it, and either way, it's historic here. Either it's 100 Thieves' last game that we have in the league, as we know that they're not sticking around, or C9 kind of buck this trend and keep going on their playoffs run and deny the chance of them losing 2 years in a row out on World. So I got to ask the audience members here,
it's a good question.
C9 fans, raise your hands, make some noise. Where are the C9 fans at? That's pretty loud. That's pretty loud. What about the 100 Thieves fans? Where are you at?
I heard some boos in there. I heard some boos.
That might be louder.
The boos were as loud as the cheers. That was crazy.
It doesn't matter if you're cheering or booing, they're making noise.
I think 100 Thieves aren't on stage yet.
maybe the 100 Thieves players are also in the fans there, just chatting for themselves. But no, it's crazy to be in this position. People, myself, counting out 100 Thieves at every moment, but then they just seem to be scaling at the right times. And the players that we question most in Quid and River are performing when it matters. So it just, I don't know anymore. And I don't have flip-flops on the stage, so I can't flop.
I was gonna say,
are you flip-flop?
I'm keeping firm on. I'm already out. I already lost. I mean,
you can still flip-flop.
The audience is saying, do it, Raz. Are you doing it?
Doing it. No. I have to keep firm on this one on Cloud 9.
All right, well, that's Raz staying firm for once. That's also our thoughts on the series. That's it, though. Time to toss up to the casters for game number 5.
Thank you very much, Lounge. Welcome back, everybody. This is it. One last game to decide who gets to keep on playing in the cross-conference competition and who goes home for the rest of the year or forever if it's 100 Thieves.
Exactly. This could be the last game we ever see from 100 Thieves here of North American League of Legends. And they don't want it to end just yet. They want to keep this ride going. See if they can pull it off against Cloud9 and see just how far they can go.
There's so much significance to this very next game because if 100 Thieves wins, it's not like they just extend their season for tomorrow or for the rest of this weekend. They'll then be in the LTA playoffs and have the chance to extend it to Worlds. But also if C9 fails, it's historic in that sense. They'd miss Worlds for the second year, for the 2 years in a row for the first time in their organization's history, and be firmly labeled as playoff chokers.
And honestly, in a lot of ways, both these players are playing for a spot next year, right? You know, 100 Thieves, this is kind of their audition for teams next year. This is you showing, hey, you should sign me to your team next year. 100 Thieves won't be here, but some of these players very likely will.
Yeah.
If they're able to take down C9, if they're able to keep going, that is increasing your chances every single time.
Yeah.
And likewise, for C9, the expectations for this roster have been so high. If you do not even qualify for the LTA playoffs, you have no chance of going to Worlds, and very likely there are going to be roster changes made for them too. So they are also, in a lot of ways, playing for their jobs here today. There's so much pressure in this final game.
Well, here we go. Let's get into it. As the first ban of the draft, 100 Thieves back on the blue side for this Game 5. They do not want to face the mid lane Zeri from Loki. They watched the Disguise series. They remember what happened in that 5th and final game. C9 focusing on more standard mid laners to target against 100 Thieves with Azir and Annie.
Pantheon is still up, so will we see if that's going to get banned out here. So are still some power picks available.
Yone, which has been banned the whole series by Cloud9.
Yone and Pantheon both up. They're not going to get banned on blue side. So that's what I'm really thinking.
Yeah.
Is C9 going to leave both open and go for a trade? And they're going to say, no, we're not going to ban Yone or Pantheon. You take Yone, we'll take Pantheon. But if you're going to do that, you have to be willing to actually take the Yone as well, because they might just first pick the Pantheon. So this is pretty dicey, but I feel like the most sense, the thing that makes the most sense from this position is to do a trade and not to try to just ban one, because if you just ban one, the other I think is getting slammed instantly first pick, and then I don't know what value you get. So yeah, I think that's what we're facing. We're facing the Yone for Pantheon trade here. Pantheon is like perma-banned in NA.
Yeah.
And so this is up, and the question is, what do they want more? Do you want River on Pantheon, or do you want Quid on the Yone?
Both are such enticing options, too. River's been having a good series today. Seeing him on something like the Pantheon that, like you say, is pretty much permanently banned here in North America would be very scary stuff, and that's exactly what we're going to get. River Pantheon, Game 5.
And now the question is Loki willing to throw the Yone down blind? Because there are legitimate counter picks to it. I mean, we've seen Cassiopeia come out as a counter pick. Some teams will let it through. They're actually just chilling on it entirely.
Yeah, they're letting it go back over. 100 Thieves can get River on Pantheon and Quid on Yone in the same game if they want it.
It would be a lot of AD together, though, into the Trundle and Leona, which would be pretty good against it.
So to put things into context.
And Gwen's open. That's crazy C9 didn't pick
60 bans of Pantheon so far this split in the LTA North. The next most banned, so it's 60 out of 60 coming into this game. So it had a 100% ban rate in this entire split, assuming my stats here that I have are correct. And so this is the first time it's actually let through, and Cloud9 are letting it through in a game 5 with their gear on the line.
Does Dokla just blind pick Gwen here as well, and they can just get all the banned champions at once?
I think that might be the play. Just triple melee topside, but everything is an S tier pick.
I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? Cloud9 have got to have a real plan against this because you are kind of essentially letting them blind pick their first 3 on blue side in a game 5, right? Like, these are the champions that are getting banned so often. They're getting all 3 in a row on blue side in a game 5. That is crazy. Usually in game 5, you have to go, kind of way outside of the norm. But, you have to know that Cloud9 clearly are understanding what they are giving over. So they have to be prepared with some sort of plan. And it's Vladimir coming out here, which is very interesting. Vladimir can be super effective into these melee compositions, but, you are so dependent upon your pool timing. Vladimir is one of my favorite champs. It is really, really strong against these sort of comps. That being said, you get point and click stunned by Pantheon. You do not pool a split second too late. Sometimes you just instantaneously die, and then that is that. So you have got to be on point, but they talked about wanting to give Loki the ability to play these picks. This also could be going to Thanos, to be fair. But, giving them agency in draft, and maybe they're just saying, hey, give me X matchup, I'll slam it.
This is still crazy to me as a game 5 elimination game draft. Just being willing to trade all of these picks, because they'd been comfortable just banning out Yone Pantheon on red side in their previous games. To let it through here, they must have some insane confidence with this Vladimir.
Yeah, because in my mind, I'm like, wouldn't you rather have Quid playing Annie?
I mean, and they picked the Trundle. They picked the Trundle so early as well. So that means they didn't have it. Like, they could have had Yone Gwen themselves if they wanted it in the Pantheon.
So I think that Trundle, obviously, to me, Trundle is very strong, and there's a lot less AD junglers left. So maybe they were thinking, it's going to be a really good matchup into the Pantheon, and maybe it's denying something like a Scion from Dokla that they're potentially concerned about, or that answers that well. But obviously, that's not available. It's already gone. So, like, I don't know. I'm not really sure exactly on the thought process here.
All right.
Man, interesting.
Yeah, we've got Shen and Ziggs banned out by C9 here in the second half. Ari, the ban from 100 Thieves.
They're worried about.
So that does say that 100 Thieves is thinking this is top lane Vladimir. Jin also going to be banned away here, so Sven cannot pick that one.
Yeah, but this also just proves like game 5 Fearless is the most unique puzzle you'll ever see for every single game. There's no professional game, I just heard, from Loki or Thanatos on Vladimir. So this will be the first time they brought it on stage in this important of a game.
Yeah, I mean, worked out for Loki on the Zeri mid. Obviously, it wasn't the first, but was a departure from the norm. FBI considering Smolder here, looking scaling for scaling. This is a pretty common answer into Senna. When you are playing Senna, you say, we'll go bar for bar. You want to scale? I'm going to scale too. You're going to get a stack? I'm going to get 2. So, definitely looking to do that. 5th pick here is for one of the solo lanes. So this Vlad could be mid or top. They are going to have their answer here of this final pick. And the question is, what is Ayla going?
They really cook. They moved the Pantheon to support and jungle like something else.
Tarek!
Ayla Tarek.
I actually kind of love that. So a lot of people think of Tarek as like, how does it answer their engage? No, use Tarek ult offensively. It's actually so much better that way because you're guaranteeing value. So you strap the Bastion in onto your Yone, you send him in. Not only is he the anime protagonist doing 1,000,000 DPS, but now he's immune. And now he has a stun coming off him as well, right? So it is really, really scary that Bastion Dazzle, they're going TF here.
Yeah.
To try to play through the side lanes, for this Vladimir. So it does really feel like this is all about Vladimir. I feel like kind of all the eggs are in the Thanatos basket here. You know, Thanatos being able to get this Vladimir, you know, as an answer into the Gwen. You know, this is something that a lot of people consider a really strong matchup. You're also drafting Senna that can help, you know, with the cross-map ulti. You're drafting TF that can get up there and really get you in a good position. But I feel like if Thanatos does not have a really good game, they are going to really struggle.
Yeah.
And even if he has a good game, later on, you have Smolder that's incredible at scaling, Gwen is incredible at scaling, Yone is incredible at scaling, and you have a Taric ult that, if it gets good value, could really shut down anything that Sinon wants to do. So I love the 100 Thieves draft. I think they're going to win the series.
I'm also thinking of the damage or lack thereof from Senna TF in the mid game, especially if when Vladimir flies in, if Ayla holds his ult for the Vladimir, like yes, you can use it offensively with the Yone, you can use it defensively against the Vladimir ultimate as well. A really insane turn of events having Gwen, Pantheon, Yone, 3 of the most banned champions of the entire split on the same team in Game 5 of Fearless.
And this is going to be a spicy one, my friends. One last game in this best of 5. Who gets to go on and play Shopify Rebellion tomorrow, and whose season ends today?
And is this one last job for 100 Thieves? If they pull it off, they can continue to have more jobs throughout the weekend and throughout the LTA playoffs, seeing if they can take down C9, who are rolling the dice here with Twisted Fate and letting through all these OP champions in Game 5.
I mean, I'm just going to say it, like, this is going to be, if they lose, this is going to be like the most criticized draft of the year for you know, from the C9 side. People are going to be mad that they let through all these powerful champions. If they win, you're a genius.
It's genius.
You perfectly anticipate what they're going to do, and you slammed it with the Vladimir, right? But that is the risk of any type of situation like this. I still really feel like I'm kind of hung up on the, you know, the Annie ban even, that it's like, okay, if you really want to give over the Pantheon, whatever. But Quid, I just feel like he is a different beast when he's on these champions with agency. And I would way rather have him on a champion like Annie, where all you can do is, you know, flash stun.
I mean, before Worlds, before Fearless last year, Yone was one of the big champions that propelled 100 Thieves to Worlds last year.
Yeah.
And it's the only thing they were really able even to win on when they made it to International. So he's just so incredible on the pick. I also want to say the last time there was a draft that I thought was really not C9 favored, Blabber took over the game on Trundle. He went like 10-0.
Yep.
So if he has the right things going in this game, there's 4 melee champions and a Smolder. So Blabber as well as Vladimir have carry angles.
And again, yeah, exactly. I mean, Thanatos, you know, he didn't have a great series last time, but this guy is someone that people look at as the best laner in the league, you know, regardless of position. And he has been, you know, such a beast for them. But, you know, he didn't have that great performance last week, and now he really needs to step up.
Tri-lane camera giving us a look at how everything is. Loki will shove the wave up in mid lane, as you would expect, versus the Yone early on. It's really, once Quid gets to that level 6, things are going to become very, very scary for Loki, and he'll probably have to start looking for plays elsewhere, because the Yone kill potential is always so high once the ulti is around. Sven and Vulcan have the push down here in the bottom lane, but again, both of these AD carries, they're just stack maxing. That's it.
Yeah. And Flowers, I know you're wondering why we're talking so much about this when this game will be decided at Otacon.
Yes.
At 20 minutes when it spawns. So it doesn't matter what you pick. It just matters how it happens.
How does the Otacon fight go? Well, we will look forward to 17 minutes from now.
I'm waiting. I'm on the edge of my
when
seat.
Otacon spawns. Thanatos, level 3 here on the Vlad. Remember that the cooldown on transfusion is honestly pretty long for the early levels. Yep. It becomes okay at level 7, and then level 9 is when you really feel like, okay, I'm playing Vlad.
Yep, it definitely have to get that CDR going. But that being said, people can underestimate, you know, how much damage just spamming autos on someone can do in these kind of matchups. He is Conqueror, and it's like you can just kind of get autoed down and whittled down if you're not playing very safely. Dokla clearly is respecting the fact that this can be a difficult matchup. He's playing Grasp, he's playing D-Shield. Dokla is going about as defensive as he can be, and this is going to be a double scuttle here for Blabber. And River is warded out, so Thanatos wants to kind of waste his time, but you don't want to waste his time so much that he stays around and then kills you. So you got to be careful.
He's completely full health, though, with his pool up and flash. So really good early game from Thanatos in this lane. Conqueror auto attacks. And I do feel like the boldness to just give up Gwen and play the Vladimir by itself is going to make Dokla play more passively.
And this is something that people have been talking about a lot when you're talking about the early games, how C9 have been doing, just generally like kind of like last week, and people have been talking a lot about in the best of fives compared to how they've been doing in splits 2 and splits 3. They had been so dominant in the early game, almost always ahead in gold. Definitely struggled to do that last week. I feel like the early games honestly have been pretty good in this series. They just haven't always been able to convert it, because even when you look back to game number 1, they had a very significant lead. They just weren't able to then kind of convert that into a win. So it does feel like they are playing well as far as the lanes are going. They are getting themselves into comfortable positions, but they just have been struggling to actually turn that into a win. And we'll see if they can try to create a lead for themselves here, and if they can convert, because it's all the marbles now on the line here.
All the marbles on the line in a game with 3 S+ tier champions on the same team, alongside a Tarek versus Twisted Fate and Vladimir. Fearless Game 5 really does deliver, and I always enjoy when we get to see this kind of stuff. As C9 is up a couple hundred gold across the map. You can see the biggest advantages of that are in the Trundle versus Pantheon matchup and in the Senna versus Smolder.
Yeah, I mean, as chat was just pointing to, Swifty's rush here for Thanatos. This is pretty normal in a lot of these kind of like melee versus Vladimir matchups, where it's just about being able to sidestep things, about being able to stay in range, kite them out when they're going in. And Gwen really does rely on the slows from the ulti to be able to chase you down and look for those types of all-ins. So yeah, Thanatos, it is going to slow down his first item pretty majorly, but it is a strong first buy, and we'll see if he can try to get something going here. But it also means that Gwen so far is just getting the push, so Dokla's getting a free reset, and he's going to be comfortable in his spot.
And you could see pings from Cloud9 on the Dragon Pit. Sven and Vulcan with their control over the bottom lane does set up a good opportunity for Blabber to go for an early Drake take. You can see the ward in the pit from 100 Thieves, though, as Vulcan and Sven are just going to keep the aggro on here. Put the pressure onto FBI. Try to make sure that 100 Thieves is focused on them instead of up there on that Drake Pit and Blabber's Trundle.
They're checking to see the Blabber's there. Yone was actually in the river. Want to see how low the Drake is. Yeah, it's not even close to being dead yet.
Okay, 100 Thieves coming in, trying to stop this neutral objective. FBI, 400 HP, Sven, just about the same level. Loki level 6, throws in the gold card. Stun onto River, Sven down to 200 HP. Has to try to get away from that one as C9 is forced back. Vulcan and Blabber both at half. And 100 Thieves will take control over this dragon and yoink the objective away.
Really big fight there for 100 Thieves, even if they didn't get a kill. I'm a little surprised Loki didn't go for a kill onto FBI. He was quite low, could have ulted over the pit. I just feel like getting Drakes is so crucial for C9's ability to win this game, because they need a way to actually end the game. I don't know, like, it's going to take so long for Senna TF to do sustained damage in teamfights, so they need to have some advantage to play off of.
Yeah, and the real question to me is, it's like, no matter how many Senna stacks you get, is that even putting you in a better spot than the scaling that's on the other side, right? It's like, they are scrapping heavily. There is a Tarek, which is one of the easiest supports in the game to farm Senna stacks off of, because it has no explosive engage. You can kind of just step forward and auto him. But at the same token, FBI is scrapping right back with him. He's already on 30 stacks himself. And Smolder Tarek, like, that is a super strong late game. So yes, Senna is going to be scaling, and I guess you're going to hope that you're going to just be able to kind of like outrange them, but Smolder's poke is going to be so problematic later on into the game.
And Quid is, with Mercury Treads, completely fearless. Like, Leona Twisted Fate can't do anything to a Mercury Treads Doran Shield Yone. Loki also, just with 2 health crystals, like, there's no threat whatsoever, as Quid's just able to apply as much pressure as he wants and delay Loki's recall.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing 1v2, and he's playing like he is the aggressor. And it is Grubs being started up here. River going to be able to look for some more objectives here at 400 Thieves. They already grabbed that first dragon. They pushed off Blabber, and it looks like this is probably going their way.
Okay, first grub, easy secure there, doesn't even need to smite. Nobody from C9 is even in the neighborhood for this one, so 100 Thieves, 3 grubs for them, plus they stole away that first Drake. They are behind in gold still. Cloud9 is still building advantages in farm in a few different roles. The big problem, though, is still going to be that mid lane. Quid playing as well as he has been playing since 100 Thieves started getting into best of 5s, playing in my opinion, the most broken mid laner in the game. Like, this is such a difficult mountain for C9 to get past, and Quid is exactly the type of pilot who can bring them through in this Game 5 situation.
Yeah, and again, I mean, you know, if it was a normal draft and you have the Yone, I would be talking a lot about, and you still have to talk about the fact that there is a lot of lockdown on the other side. If you go in and you get gold carded and then Leona's stunned, like, that is problematic. But Taric allows you to live through a lot of those situations so well because it is such a powerful, aggressive tool using this ultimate, right? When Taric's ult gets baited out defensively, teams can kind of like go forward and then he pops the ult and then you just run away and you kind of wait it out. When the Taric ult is used on a Yone that is ulting on your Senna's head, you can't just wait it out, right? Like, the fight has begun.
You're going to be dead.
The fight is starting, so that is really the problem. And that Bastion Dazzle combo is so strong. Like, one good Bastion Dazzle off of a Q3 from Quid is probably going to be lights out.
And here we go, Sven and Vulcan trying to get away as Dokla fires off the needlework. River arrives with the Grand Starfall, and that's going to be both Sven's summoner spells.
Yeah, I also do feel like C9, they have a plan of their own. Like, Thanatos waiting, farming well, was doing extremely well in the 1v1, surviving in the 1v2 against the Smolder and Taric, who can't do much aggressively towards him. Loki, I think, is struggling in this Yone lane, but you're trying to play off side lanes and play off Vladimir. I'm just thinking, Azale, like, the amount of momentum that the winner of this game will carry on to the next round. We were talking about miracle runs and gauntlet runs of the past, and the fact that this weekend is, if you are to win the LTA North, 3 best-of-5s in a row, this is just such a start to the story.
Okay, Thanatos going to hit level 9 now, so we've got that fully powered up transfusion, and the Vladimir can start to come online and become more of an issue. But if we're talking about who's online, who's a problem, it is still that Yone in mid as Thanatos starts up the fight on Dokla. Subjugate popped by Blabber. C9 make their move, and Blabber gets first blood.
Honestly, really surprised that Blabber took that. I feel like this has to be a Thanatos game, and it seemed like Dokla was dead to rights there. Blabber still had his pillar even. Like, I don't think there was any way out for Dokla. Either way, still a good play. They do get that kill. But despite the fact that they have this Vladimir, side lanes aren't going to be easy for Cloud9 because 100 Thieves can still so easily go into a 1-3-1, right? You know, you could have, even if you get Vlad into a good spot, one winning side lane, but then how is TF going to do against a Gwen or a Yone late game with the potential of a Pantheon coming in to answer? That is going to be a problem. So I do think it's so important. Give as much gold as you possibly can to Thanatos. You really need that point of power on the map. So not the biggest deal. You know, Blabber might still be able to just make a lot with his gold, but surprised that he took the kill.
I mean, my guess that I could throw out there is maybe he wanted to make sure he had his Trinity Force power spike with this dragon coming up here in 10 seconds. If C9 wants to try to contest for that, they are ahead 1,000 gold overall as a team, with the 2 biggest advantages being in the top lane and the jungle, since those were the 2 involved in the kill. Despite the fact that we've been talking about how good Quid is doing in the mid lane, it is still a gold lead for Loki as well because of the inbuilt advantages, the loaded dice or whatever they're called. That's the extra secret sauce there for Loki. But now, Thanatos versus Dokla up here. No teleport for either one as 100 Thieves start up the river on the other side of the map.
It'll be a really difficult approach for C9. No ultimate on Trundle. Sven just kind of walking to the turret, hoping to get CS. No chance they can test this one.
No.
And the more Drakes that the Taric Smolder team get, the easier it's going to be for them to play out this game, because when you can just sit around an objective, wait for the other team to fly into you, and then use Taric ult, that's when you're at your strongest.
Yeah, I mean, FBI, 76 stacks on the Smolder, has the Essence Reaver completed. They got 3 grubs. They got 2 dragons. So if they don't like the looks of a fight, there's no pressure on this team whatsoever, because Soul, you know, will be so far away from Cloud9. So really, the pressure is going to be mounting here on C9, and they're kind of painting themselves into a spot where they have a gold lead. They're in a comfortable spot, but if you have one bad team fight, like, that could be Soul point that could be really, really troublesome.
Ooh, nice pillar. Gets Quid stuck next to the wall. Blabber with really good placement on that one. Forces out the defensive ulti from Quid. Now without the Fate sealed, maybe that can stem some of the aggression that he's been playing with here in the mid lane.
Yeah, because if Loki can't get pushed, Loki can't go anywhere with the TF ult, right? And that kind of has been the story, is that he has not been able to really get out, and actually use this TF whatsoever on the map. For the most part, you can see how actually nervous he is about interacting with Quid. Every time Quid has Q3 ready, has that knockup available, Loki is backing up.
Yes. There's no way he'd be able to win that trade. I think, generally speaking,
when I was coaching, we played a ton of TF, and we'd only play it into either winning matchups, volatile side lanes, but we'd always do it with a high damage jungler. So this is kind of a strange place for it. The Vladimir technically would fit the criteria of a volatile side lane, but I'd say Trundle does not fit with TF, and TF and Yone also does not fit. So this is a really difficult TF angle for Loki to make work.
Sven going to continue farming up those souls here in the mid lane. 28-29 now the count after some quick trading, but FBI closing in on that critical second stack marker at 125. Azael, I know you always like bringing up the fact that each marker then just accelerates the clock further forward towards the next marker, and if he hits 225, a Smolder at 225 stacks with this early Drake stacking, if you're fighting for a soul early 20 minutes and he's got that, it's so scary.
It really is. And I mean, 125 is such a big breakpoint because it takes you from this spot where you're just kind of like passively farming minions, and all of a sudden, if Sven wants to contest the wave at all, he's getting Q-splashed through the minions, and you're getting additional stacks over and over and over by doing that. Plus, you are poking them down. You can see 125, the average stack time is 14:54.
So he's a little behind, actually.
So he is a little bit behind, yep. But still, you know, in a pretty comfortable spot here in the game. Obviously has not been bloody, which I think is a big reason why he is a bit behind. Hasn't really been involved, I think, in any fights whatsoever. It's just been kind of farming and a couple trades in lane.
We'll see if that changes here with the Herald spawning. River is in the area, but so are a lot of players from Cloud9. Quid going to rotate over alongside Ayla and FBI. 100 Thieves will begin the objective. Both top laners have their teleports ready to join up if need be. Ayla's going to take some damage there, some poke from Sven, but C9 still outnumbered for now. Mom roars in, but not a whole lot of value coming out of that one. Now Quid gets locked up, has to reset his positioning. Taric ulti comes down, but nothing more happens right after. C9 still looking for the fight. Thanatos going into the back line. FBI's in danger, has to try to flash away. 100 Thieves on the defensive. Thanatos has already killed Ayla, and 100 Thieves are falling to pieces. Feat of Warfare claimed as C9 pick up 3 kills, and Quid has to head for the hills, but Thanatos will bury him there. Cloud9 get themselves a delayed ace.
And that's the dream fight if you are Thanatos' Vladimir. Ayla uses the Taric ultimate to secure the Rift Herald, but then 100 Thieves doesn't get out of range of the engage, so Thanatos can just fly in.
Yeah, and this is the kind of ult you do not want if you are Ayla. You want to use it aggressively to guarantee value. I think it was a miscommunication. He thought Quid was committing there, but Quid snapped back on the E because the gold card came through. So he does immune that stun, he snaps back, but then Cloud9 just wait out the Taric ult. As soon as it expires, they flash in, they fully commit to the play, and C9 find the dream scenario here in Game 5, create themselves a massive gold lead, and just like that, the hopes for 100 Thieves are slipping away.
I did misspeak there at the end. It wasn't the full ace, only the 4 out of 5, but there's not like Dokla was even able to participate in the fight at all. C9, honestly, just had a huge breakout moment there. They are now 4,000 gold ahead.
And now they can most likely stop the Drake stacking as well with this 4,000 gold lead and the kills being concentrated onto the 2 champions that are the best against melees versus the 4 melee team composition. So Blabber already setting up towards this Drake. Thanatos is top lane. I guess he sees no reason to stop farming or slow his income because he's going to want to continue to scale into being a raid boss in this game. This is such a good position for C9 to be in based on everything we're talking about in this draft. Going against Gwen, Pantheon, Yone, finding that window and getting the gold onto the characters that need it most.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, that is kind of an example of why a lot of pros, when you talk to them, say that Taric is not good in pro play because it is easy to play around the ultimate. And that's why I think it's so key to use it aggressively and not defensively, because the pros are so good about dancing around and forcing you to use that. Try to use it defensively, don't commit, waste that ult, which is such a monstrously long cooldown, and then find the fight right after. And they need to find a way to use it aggressively to try to get something there, as Quid crashes the Herald straight into the wall. I'm not sure if that was a kind of a misclick on getting into it or what, but trying to get some gold back through those side lanes. Cloud9 in a wonderful spot.
Yeah, C9 are also going to take the 3rd Drake of the game, so the fast soul stack no longer going to be an option here. 400 Thieves. The cost of that, though, was the first turret going the Thieves' way, so they now secure the feats of warfare for themselves. Loki under a little bit of pressure here, but it's Ayla and FBI getting caught off on the left. Pantheon comes in with a Grand Starfall, and C9's got to back away now. 100 Thieves are bringing over the reinforcements.
Really nice job there.
everyone just hopping in the Senna E and getting out of there once Pantheon ulted in. Don't want to be in fights when Thanatos isn't around. Unless they do, they're back in.
Yeah, they jump in for a little bit of stun onto Ayla, but it's not going to matter. Vulcan loses half his HP, and the fate sealed from Quid does just that. River picks up the kill, and 100 Thieves, 19 minutes in, are on the board.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive there from Vulcan. Dokla's pushing in the side lane, so both teams are going to get a tower on opposite sides of the map. But the upgraded boots will go to 100 Thieves. Dokla knocked down that turret first, so they're going to grab the feats there.
Well, the feats were already claimed earlier with the top lane tier 1, but that is very important on a melee team like what we're seeing here with 100 Thieves. That extra move speed could be the difference between closing the gap or not. But gentlemen, the clock approaches midnight. Otacon spawns in 30 seconds. And this could be the moment that decides the entire rest of the year for these two teams.
And real quick, before we get to Otacon, I want to call out how much trust C9 has been putting into Thanatos and Loki. I mean, last elimination game against DSG, they pulled out a Rek'Sai top and a Zeri mid, and it worked out here. They give over 3 of the most banned champions on the patch for a Vladimir top and TF mid. They are really allowing these guys the opportunity to play non-meta champions in crucial situations. And this game, so far, Thanatos is making it pay off, but we're going to see what happens now that Otacon is spawned.
I mean, that is what you want from your big stars, the ability to have the confidence to call for these champions, to call for these opportunities where they think they can take over. Sven now at 51 stacks here at 20, so just about dead on the average. Blabber's antsy. He wants it. You can see him. He popped the W. He's running circles around it. That to me is like one of those things where your Joker's like, let's do Otacon. Everyone else is like, no, no, get away.
Things like, no, go away from it.
Oh, man.
Okay, well, we'll have nothing else to fight for another 2.5 minutes because that Drake will not spawn until then. Otacon is going to get aggroed back with it there.
You never know. It could happen at any moment.
You never know. Otacon is... He's always threatening. He's lurking. And he'll reset now. Quid's just going to poke him again.
Yeah, I do feel like Thanatos hit a pretty big power spike as well, having his Q and E max at this point. The cooldown gets so low on E. The sustained damage you have in 1v1s or in team fights, you can basically just feels like it's always off cooldown, as well as having a low cooldown on Q. So as Azel was checking his runes, he has Transcendence as well to lower the cooldown more.
Yep. It does have Transcendence, but it's playing Scorch, which is a little bit less typical. Usually people will just go towards Gathering Storm if they are going to go for that secondary, but obviously wanted the laning power here against Dokla. So a bit of a trade-off, but still, obviously with the Conqueror, going to have a lot of scaling power there. And Thanatos, especially as you do close in on level 16, it becomes very problematic here. The damage amp, on that Vladimir ult is so powerful, and the amount of upfront damage you can put out, you can sometimes, if you have that empowered Q and you get a good E-flash onto the backline, E-flash, alt, Q, someone can just pop.
Yep, now Blabber and Vulcan stepping forward. Ayla might be the target here. Quid provides enough covering fire to guarantee the safety of his support. It's 60 seconds on the clock now until that next dragon spawns. C9 have control over the bot side river. Blabber moving very quickly here with the Dead Man's Plate. Trundle doesn't find what he's looking for there with a trap on Ayla.
Yeah, they're really close. They're just trying to get Ayla out of the fight so that he has to burn his ultimate early, because that's the thing that's stopping C9 from really all-inning. Vulcan can't fly in with the Zenith Blade if Ayla still has his ult, so they had the perfect storm in that Rift Herald fight where they were able to get the ultimate out early and then fight, but that's why they're kind of seeming to only target Ayla, because that's the most important thing in this game.
And that's also why I still think 100 Thieves has a real shot, right? Yes, they are down 3K, but if you can get that perfect combo of Ayla's ultimate going in right as Quid and River and Dokla fly in, and everyone takes that Taric ult and is in on the backline while they are immune, they can turn the game around. They can win a fight and claim some of these objectives, pull it right back into their favor. But it can be difficult to find that timing, and both teams going to be trying to play heavily around it. You can see Loki trying to get the rapid fire ready. Does have exhaust up and ready with his spellbook for this next fight, which could be really, really big to shut down Quid or Dokla if they do try to get back in on that back line. It's double exhaust right now.
Exactly. Both of the spellbooks are turned to the page of exhaust here for C9.
Good page.
As they're going to go ahead and start up this Drake. 100 Thieves doesn't look like they're going to come and try to contest this. Again, they kind of just had the control early on, and they ended up just using it as a down payment to not have to continue fighting C9 at the disadvantageous state they've been ever since the Rift Herald fight.
Oh, and they're just going to start the Otacon. That's what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, Dokla did show top lane. He just finished another item. He has the TP available, and they have been spotted. I can't imagine the C9 commit to it from this spot.
This is the window before FBI is going to be at 225. He's at 205 stacks on the Smolder right now. So C9, they're drawing him in.
Yep, C9's starting it up. Thanatos coming in, looking to help. Otacon already down to half HP. 100 Thieves looking for their opportunity to go in here. Blabber taking some damage for now. Otacon down to 4K. Thanatos with pressure onto the back line, but he's not going to find a whole lot of anything just yet. Blabber so low, about to die. Thanatos may just be the first one down. River taking the shutdown as C9 have to continue their retreat. 100 Thieves now on the Otacon themselves. Loki locked with a gold card. Quid taking a ton of damage there. Has to reset his spot. Blabber still hanging around. Could get a smite fight. Otacon slain by Blabber and Cloud9. Quid going in looking for a little bit more. Loki hits him with the blue card, but it's not a whole lot. River looks for the Grand Starfall here to cut off the escape route. At the end of the day, the Game 5 Otacon is one death on C9, but they claim the objective.
By the skin of their teeth, C9 get away with it. They do steal the Otacon. Blabber was so incredibly low. Gets in, gets the smite. It felt like River, for the most part, has been getting the better end of these smite fights, but they couldn't keep Blabber out. And I just could not believe that they actually went for this. Look at the flash in there from Thanatos, and this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes you just get stunned up early. In comes the knockups, the Taric ult. They fly in, they get the shutdown.
Yeah, Thanatos had no chance when the Taric ultimate isn't burned. And Blabber, if he does smite the Otacon, it has so much health. The Trundle passive will heal him basically to half health, so that's why he's like, as long as I get this, he's kind of risking the whole game moving in for this smite. If he doesn't get it, he probably dies afterwards on the engage. But after River probably wins every smite fight the whole series, Blabber gets this one, and it could be crucial.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is crucial, right? That is
look at
so close. You see the massive reaction from Golden Glue. Had they gotten that, I mean, it was a nearly 1,000 heal onto the Trundle, right? And then Loki barely gets away. Everyone barely gets away. They don't even get any kills after that. And on the 100 Thieves side, you can't believe it because C9 almost gift wrapped you another one of these situations where you could have come back into the game. But at the end of the day, C9 in a good spot here once more.
As much as I would like to say that C9 was trying to do that before Smolder was at 225, he's at 235 now. So there will not be another team fight that they can play before with Smolder not having an execute for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and Smolder is going to have that rapid fire ready, so he's going to be able to start looking for some of this poke, right? Of course, you do still have to be worried because I'm assuming the rapid fire is probably done on Loki, and it is. Yeah. So you have to watch out for those rapid fire gold cards, but you can start to really poke and prod. There is Senna sustain, of course, but still, it can get really difficult to deal with, and you can see the Mikhails is there for Ayla to answer the gold card picks that they are going to be looking for. And Thanatos critically almost has his death cap, which is going to be an enormous spike. You hit 16, you get death cap. That is terrifying for Vladimir.
Yep, that's the power spike we're looking for, but now the Grand Starfall for the engage on Blabber. This might be the catch 100 Thieves needs. Sven and Vulcan can't get him away. The shutdown for the execution there for FBI, and 100 Thieves move over to Baron.
Taric teams do Baron without taking damage because he auto heals the whole time. C9
Thanatos
has
is
to
16
defend
though.
this.
Thanatos is 16.
C9 on the approach. Baron down to half HP. Thanatos looking for the angle to get into the fight. Hits a big tides of blood, but he's locked up and killed before he can get anything else. 100 Thieves looking to take the fight even further as Vulcan's going to be their next target. River and Dokla chop him up on killing spree for the Pantheon. Sven and Loki trying the 2v5 now. 100 Thieves back onto the Baron. Again, the health battery that is Ayla's Taric makes it so difficult to try to knock these guys over. Sven's on the run. He has to flash away to try to stay alive, but Quid hits him with a Q3 and executes him where he stands. 100 Thieves take the lead.
One pick by 100 Thieves starts a chain of events that lead to them getting the gold lead in this decisive Game 5. Getting Blabber down is so crucial when they have this Taric team and they just force C9's hand after this pick.
It's just the perfect timing. They find Blabber. He has no flash. They're able to burst him down. Sven and Vulcan are trying to keep him alive, but they just can't. And not only do you get the kill there, you're forcing the fight just before Thanatos can build his death cap. Thanatos does go in, but it's pretty disjointed from the rest of the team. He gets into the back line, but doesn't quite have the damage to finish off FBI.
And hindsight is 20/20, but when the Leona ultimate's already down and the Taric's on the Baron, you probably have to just give it up.
And the important thing, if you notice right there, as soon as Thanatos got out of the pool, immediately the Summoner Spellbook Exhaust from Ayla hits him so that the Empowered Q doesn't have that damage to kill FBI, like you say.
And you can see, as we're seeing in live right here, oh, look at the stress. You know that you are very close to this series being over now. Quid, he's going to be able to grab this dragon. They're going to move to Soul Point. Now you're up against Soul Point. Now you're up against Baron Buff. Now you are up against one fight, and your year is probably over. No more mistakes can be made here by Cloud9. 100 Thieves are on the precipice of taking this series.
But they're so strong. 275 stacks on the Smolder. Twisted Fate is in a side lane because he can't really defend that well against the Baron minions. It's a 4-1 split push. If C9 tries to engage, Ayla's waiting there with the Taric ultimate.
Okay, Leona stun onto River, but he throws up the shield right as it's about to hit him, so there's nothing C9 can do to try to get a real punish here. 100 Thieves pressure continues.
Yeah, and Thanatos has gold for his death cap now, so he's running back to base to try to buy that very quickly. Blabber looking for Quid. Oh, he sees the snapback. They're going to continue on it.
They're going to go for the pick because Yone has to revert to his original position, but now the rest of the Thieves are coming in. Loki and Blabber are both about to die. Quid finally falls, so it'll be a 1-for-1 here for the very start, but the rest of the Thieves have arrived. Blabber's going to be the next target here as he gets snipped, and stabbed through the heart by River. It's Vulcan and Sven just barely hanging on. Knock, open up. FBI's on a killing spree, and 100 Thieves are breaking into the base.
Blabber and Vulcan are the only ones alive. 100 Thieves have 4 members. Flowers, this could be it.
Thanatos has to perform a miracle defense here. Ayla does not have Cosmic Radiance. FBI and the rest of 100 Thieves continue their push. Nexus turrets in their eyes. Thanatos wants to step forward, but he immediately has to pull the stun from River. Vulcan and Thanatos have to hold on for another 15 seconds. River goes in for the stun. Thanatos is down. Vulcan alive for now. Needs 5 more seconds on Loki. 100 Thieves defy expectations, eliminate Cloud9, and move forward.
What a series. What decisive plays there from 100 Thieves. Full confidence in being able to pull it off. They find their moment. It looked like Cloud9 had found a pick onto Quid, but everyone from 100 Thieves, as they always do, trusts in each other, piles into the fight. River ults in. Quid turns around with the ult. They win the fight. They close out the series, and they end the year for Cloud9.
Absolute devastation from Cloud9 and Thanatos. Joy of victory and the agony of defeat in this one. This game meant everything. It's the elimination of Cloud9. They will not be going to Worlds. They will not be playing another game. With the win, though, 100 Thieves qualify for the LTA playoffs, keep their chance at Worlds alive, keep their chance at an LTA North Championship alive as well. Their miracle run will continue.
The 100 Thieves run has been absolutely incredible. And now we're following Dokla and Quid as they make their way to the lounge for an interview.
Wow, wow,
Oh
wow,
my
wow.
God.
Who could have expected that?
Kangas. He's the only
Again, a lot
one.
of people thought this series was going to be very close. A lot of people predicted 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, we all, well, Raz didn't, but.
There they are. There they are.
Come on down.
They did it.
Come on down.
Holy shit. That was intense, game 5. Holy shit.
You withstood the Vladimir.
I withstood.
Excellent.
Yeah, I was getting a little ran, but it's all about the team fights. We just, yeah, I mean, that was one of the best game 5 wins.
Quid, what about you? First of all, how are you feeling? Wait, you're taking it in at the moment.
You look.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired. Wait, we have 2 more. But yeah, I'm happy that we just managed to win somehow.
So when you guys took the Pantheon, did you think that they were going to take the Yone, or were you like, okay, then we can get Yone for Quid afterwards also?
I think we're just planning to trade Pantheon Yon. With they're gonna take Yon away from us, and I don't know what I was gonna pick, but I just said, yeah, I should have something to pick.
Yeah. And then you saw Yone's up, and you're like, oh, great.
Yeah.
How did it feel? How did it feel? You know, after the draft is completed, heading into Game 5, were you guys confident?
I mean, I had Gwen, but I knew my lane was gonna be hard. Maybe I should win Ignite and I can play, but it's like you need CDR boots in this lane if you want to win it. But then I have to go Mercs because they just have so much CC. So yeah. I'm just biding my time and looking for the team fight. I mean, yeah, we just team fought really well. I think everyone did their job. Yeah.
Talk about that moment, the Pantheon ulti that catches Blabber, the Baron play when the game basically switched on a dime. What were the comms like? What was the moment like?
So we looked for a bot play onto TF. He ulted out, and then Blabber took our ward, and then he went back in, but he didn't know the line bush was warded, and we knew he didn't have flash. So I put a pink back, and I'm like, wait, can we just go on this guy? And then River's like, let's send it. Pretty much he said, let's send it. And then we Pantheon ulted, and then, yeah, after that, the Baron sequence was a little tense. The Terracle might could have came out a little bit earlier. It got a little close. But yeah, super close game.
Woo, because you in pros said you were confident. You felt confident. And obviously you're not going to say like we're going to lose or anything like that, but like in your mind, going into C9 for this series, how confident were you? Because no one expected them. They were seed 1 to be in this position to begin with. What did you see in Cloud9 that felt like you could take them down?
I saw Quid and River. I want to thank the Republic of Korea for giving them to us. You know, I think our Koreans are just really good. Yeah, it's just we have a good team too. I think we did start off this split rough, but we leveled up, and I think everyone can see that now.
Quid, what do you think of that?
Think about what?
It's all
first
you.
of all, he thanked you.
Yeah, he said it's you.
I thank the
You and
people of
River.
Korea.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I really like playing with Labor because, yeah, he always likes to do something funny in game, and I like doing that shit as well.
He's a funny guy.
Sometimes it doesn't go well, and enemy mid gets some free kills sometimes.
Sometimes 08 happens.
Yeah, whatever. I know he's gonna get me back in the game again, so yeah,
Nice.
I'm really happy with playing with this team.
That being said, I think Kangas does have Blabber for an interview. Let's take a look at him.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Blabber, for coming on. I know it can be tough to do interviews right after such a close series, and I want to start off just getting your initial reaction after such a close Game 5 and such a close best of 5.
I mean, definitely could have won. I think our drafts today were not the reason we lost. I think, yeah, I don't know. I just got caught in Game 5 and we lost, and it keeps happening, so yeah, it just sucks.
It can be tough when that is a big moment in the game, and I want to give you a chance to reflect on your journey as a player so far, especially this year. I mean, C9 has been in that conversation. FlyQuest, C9 have kind of been the argument. So how do you feel about your journey so far and how you've played throughout the year as a whole?
I mean, I felt like we were improving a lot as a team throughout the split. I think we were getting to a place where we were pretty good. I would say that I felt like we were the best team at some point. Even now I feel like we could beat any of the teams, but I feel like just careless mistakes just happened on stage, especially by me, and it cost us a lot of games. I also think we weren't like playing a lot of situations super well as a team in general. I feel like we play a lot better in scrims than on stage, and I'm not sure why, but I do think that we did improve a lot throughout the year, but yeah, didn't work out.
Yeah, well, there's one thing that you mentioned there, and that's that you feel like you're as good as many of the other teams. You could be the best, but there's a lot of teams in that conversation now, which I think is a bit of a surprise. So I want to get your thoughts on overall strength of the region, because it's no longer just the C9 Fly, Shopify, 100 Thieves putting their names in that conversation. So what do you think about LTA North and the strength of the region right now?
I think that the teams are all pretty strong in LTA North. I do think Fly is the best. So I think that, yeah, all of them will do well.
Okay, all right. Well, happy to hear that. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Any final message for any of the C9 fans out there, as this is the last time that they'll be cheering you on this year?
No, just sorry to them. It's not really acceptable to miss Worlds twice, 2 years in a row. So, yeah, apologies.
All right, well, thank you, Blabber, for coming on and chatting with us. Back to the lounge.
I want to get your guys' analysis of Cloud9 here real quick as they are exiting, because for most of the split, they were top 2 team.
Yeah, they're definitely a strong opponent. I think, you know, they have really strong laners, but it just didn't come together in the team fights, I think, for them, because they just look like one person wants to go in while the other people are not like following up on them. I think the Alistar game might have been the clearest example, where it's like they had a pretty favorable position for Otacon, but it just went off script for them, and they don't look coordinated or as coordinated as like a top team that you would expect to be. So yeah, I think individually they're all really good, but as a team, they couldn't band together like perfectly, and I think that was the difference.
Quid, I have a question for you because it felt like the entire year, 100 Thieves Otacon was dangerous.
Yeah.
That you guys would lose Otacons, right?
Yeah.
But all series long here, it was you guys being able to beat up C9 when they were starting Otacons. Was there something that happened in the team where you guys had that conversation to work on Otacons?
I mean, whenever we fucked up in Otacon, our coaches get really mad and they really want to figure it out and don't make in Otacon play as a team. So they search a lot of both from LPR and HK, and we just found even we make mistake in Otacon. If we play as a team, it's all good. Just play as a team, then yeah, we might get chance to win in Otacon situation. And recently, River keep winning Smite 5. So thank you for River.
Thank you, River. Thank you, River.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, we usually enemy just focus on finish Otacon and we won the Smite, and we're focusing on team fight. So we usually have better angle to fight. And it's insane situation for us. We steal Otacon and won the one team fight.
That's actually crazy. Just thinking about it, that is insane. That being said, oh yeah, you have.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, I think your team strength is that you guys play as a team. Looking ahead to Shopify, obviously there are some familiar foes for you, Dokla. How do you guys kind of rate them, and anything we can look forward to for tomorrow?
I mean, I think they're weaker than C9, so that's that. And then obviously it's gonna be really fun to play against our energy crew. And me and Vic, we're going to show tomorrow we were the better half.
That's what I need to hear.
Were there any like arguments that happened in energy that now you're going to get like the final laugh about?
Not off the top of my head. Usually it's Palafox and FBI, the ones arguing. So ask them before our match tomorrow, and then I'm sure
we'll get Vic. We'll get Vic next time.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But we're not done with today. Like, by the way, throughout the day, we have been destroying the banners, right? Obviously, you guys have saved your banners, but you need to get up there and destroy the C9 banner right there. If you want to get up there and do it, you can.
Raz, you gotta show them how.
I gotta show you how.
What does that mean? Oh, destroy it.
Actually,
we're gonna put it in the machine.
I got you. In fact, both of you guys, you can do it together. One person each, one hand each, and you just throw it right in this, slip it right in this box.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, you guys got this. You guys got this.
Here we
go. 3, 2, 1. Get it in there. Oh!
But get out, it's a pinata.
We got a skull crab in here. We got jerseys. We got everything.
Cloud9. Oh, hey. Oh my. Oh my goodness, they're already dead.
I'm not
already dead.
I'm not getting signed to C9. It's fine.
Oh man, what do you guys feel like was the biggest factor in your victory today?
Our Koreans.
Yeah, you already said.
Our 2 Koreans.
Okay, you got to choose between one though. Who do you think gets player of the series?
Yeah.
Dude, River, he was clutching up. He found really good angles. I think game 5 he was being the most proactive. So for me, it's River, but yeah, there you go.
Player of the series.
It was unanimous here. I do want to know about your comms, because Quid, you pointed out, or actually I think it was Dokla, you guys pointed out that River was calling for these plays. Is he usually the one calling for these like instant engage catches, or is it a team thing?
Well, I brought it up in that specific one. I'm like, is this guy not just trolling? And then we all kind of affirmed it, like, yeah, he is trolling. Let's kill him. And then that's kind of what the communication went. But overall, like, he looks for those creative angles more than most. So it's just really, there's always an idea of like what the next play is going on. So yeah.
Super exciting stuff here. Looking forward as well to your match versus Shopify. You said that they are weaker than Cloud9.
How is that a hot take? I mean, they did win against them, but I don't know, maybe based off, I'm putting too much into Scrimbucks, but You know what? They're better than C9. They beat C9.
Okay.
I take my words back.
We're humble.
We will do our best to do another upset.
I see.
Nice. Okay,
You guys
yeah.
are on an epic gauntlet run here through the lower bracket. So you see yourselves making the full run all the way up to FlyQuest?
No, actually, I see us losing tomorrow. I think we just lose tomorrow.
Oh, you see the crash and burn.
Yeah, I think.
Wait, who's it gonna be? Who's gonna make the fatal mistake?
It's probably gonna be me. I'm gonna die on side again.
Quinn, I got a question for you, because even during the pick and play phase, you guys chose Shopify Rebellion, and you called out Palafox in particular. What is your thought process going into Shopify Rebellion? What do you think about Palafox in particular?
He's not Korean.
That's it. All right. It's simple. That's all we need to hear, honestly. That's it. That's actually just a factual statement. That all being said, we got one more no for everybody, because yes, it is a gauntlet. You guys have to run this gauntlet today, going up against, of course, Shopify Rebellion and then Cloud9. But we got one more announcement.
Not C9.
Okay, that's true, FlyQuest. One more announcement, though. NACL and LRN playoffs are coming to a close. The top two teams from both leagues will move to face Disguise in the LTA North promotion tournament. Estral Esports, SDM Tigres, and the Luminosity Gaming have all secured their spot. But we'll have to be watching the fan favorite Blue Otters can upset Stream Team of Conviction to take it to the final seed. So go watch it out on the NACL channel or LOL Ace LatAm, because they've already done something crazy. They already took out Dardock, Ablazal, and the boys there. So that was already a pretty crazy upset, a 3-0 win there. So they have a chance. They could take them out and go straight into the actual promotion tournament. So check that one out. Oh yeah, I didn't believe in it. So it's been crazy, actually. It is insane to see a team that, Conviction, if they had downloaded TR client, they would have actually put Blue Otter in the bin and put them in the relegation tournament. Now they have a chance to go into the promotion. Do you have faith in Disguised Toast's team?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think Castle's really. I mean, they are a very cohesive team. I think they could have won against C9 easily, and we would have a completely different conversation. I think just a Game 5 team fight, like a one team fight, probably determined that series. So yeah, I think DSG should be able to win.
Sweet.
Feeling confident in them. For those of you in Los Angeles, we are back here in the Riot Games Arena all weekend long. 100 Thieves will face off against Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. Tickets are still available. Come and join us live in person at the Riot Games Arena. Follow the link on screen or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets now. You guys hyped?
Yeah, we gotta conserve our energy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a gauntlet.
Okay, what does the night, actually look like now to immediately prep?
We're gonna spam Arena.
Oh, nice. Arena. Okay.
And then we're gonna lose draft tomorrow anyways. It doesn't matter. So no draft meeting. Doesn't matter. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, good luck in that.
Great plan.
That is going to be it for us tomorrow. You have to tune back in 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for 100 Thieves versus Shopify. You can see them continue to play.
True. Rest up, boys. Woo! Rest up. All right.
Can Cloud9 rise to meet expectations, or will 100 Thieves keep the dream alive and pull off the upset?
Oh, yeah.
Look at here. Yeah, it's good.
No flash, I think. I'm ulting there.
He has flash, okay?
Okay. They ulted. TP here.
Kill Galio. Kill Galio.
Yeah,
kill Galio.
I'm coming. My E into. No flash Galio. Look at. Yeah. Just look front, guys.
Or he's out of fight. I got a bit more. I got a bit more.
Look, no flash Corky. What the f?
Or you're out of fight. Go mid. Someone go mid.
Didn't matter when they were behind in gold. They fought anyway, and 100 Thieves will earn this Game 1 victory.
I'm 9 range. NRTB.
Go top.
Look at me. Should we just go top side?
I'm marking Ali. Watch Ali.
No flash Lucian.
They all don't flash.
I got Talia. Talia no flash.
I'll get her.
I'm helping Philios. Now, look now.
Yeah, look now.
He has flash.
Yes, flash. Don't flash.
No flash.
Get soul. After.
100 Thieves take Game 3.
Mid.
Ulting.
I'm ulting here.
I'm ulting.
Stand up far. Look flat.
I saw a vote, okay?
Okay. Just hold early.
I'm in a good spot.
Hold early. Let's go. Center.
Then on the flash at the...
Leona.
No flash.
This way.
Low.
No flash.
Wait,
Can we end?
We can end.
They close out the series and they end the year for Cloud9.
Look at me. Okay.
Don't
W.
Focus on turret. How long do you have W? How long?
Two. I'm stunned. Okay.
Oh, wait, 2 seconds.
Look at me.
Focus turret.
Look at. Kill him. Focus turret.
Tower.
5 seconds.
Tower.
Ignore the main end. Ignore the main.
Tower. That's full hit, guys. Full hit.
Hit.
Yeah! Go!
Oh,